各位贵宾，大家早上好。
Good morning, allemaal.
大家好。
皆さん、おはようございます。여러분, 환영합니다.
Once again, a very good morning to everyone. I'm Alan Chua from Singapore.
I'm Stella Liu. I'm from Taiwan, and we are your facilitators for today's event.
On behalf of ASML, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to our valued suppliers who have traveled from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Korea, Japan, and across Taiwan to be here today at Hsinchu for the 2025 ASML Asia Supplier Day. We also have our Chinese suppliers dialing in from our Shanghai office to join us online for this event. Last but not least, we would also like to welcome suppliers, colleagues who cannot be here today to join us online to listen to the event. This year, we are honored to have many of our ASML executives from Veldhoven who have flew in to share good market insights and the future plans to everyone. I'm confident that you will find this a long-awaited event both engaging and inspiring. Thank you once again for being here, and we look forward to a productive and a memorable day together.
各位贵宾，大家早安。首先，感谢您拨空参与一年度的盛会2025年 Asia Supplier Day。我是 Stella， 来自台湾。站在我旁边的是 Alan， 来自新加坡。我们是今天为大家服务的主持人。感谢这场盛会把来自不同地区、不同国家的我们聚集在一起。再次感谢您的莅临，同时也谢谢线上参加的贵宾们，一同共襄盛举。
Okay. At ASML, safety is always our #1 priority. Before we start, we would like to briefly explain the emergency evacuation plan. In the event of any emergency, please do not use the elevators. We have emergency exit located at the back of the ballroom on the both sides and also on the right behind me. There's also AEDs located in level 1 and level 5 as shown on the floor plans.
在活动开始之前，提醒各位贵宾，当火灾发生时，请使用楼梯疏散，切勿搭乘电梯。逃生梯位于贵宾的后方两侧及前方舞台一侧。本栋同时配有2台 AED， 分别于1楼及5楼的位置，请贵宾留意。
好，此外，为了让大家更能够了解 ASML 的市场的展望和更了解我们清晰未来的展望。那我们也会在今天的节目中为大家分享非公开的机密内容，所以请大家不要拍照，不要摄影，并且可以全程佩戴你们的识别证。谢谢大家的合作。
What's more, in today's program, we are going to share you ASML non-public and confidential information with you. So please do not take any photos or video for today's sharing content. Last one reminder, for security reasons, please keep your badge visible all the time. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, thank you, Stella. Okay, without further ado, next, we are pleased to invite Bruce Chan, Head of SSMP Northeast Asia, on stage to deliver today's opening message.
让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎 Bruce 江为我们开场，欢迎。
Okay. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to ASML Supplier Day Asia event. So I'm the local host of this event, and on behalf of ASML, I would like to start with our sincere appreciation to you, our great supplier. Our customer rely on us, ASML. We, ASML, rely on you. I would like to take this chance to thank you for you and your team, your hard work and your contribution to ASML's success in the past 1 year. Thank you. As part of ASML culture, right, ASML is an excellent company. We consider contents and transparency are our strengths. And you can see we put together a 4-day program for you with a lot of contents, also with very high transparency. But there will be no quiz at the end, okay? So I think this program, we will have 5 blocks. So let me walk through with you. So look, the first block, we will have our CEO, Christophe Fouquet, with our executive, Herman Bond, Edward Stipau, and Michiel Claassen. So they will talk a little bit about the industry, the market dynamics, and also some of the market rules we observe. Then we will talk about the sourcing strategy and also how we would like to work with you, our supplier, in the coming year to be more effective, faster, and smarter in addressing our QLTCS domain. So that's the first block. Then in the second block, it's our honor to have our major customer, Micron. So David Chu and Patrick Daimler, they are flying in from US to Taiwan. So they will talk with you about their requirement to ASML and also to our supplier network directly. That's our second block. Then we have our 3 factory head. So Tony Zhao leading our Linkou and New Taipei factory, Leonard Ling leading our Tainan HMI factory, and also Hun Jun leading our Cymer Korea factory. They will talk about their factory expansion plan, and also their requirement to you. So that's our third block. Then we will have our CTO, Marco Peters. So we have recorded a video, and he will talk about our product roadmap for 2030 and also beyond 2030. These are all the opportunities we would like to engage with you together. Then the last, but also the exciting and interactive section will be about the voice of supplier. So with this year, we will have 2 panels. So the first panel is about supplier engagement that will be hosted by Chris Pennyman, our cluster strategy and cluster lead in the MLP sector. Then we will also have the second panel about cost initiative. So that will be facilitated by me. So these are opportunities we will invite some of you to get on the stage to share your feedback and suggestion to us. Then we will end this program with Supplier Award to recognize some of our outstanding suppliers. I think over the years, right, we not just built the supply chain in Asia with you, we are actually also building the relationship, the partnership, and the trust with you. We want to use today's program to further strengthen that, and with the content, with the high level of transparency that we together can carry along in the coming year. So we ASML, right, we also learn from what we did. So this year we will have cocktail, we'll have wine, and with alcohol, right? So don't get too drunk, okay? Enjoy the day, and see you. Thank you.
谢谢 Bruce。在开场之后，我们将带来一段影片，揭开今天活动的序幕。由艾斯摩尔执行长 Christophe Fouquet 及策略外包与采购长 Wayne Allen 向各位分享产业趋势。
Thank you, Bruce, for the opening. We will now share a short video message from our ASML CEO, Christophe Fouquet, and Chief Strategic Sourcing and Procurement Officer, Wayne Allen.
To welcome all of you, and it is great to see this room filled, and of course everybody online, welcome to you as well. I think it's important this first session that we have that we just kind of take a step back and we look at the overall industry and what the industry trends are and what the vision is for the industry. And we hear from our Chief Executive Officer, Christophe Fouquet, I think who has a very good understanding of this and has a lot to share.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join you today. As Wayne said, I'm in China, spending some time with some very important customer here. I think you know what's the current contribution of China to our business, and therefore I couldn't be with you today. But I really wanted, on the other hand, to find the time to talk to you, and several reasons for that. The most important one is first to thank you for the many, many years of collaboration. Herman, Wayne already talked about that. I think we know deeply in ASML that without your support, we will not be successful. So I really want to thank you for your help, for your long-term commitment, and thank you for joining us today. Then I'd like to share with you what I will call a fairly optimistic message when it comes to the future of this industry. I am sure that in the last few months, none of you could be insensitive to all the noise around AI, all the activity around AI. We used to believe that this industry was a very, very good place to be. I think that with AI, it became even better. We used to believe that semiconductor is going to be everywhere. We know today that both semiconductor and AI are going to be everywhere. So we are looking at, as we speak, a new opportunity. And that opportunity changed a lot of things. In fact, that's one of the reasons why in the last couple of years, the business has been a bit difficult, as Herman said. It's because our customers were switching basically to do this new AI opportunity. And that worked very well for a few of our customers, TSMC, SK hynix, you've seen that also in the news, but it was not working very well for a few other customers, Intel, Samsung, for example. And what we have seen in the last 2 years is really this transition towards this new AI opportunity. And what we start to see now, basically, is that the industry is really getting ready for that. So I spent a lot of time with our customer, even customer in the last few weeks. And a lot of people, in fact, start to talk about an AI super cycle. So Herman told you this industry is cyclical. I will come back to this later. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, and we have to be ready to basically manage both. So, of course, we want to work with you. We want to work with you to seize this opportunity, but also to seize potentially, as I will talk about, new opportunities that are being created by AI. And what you will see in my presentation is that, of course, we have to continue to focus basically on what we do well today, but we may have a chance to do even more. And you know, when it comes to innovation in ASML, we want to continue to innovate more. At no point of time in our mind, there is a place where moving forward, we will be doing less product, less innovation. We always think about entering new opportunity, creating new product, and of course, with the idea that this will also benefit you. But I will also explain you, and I think this is going to be a key topic today, that if you want to play in this industry, if you want to get the reward of this industry, which is, I would say, a very, very bright future, very good profitability, very good business, you also need to play by its rule. And in order to win, you need to watch your cycle. You need to be able to go up and down. You need to be able to drive your costs down. You need to be able to drive your quality up. And you need to take responsibility for ESG. I will stress later on those 4 topics, but I'd like to make clear from the very start that anyone who believed that you could, kind of move away from that, if you do, you will fail, because these are requirements. They also can be disqualifier. And if you're going to ignore the cycle, the need to reduce cost, the need to increase quality, and the need to address ESG, it's only a matter of time where you do not fit that industry. This is true for us. We know that very well, and we have learned to deal with some of that. We still have to improve many of these as well, but this is also absolutely true for you. So I'll come back to that. Before I do that, let's go to basically the few key points I will make. So I will talk first about the opportunity. Then I will talk about innovating more product, more, I will say, opportunity, but also innovate better. We have to improve the way we have done things moving forward. And finally, I will come back to what it means to be playing by the market rules. So when it comes to opportunity, I'm just going to show you a few slides. I've said it already. AI is going to be everywhere. The contribution of AI to our GDP moving forward is going to be significant. And you see here a very few images, example basically of what AI can do. When you hear about AI today, you hear a lot about supercomputer, about server, about models. And this is just the start, because all of this is there to feed basically something much broader, to feed basically the set of application that you see on the right. there will be no innovation in automotive, in energy, in healthcare, in any of those things without semiconductor and without AI. So this is how important, basically, AI semiconductor is going to be moving forward. Now, if you try to translate that into number, it's going to positively drive GDP. You see it here, you're looking basically at this industry going up from about 0.5 to maybe 0.7, 0.8% of our GDP. 0.3% growth is enormous. And this is also a way to look basically at the opportunity in face of us. And what's very important to understand is that, of course, when we talk about AI, we talk a lot of time about advanced technology because of the supercomputer, because of the model. But you need also the data. And the data will continue to be generated basically by the less advanced technology, the one that is being produced here in China, where I'm here today. And the impact on that part of the business is going to be also very significant. So what does it mean? It means that when we look at our product, we continue to see that both the very advanced tool, EUV, advanced immersion, but also some less advanced system, Deep UV, KrF, I-line, immersion, and new product I'm going to touch on later on are also very, very important. And the industry will continue to enable basically all of that. And it means that, when we look at what we do together, it's quite, a different set of things. And we have, of course, to be able to be good at all of that. So let's talk a bit about innovating more and innovating better. So I'm going to start by showing you this very simple graph. This is basically a graph that shows over time the cost of our EUV patterning per layer. This is the pink curve. And you see that this curve is going down. And it's going down because we will continue to drive innovation together on our low-NA EUV roadmap. So these are all the tools you see, the 3600, the 3800, E, then F, then the 4200, etc., etc. The only reason for us to make those tools is to drive the cost of technology down, because this is the one way to continue to grow our business and therefore to continue to ship more tools to our customer. And this has been happening in the last few months. So if you follow a bit our quarterly update, we've been talking a lot about us gaining market share on EUV because we're getting more EUV layers in DRAM. And the reason for that is that by following this pink curve that I talked about before, we've been able to become cheaper with EUV than multi-patterning. And every time this happens, this is more business for us, for lithography, and therefore more business for you. But the only way to do that is to really reduce the cost. Now, the good news is cost is not only about the cost of good of our system, it's also basically productivity, it's a yield, it's shorter cycle time, so there's a few more knobs we can use to explain our customer the value of our product. But as when I'm sure we'll explain in a minute, and a lot of people today, the cost of our tools is also becoming critical. In fact, I will tell you something. We're working on a new platform for EUV. Marco will talk about that this afternoon. And we have made the decision with the whole team in ASML that this platform will never see live if we cannot meet the cost requirement on the cost of goods. So we're getting extremely serious, because if we don't succeed to do that, the value we bring to our customer is not going to be there. Now, if we do a good job on low NA, we also have a chance basically to continue this journey with High-NA. And why is High-NA important? High-NA is important because it's also allow our customer to move from multi-patterning, which you see happening on your screen on the left. So if you use low NA for very complex layer moving forward, you may have to use up to 3 masks. If you use High NA, you are only going to use 1 mask. And this translates into simplicity. This translates basically into lower cost. So High NA is just a continuation of ASML driving the industry to single expose lithography which, when it works, when it comes at the right cost, at the right maturity, at the right quality level, will basically generate a cost benefit to our customer and therefore also some value. So that's, I think, a very important part of the story. And you know this story very well. Now, talking about innovating more, when we look at Moore's Law, which a lot of you are familiar with, Moore's Law said that every 2 years, our customer wants to double the number of transistors on their chip. For a long time, lithography has been the only engine. But to be honest, already for many years, this is not the case anymore. And when you cannot get all the transistor density by scaling, you need to get it another way. And that other way is basically 3D integration. So what we see happening with our customer is that on top, basically, of the 2D scaling, there is an opportunity to develop solution, to develop product more and more around 3D integration. And those products will be in the form of scanner, potentially die-to-wafer bonder, a lot of things most probably we still have to discover. But this presents an opportunity for new product. And for all of you with us today in the room, new product, of course, will mean more volume. But be aware that those tools, more than any of the one before, will be sensitive to cost and quality. We have shipped the first of those tools. This is the XT260. So this is our first 3D integration product. It's going to be used in advanced packaging. And this is a highline technology, very old in ASML. But this tool is getting a huge interest from our customer. More than, I'll say, 10 customers are looking at evaluating this tool in the next 12 months, which is the sign basically of the interest for new technology as well. So this is a bit, again, us entering a segment of the market we didn't really cover in the past. Now you have all seen also our engagement with Mistral AI. A lot of that is about bringing AI in our processes. And I'm sure Wen will explain you over time that this is also an opportunity for you to basically get some support if you wanted to bring AI into your own company. And this is also the opportunity basically to develop together even more product, more opportunity, which could come to life also in the future. So let me now come to the last part of the presentation, which is playing by the market rules. So I already announced those rules before. Manage the cycle. You cannot be surprised when the market will go up or the market will be going down. This is part of our life. And each one of us together has to be able to basically deal with that. This is just the way this market works. It's not a surprise. We know that for years, and this is going to be true for many years to come. Cost down, I don't think there's been one meeting we had together, one supplier day, where we didn't tell you, you have to work on driving your costs down. This is not something nice to have. It's something we have to do. And, you know, if you are sometimes not capable to do it for whatever reason, we ask you to be creative, maybe by having a slightly different footprint, for example. But to be honest, if you still believe you won't be able to work on cost together with us, then we will be also looking at other solutions. So this is not a negotiable requirement. This is something we really have to do. Quality. The quality is also, of course, very important, also very much related to cost, by the way. We have quality still as a major issue with our customer. This will be also covered later today. You know, there's not one meeting with customer where quality doesn't come up. We need each one of you to really look at where the quality issues start. And as we do in ASML, point to those places and try to fix it there rather than waiting for us or our customer to give us the feedback that one of the parts is not working or that the quality of the part is not good enough. And finally, ESG. I know that this is a difficult discussion with a lot of you because sometimes you don't know what to do. We are here to help you. But I'd like to say they're also a bit like cost, quality, cycle. Do not believe that this is nice to have. That's also something that we are going to ask you to really work very hard with us moving forward. So just a few pictures to illustrate, you know this graph. I think we use it many, many years. This is still true. We went through a bit of a down cycle. I told you that some of our customers, some of the industry experts start to talk about an AI super cycle. So we could see things going up in the next few years. So what you have seen in the last few years is never a guarantee of what you're going to see in the next few years. And we have to be able to basically manage both, work with us, be transparent on the concern, and sometimes make some key decision together to support you if needed. This is cost. I'm going to skip because I already spent a lot of time. Quality, so this is a very important slide. We cannot start to work on quality once it hit our customer. And to be honest, this has been too often the way we did it at ASML. We find an issue at a customer and then we start working on it. We put all our energy, we solve the issue. The problem with that is that you only solve the issue at ends. You don't solve the root cause of the issue. If you want to do that, I think when express it pretty well, you say we have to move to the left. And moving to the left means that we have to address quality from the very start. And the very start is basically the customer needs and requirement which have to match our product. In ASML, too many times we have been creating product that had too much technology, that we are creating too much risk for our customer without having the right value. We need, when we come to you, to make sure that you have the bandwidth to really do what we ask you to do. A lot of you may be tempted to take, as much business as possible. It's okay as long as you have the bandwidth to do each part of the business correctly. And to be honest, in the last few years, we had two major events with some of you where you couldn't deliver on quality because most probably you took too much on yourself. Don't do that. Again, be transparent on what you cannot do so that we can together optimize a bit the way we're going to do things. And finally, these are a few quotes from our customer, and we have some videos that are pretty nice, and we could make that available for you. TSMC, strong drive to reduce energy consumption, to improve ESG in general. TSMC, 2-3 years ago, will not have made any of those quotes. Today, this is on top of their list. They talk to us about it every single meeting because this is what their customers are doing to them. Same with Micron, another few quotes here. I think just to illustrate is, if you don't believe from us that ESG is going to be critical, please hear it and believe it from our customer. So this is my presentation. I know that Wayne has a couple of burning questions, so I will ask him to join me back. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christophe. Really appreciate you taking the time while you're out there with a customer. I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to throw a few questions out that came in from our supplier survey. There's a lot of discussion about emerging markets. We're looking at shipping tools to places we've not historically had business, whether it's India or Vietnam. Can you speak to that a bit? And then there's a question here on supply chain resilience that I'll speak to. But can you speak a little bit about some of these new opportunities that we have in emerging markets?
Yeah, I think that, the fact that semiconductor has become so important, in fact, strategic for any country, because today no country believes they can grow without having access to semiconductor. So this is inviting a lot of country, future superpower, India is a good example, to want to invest in semiconductor, a bit like China did more than 20 years ago. I think we're going to see more of that in India. Most probably this will be an interesting place in the next 5 to 10 years. Potentially the Middle East, potentially Southeast Asia. And what we are doing there is try to be, with our customer as early as possible. And as we do that, I'm sure you will maybe touch on this also. To be honest, we see new customer, but we also see new supply. And those countries are also emerging market when it comes to supplying parts to the industry. And the good news is there is a creation of a new market. Maybe the less good news for some of the people in the room that they also could see more competition in those markets with some pressure applied on the people in play in those markets, ASML, for example, in a few years, to also use this supply chain. So I think what's very important on those emerging markets is that we make you aware this is happening. Also make you aware that this takes time, so I don't think that India will ramp in the next 2 years. I think it will more take 5 to 10 years to see a real business, but this will happen. And as we get there, as we increase our presence in those emerging markets, I think it's very important that you also think for yourself about, well, should I also be there? And we can help you to maybe to connect, to analyze a bit what's happening, to give you some background. I think it's very, very important. The world of semiconductor is getting, even more complex than what we have seen so far. So a lot of countries will just want to be part of this game.
Yeah, and throughout the day, we'll be talking about our global footprint. We're working with many of you in our expansion into Southeast Asia. That's going to extend, as Christophe said, into India and into other countries like Vietnam. So working closely together and keeping aligned on a strategy there, I think, is critical, and we'll be in touch on more details. Second question, I think for the first time we really talked about 3D packaging and the 3D integration, showing 2D scaling, so starting to slow down a little bit, and the 3D integration picking up some of the slack there. Maybe you can give us just a few more words on how you see that. Should our suppliers be worried about the slowing of the 2D integration, and how do they need to think about this opportunity in 3D integration?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So first on the slowing down of 2D scaling. So I think you should not worry about that, because if you're going to slow down 2D scaling and you still want the same amount of transistor at the end of the day, it means you're going to have to print more wafers, right? And more wafer means more machines. So the slowdown of 2D scaling is driving volume. And we have seen that happening already in many places. I think one good example, for example, is China, where China works on mature technology using a certain node, let's say 28 nanometer. The node doesn't change. It's 28 nanometer forever. And if they want more capacity, if they want more product, they just have to build more fab. So if you don't shrink, you need more volume and therefore more system. So that part is not a threat. And the other part, which is now that you have printed all those transistors, you want to stack them together to basically make the whole thing fit as a system on the chip, then that creates the opportunity to develop a new technology, a new product. So the axis I showed you before, the y-axis, is on top of. So in no way this is going to reduce our business, our volume in lithography, but it's going to provide the opportunity to create new product, new tools, which will be used basically to create this 3D integration. Now, the reason we go into this market, it's because of a lot of the technology we have developed for lithography, for 2D scaling, can be transferred and used on 3D integration. And a lot of our customers tell us today, you really need to transfer this technology because the existing one is not scalable. We like to go faster, we like to get more accurate, and we cannot really do that with the technology that exists today. So we also get invited by our customer basically to do that. Now, the last good news, I would say, it's maybe a better news for you than for us. So those tools are not going to be extremely expensive, right? So if you look at the price of a 260, it's a fraction of the price of an INA system. But the volume of system will be a lot higher. So we will need a lot more parts, we'll need a lot more product to be shipped compared to an INA tool. And over time, as we get traction, we will talk more and more about this. There will be a point of time also where most probably when start to make sure that you are ready to support a potential ramp on those products. But again, those products will drive also on your side, I think, more volume, most of the time based on technology we have already developed together.
Very good. Christophe, I know your time is short here, so we'll spend a lot of the day, of course, going over the rules of the industry that you talked about and how we do that together. Any last word of advice for our suppliers?
Yeah, so I call them rules because sometimes, you've been there when we have those discussions on cost, on quality. And, it's even true in ASML. Sometimes people feel they can get away with it. I think the latest is ESG, where some people try to delay the discussion as long as possible because, maybe there are better things to do. And I call them the rule of the industry because, our customer do not accept us to be a player in this industry if we don't respect those rules. And this is getting more and more, I would say, serious. Cycle, cost, quality, and again, ESG. And I think the same applies to everyone in the room. So my strong advice is don't try to manage ASML on that. We're not, it's not a negotiation. When we talk about cost, we're not trying to squeeze some more money out of you so that, we make more profit. Now, when we talk about cost, we really invite you to be creative on your product, on your processes, to structurally reduce the cost without necessarily affecting your profitability, because that's the way we also want to do it in ASML. But my key message is none of that is negotiable. And what is a requirement first can become a disqualifier if you don't take it seriously.
Very good. Christophe, thanks a lot for your time. That, I think, helps frame our discussion for the day very well. Thank you.
好，谢谢 Christophe 还有 Wayne 在线上为我们演讲。接下来，让我们欢迎 Hemon Boom，Head of Strategic Sourcing and Procurement 上台为我们分享艾斯摩尔的供应战略。
Next session, I would like to welcome Head of Strategy Sourcing and Procurement, Herman Boom, come to the stage to share his insight for ASML sourcing strategy. Let's give a warm welcome to Herman. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everybody, and it's wonderful actually to see so many of you show up on our Supplier Day. It's important to us. It's one of the most important days that we have throughout the year. Not just because it's Supplier Day and not because we just have it marked in our schedule and our agenda, because together as we're sitting here, you, together with us, actually represent our ability to be able to deliver to our customers. So of course, this is very important. And we heard Christophe talk about the rules of the industry, so I'm going to translate that a little bit into what we do for the sourcing strategy, and later this afternoon we'll actually hear Michiel talk about that in a little bit more detail in terms of how we have been doing, but also what we need to improve and what we need to work on together moving forward. Now, a little bit of myself. I'm a bit of a new face, at least on the supplier side of things for ASML, but I've been in the company for some time. Started in engineering, did different things, working in optics, working in product management, working in program management for deep UV, for EUV. At some point, started leading the global engineering. Last few years, I've been leading the deep UV business for ASML. And as of April, Wayne and Christophe asked me, Herman, can you help us with the supply chain? So here I am, and I hope I don't disappoint, so we'll see. Now, we heard Christophe talk about the rules of the industry. And the reason that the rules of the industry are so important is because of number one, which we're going to talk about. Customers rely on us. The second part of that is we'll find out, right? We know that we cannot do this alone. So strategic collaboration between ASML and our customers, but likewise between ASML and our suppliers is very important. And then, of course, we heard Christophe talk about that as well already. So how do we do this together in terms of being resilient to industry cycles, but also building an innovative supply chain? And often if we talk about innovation, people think about technology. And absolutely, it's absolutely true, of course, innovation is very important in the technology space. But innovation is also important in the space of operational excellence. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more today. So let's head up with customers' reliance on us. And let me start with this picture. And we'll hear a little bit more about that today. But what you see here is actually a simplification of a production process at our customers. And when they build a fab, they actually build a fab with lithography as a constraint. Why? Because lithography is actually the most expensive, one of the most expensive steps, the most expensive step in the total process. And also terms and investments, if you look at the numbers over here, a total fab can be as expensive as 38 billion. and then the total content of that in terms of lithography in there can be as high as 10 billion. So that means customers are building litho as a constraint in their fab. For some of you that know about the theory of constraints, you know how that works, right? And so they have been doing that. And so now, if you look at that a little bit deeper, then you actually find out that it's also seeing here on the left-hand side that ASML is the largest wafer fab equipment company. Not only that, it's been growing also the fastest. So that means that also the reliance of our customers on us is not only high, it has been growing, and it's still growing, right? And it's growing faster than the industry, and that's actually what you see here on the right-hand side. So that means also that with that dependence that they have on us, brings an enormous responsibility on us to be able to deliver on what they need. So going back towards what Christoph was saying on the rules of the industry, it means that we need to deliver on the right cost, certainly on the right quality, right, within the lead time that we need, while also making sure that our footprint on the planet remains in control. So this is a very important point. And we'll hear a little bit more about that today. Then on the point of strategic collaboration. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong button. Strategic collaboration. There's a number of elements which are very important there. And first of all, the foundation of collaboration, right? Second, the proactive market alignment. So we are sharing our forecast with you based on what we see happening in the market, also what we know of how historically markets behave, right? So it's to do the best of our knowledge, and we do that in a transparent way and with all the information that we have available. Which also goes into long-term planning and investment, right? So only if we collaborate, this will enable these kind of long-term investments, building on a longer-term relationship, a strategic relationship, if you like, between us. And the last, and certainly not least, is operational efficiency and innovation. I talked already a little bit. So the joint development, the joint working together working on solving problems, but also together innovating on new products, doing MPIs together, addressing performance of the product, of course, but also the quality, but also the lead time of those things, and cost remains very important. And for this, we have our framework. We have our QLTS framework, right? Quality, logistics, technology, cost, and sustainability. And I always say it starts with technology. Not because technology is the most important, but it's very simple. If you don't have the technology, if you don't have the right product, then it doesn't matter what we do, right? So technology is like a given. But you need to step up on quality. Quality, as a reliance of our customers is going up, also the requirement on us in terms of quality and quality behaviors and quality follow-up is increasing. Logistics, we need to have the right products for our customers, but we need to have them on time in the right volume. Certainly with the position that we have in the market, this is a very important responsibility that we have together. And on cost, I sometimes feel for some people is something that we also have to do after we did the other things. But cost is actually, as Christel also laid out, is actually our right to play. It's very critical. And yes, there's some differentiation in the different markets that ASML is active in, but all of them have in common that cost is important. So in order to achieve our goals together, it's also clear that each of us individually will be struggling to address cost in an efficient way. So that means when addressing cost, we'll have to do it together. So either we do that, so we do that already in the product design phase, where we work with you. We actually see your knowledge on manufacturing technology, we apply in our product design. Right? Later, together with you, we optimize production processes, manufacturing, we work on yield, and as a result, are able to improve the cost. Now, people sometimes ask me, Herman, so we understand why you are asking for cost improvements on Deep UV. Deep UV, ASML is playing in a very competitive field, as also in for metrology. But why are you asking this for EUV? And it goes back to what Christoph was showing on one of the slides. Right? He was showing that actually together, we are on this cost of technology curve, right? So the only reason why the next product will be there is because we will be able to deliver a product which gives a lower cost of technology for our customers. So it's not automatic there will be a new one, right? So the cost and this is certainly valid for AUV, right? So although AUV is not in a competitive field, I always say it is still competitive. It's competitive with the economies that we all have to deal with, the economies of the industry. Now, if you look at collaboration, then I look here, I have made a little bit of a summary on supplier engagements. And so is a bit of a summary of all the different improvements, all the different projects we have been doing together with you. So 63 engagements, 63 larger scale projects that we have been doing with you. Quite a few of them completed. Topics we work on, quality, repair backlog, cost improvement, cycle time, MPIs, supply chain organization development. Many of them. Typically they take 6 months, right? We have different phases of that, and we also have kind of a monitoring period where we, together with you, actually work to see if all the improvements that we made actually stick. So it's also call upon you. So if you are struggling with certain elements, you feel that you need help, or you see areas where you say, well, this we cannot do alone, this is where we really need to collaborate, then let us know. We have specific people, a couple of 100 people across the globe that are ready actually to work with you on different elements concerning the supply chain. Next topic is quality. And we heard Christoph also talk about this one. But I'd like to take the same slide and extend it a little bit, because if you look at this slide, over here you see the purple dots. The purple dots represent, it's a bit of a representation of the different root causes, how they are laid out over the product life cycle of a product. Right? And if I overlay the different areas of the ASML, first of course we have development engineering on the left-hand side, we have sourcing and procurement, then we have our factories, and we'll learn more about our factories this afternoon, right? And of course, on the right-hand side, we have our customers and our service organization. Now, together with our suppliers, together with you, right, we're in a pretty unique position, because we're all the way on the left, right? First of all, in terms of product design, but also in terms of manufacturing all the parts, right? That also means that whatever goes wrong on the right-hand side will probably have a root cause more to the left, right? And this is my invitation to you, right? So we need to make this move towards the left. We'll probably hear a little bit more about shift left later today, also in the presentation from our customer Micron. But this is very important. So I'm asking you not only to look at this from a perspective, hey, this is part, what happened with this part? Is the root cause actually in my factory? The root cause might actually be in our factory. But since you are most knowledgeable on the parts that you manufacture, we also ask for your help to tell us what to do. And we found out, actually, we have seen quite some good examples of some of you doing that, leading to some great results. Now, the next thing is shorter lead times. Well, we talked about the market, Christoph talked about the market cyclicality. And well, it's true, of course, that if you look at the grand cycles of the industry, they cover years. Also, the lead time of our products could be as long as a year, and EUV is a little bit longer. Now, we have been making some good progress. 2023, you see NXC starting over 2 years, whereas today we're probably going to about, it's a little bit short of 80 weeks, with a target to make another improvement to 1 year in the next 2 years to come. The good part of that is we have plans to do that, right? So we think we'll meet that, but this will also need to do together with you. The same on the high-NA systems. High-NA systems coming from a long way. I think 265 years lead time for the very first systems. Now, of course, these were prototype-like systems, down to 183, but still too much. In the end, our ambition is go to 85, because that's a number that we feel we can manage together with you and our customers. So lead time, And with that also cycle time is an absolute priority, particularly on those parts, because the mismatch of those cycle times with the industry cycle, but also the visibility that people have in the business window of the industry, is that mismatch is a problem. Now, the next thing is, of course, being able to deliver and having the right demand and at the same time the right supply to be able to deliver on that demand. And we heard talk about the $1 trillion potential revenue of the total semiconductor market in 2030. We've been guiding towards a certain cone. Now, what we have been doing in the last year, and actually there will be a little bit more coming ahead, we have been reducing that cone. We have been making that cone smaller. First of all, because our visibility, of course, is improving as time progresses, but also to simplify actually what we ask from you, right? So some of you told us, hey, dear ASML, what you ask us in terms of capacities is sometimes a little bit difficult to understand. So we're also moving towards a somewhat simplified version of that, where we basically tell everybody, we want you to always be ready to increase your output with 20% in 12 months. Now, there will be some, so this is about the average, right? So for some of you, this will be a little different, depending on the portfolio that we have with you, right? But in general, 20% in 12 months, and there could be specific arrangements which your account leads and your SATs will actually will discuss with you. Next thing is cost. So we talked about cost of technology. So we are on a path towards 30% cost reduction towards 2030. Extremely important to be able to meet the roadmap in terms of cost of technology. Not only that, so we're using different methods. Low-cost geographies. So many of you, of course, represent here our supply chain in Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, where you have access to actually those low-cost places. But also end-tier price volume agreements, very important. Some of you sharing supply chains, actually being able to bring it together, which is where we will also help be able to get some economies of scale. And design to cost, very important one. I've seen some beautiful examples also here in Asia with some of you of collaboration between you and our engineering teams, either in Wilton, in Veldhoven, or San Diego, San Jose, actually taking huge cost reductions. And I can tell you, the 30% from what I've seen might be a little bit too conservative. We can do this. This is very good. Now, a look at our sustainability. 28 suppliers have signed up our commitment letter to reduce greenhouse gases by 2030. Some of you are on the list, some of you are not on the list. I want to have you on the list next year, okay? So I was already joking, and maybe it's not a joke. Next year I'm going to have a slide with all the people that didn't make it, okay? But for once that did, thank you very much. I think it's very good. I think it's also very good to go first in the industry. And don't be scared, don't be afraid of this. There's a lot of things that we still have to learn on sustainability. There's a lot of things we still have to learn together and also work together on. So it's not about signing up for the whole thing necessarily. See what you can do. Let's take a target together, right? And work together. And as we go, because this is still 5 years out, right? As we go, we can make this happen. I'm very confident on this. Building a resilient and innovative supply chain. And we talked about this before. So for ASML, this is about 4 things. It's category strategies. So we have different categories, meaning we have mechanics, we have optics, we have optics assemblies, and so on, electronics, and so on, and so on. And we have detailed strategies for those. And for most of you, we also share the respective strategies for the segment that you are working in. Supplier engagements, I already talked about that. Also supplier allocation. So the way some of you ask me, Herman, how do you actually allocate business? Well, we do that based on QLTCS performance. And you might think that the weighing factors in there are a little bit different. They're not so much. So sustainability is becoming increasingly important in terms of for us to select suppliers, as is cost, as is quality, right? So all of them weigh almost equally in our supplier selection. So it's very important for you to realize that. Last one, global footprint, and I will move to my next slide to be able to explain a little bit on that. So ASML, being a European, being a Dutch company, of course, we have had our supply chain for a long time in Europe. I think that Europe is even a little bit big. It will probably be the Netherlands and Germany, right? So even smaller. But of course, we have been expanding in the last 15, 20 years, right? So we have some of our supply chain in the US as well. But I think where we're falling short a little bit is on our supply chain in Asia. And this has been growing in the last 10, 15 years as well, particularly when we had the Linkau factory over here, now expanding our manufacturing facilities also in Taiwan. But at the same time, we're also moving significant part of our mature business, we call it, our deep UV business, towards Asia. Why we do that? Normally, we would like to have a supply chain close to our engineering because of the learning curve that we have to go through. But in this case, when these products are more mature, actually the speed of change in those products is lower, and as a result, we can make the move. At the same time, we're also building more engineering capability in Asia. So you'll also see some of us, you'll see more of that capability materialize in different places here as well. Let me finish up. So I think our future is bright. I mean, we heard Christoph talk about it. You probably see the news with all the money going around in AI. And sometimes it feels a little bit like all the money is being pumped around. The good part of that is every time it passes one of the people using semiconductors, it also passes our systems, right? So this is a good thing. So there's a huge opportunity there. Now, of course, how fast this thing will grow, we don't know. We cannot project the future, but if you look at how things have been accelerating between last year and this year, it's been very significant. So the opportunity is big. And I think that's also important that we keep that belief in that market. Certainly, if you look at market data today and you see what's brewing in the market, if you all read the news, I think we can be quite confident. The only way to be able to address that, when this market really starts accelerating compared to where we are today, is we have to be completely in sync. That meaning that all of us need to be able to deliver on the same move rates. Because if I ship a system to a customer, if I miss a single part, I cannot ship it, right? So being synchronized and collaborating on that is going to be very important. And then towards the future, we need to build together a strong strategic partnership to drive actually the innovation and the growth, to have the confidence together to do that. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your continued collaboration and for us, for all of us, for all of you working with us in the past year. Thank you very much.
好的，谢谢 Hamon。接下来，让我们欢迎 Head of Regional and Indirect SSMP Edward Stifford 为大家分享艾斯摩尔的市场展望。
Now I would like to introduce Head of Regional and Indirect SSMP Edward Stifford come to say to share his perspective of ASML update. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to talk today about the market. I think some of the points have already been said by Christoph and Herman. Just one step back. I'm very happy to see all of you here. I've been do a small introduction because I know most of you, but luckily the room is increasing in terms of attendance. I've been with the company for over 25 years, 23 of those at the customer side, and 2 years ago I joined the sourcing and procurement organization. So I'm very happy that this is my third time on this stage here on the Supplier Day in Asia. Same room, but I think we started with probably half the tables 3 years ago. And I think we're going to get almost close to the full size in terms of our supply base here now in Asia. So what my responsibilities are, the regional sourcing and procurement organizations and indirect. Regional means the US organizations and the Asia organizations. We started 2 years ago. I started 2 years ago, and we had an organization in Taiwan. As of today, we have a sourcing and procurement organization in Taiwan, Japan, Korea, Singapore, and very recently we opened our office in Penang, Malaysia, for our sourcing and procurement colleagues as well. So if you were doubting our commitment to Asia, I'd like to reassure you that we're in all the way to benefit from your capabilities and the cost leverage that you have. Now, starting the presentation, 3 blocks, about 6-7 slides, market outlook, business update, and of course, right, every presentation today will talk about cost and the help that we need on that topic from you. Now, market outlook, of course, when you talk about market, you have to sort of start with the elephant in the room, which is the geopolitics. It's all something that's very, very dynamic. When we started earlier in the year with the unfortunate tariff discussion. We, as ASML, started a task force. We started daily. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was part of the task force, having the US organization and the Asia organization. And to be honest, with our contacts with Washington on a daily basis, we had no clue what was happening. So things changed on a daily basis. But the good news is that slowly now things are starting to stabilize. The bad news is the tariffs are still there. The good news is we can now start to mitigate. And mitigations we've implemented is, let's call it supply chain optimization, and things like free trade zones, where some of you will notice that Wilton, we had Wilton as a free trade zone 5 years ago. We abandoned it, but we reinstated it as a free trade zone, which will have maybe some impact for some of you when you ship parts to Wilton. That's one. So some stability there, some good news. And the second one is on reshoring, right? You see Japan very stably reshoring with the TSMC and Rapidas. You see TSMC in Europe. But unfortunately, we encountered some instability in the US, where it was not clear with the tariffs and with the incentives if our customers could expand. We also see some stability there now with of course, TSMC going ahead full force with their Phoenix organization. So that's somewhat good news. Now, if I look at the whole economy, a bit on a macro level, you see, put a few graphs here together on things that should represent the confidence on the global economy. On the left, you see inflation, right? My economy teacher in the past said that you need a little bit of inflation, not too much, but a little bit is okay. You see GDP. Countries are becoming a bit more bullish on GDP. The PMI index, the purchasing people, which we are more optimistic. You want that to be above 50. It's close to 51. And then the volatility index on the stock market is also becoming more stable, which means that people are more prone to start to invest. So that's a bit of good news. Now, move on. Yeah. Now, some figures on AI, right? You see a lot of investment, a lot of hype on AI, but what's now really, the rubber hitting the road? This is a graph on investments from the hyperscalers, right? The NVIDIAs of the world. And you see indeed that they have really hockey sticked their investment over the past, 2 years with more to come. So that's really money that they are going to be putting into our supply chain, into us, and therefore also into you. You see companies in the middle, Oracle, right? Very, very bullish on their investments and their revenue that they are going to get out of this AI cloud infrastructure. I think Herman talked about it. You now see these companies also putting money out there, investing huge amount, billions of euros into actual product that they're going to buy from the TSMCs of the world. So you see, basically, and that's also a little bit represented in our order books, the growth driven by AI. Now, what does that mean for ASML? Some of it you've been able to see in our Q3 figures, right? If you read the subtitle, we're at 7.5 billion euro in Q3. We plan, it's always a bit of a hockey stick in ASML, right? Q4 to be between 9 and close to 10 billion euro, which puts the full year north of 32 billion euros, which in these times is still about a 15% growth year on year. Now, the questions I get always is, okay, where's my 15% from some of you? And now there's two main reasons here. One of it, and Herman touched upon it, is a bit the product mix, right? We have some products from business lines that are doing better than others. So if you're less diversified across our product mix, you will have more impact. And the second one is, and I've said this consistently for the last 2 years, we have not stopped taking in material, right? Where some of our peers have basically said, oh, there's a little headwind, let's stop taking in material. Dear supplier, you're on your own. We have been what we feel more responsible, and we've continued to take in material. And that means that we have buffer stocks, and that material is something we're now depleting. So you'll see our order book grow, and you still may say, hey, where's my new orders? And we have honestly more than we wanted inventory, which we still have to burn down. But at some point in time, you'll see our start plans, our intake plans also increasing. Now, a little bit more detail on the bottom left. We'll focus, of course, in 2D, but 2D, Christophe said it, we can no longer satisfy the need for processing power by 2D scaling, so they're just going to stack this stuff on top of each other. That's not because our customers want that, that is because they cannot get it in a single die anymore, either from a technology reason or from a cost reason. So 3D integration is something or technology we're going to also deploy, hopefully with the help of you. It's a very cost-sensitive market space, but we're going to create muscles together with all of you in Southeast Asia to be able to hit those cost points. We talked about Mistral, right? Get more of this AI into our products and also into our operations. So even in the sourcing and procurement organization, we have started to use AI in our discussions with some of you. Top right, we traditionally saw logic, TSMC, but we also now see DRAM, Samsung, Hynix, and you'll hear Micron just after this session talk about that they also see the market ramp for their high bandwidth memory. Very lucrative business for Micron as well. Now China, we've had, of course, worked our way through all of the backlog in the last few years, but we see the amount of business from China reducing to what we call more of a healthy level. Question I also get a lot is, are you losing market share in China? Is there somebody that can also do this? Of course, we remain paranoid. So far, we feel, we know that there's not a credible competitor yet, but we need to stay vigilant. We, together with you, hit the performance, hit the cost, in order for us to be competitive and remain competitive in that space. Now, for next year, we're saying that we're going to be at least the same revenue than we were this year, so north of 32 billion. Now, last but not least, of course, cost, right? Why are we talking to you about cost? These are the numbers. You represent. Good news is you represent 80% of the cost of our system. The bad news is you represent 80% of the cost of our system. That's why we're here. That's why we're here in Southeast Asia, helping us with the growth and helping us with the cost. Talked about this. Competition in DUV from our Japanese friends. Competition in both optical and EB metrology. Fierce competition. Where we need to hit Leonard knows this, and he will talk about it, will need to hit the cost and the quality to compete with some formidable competitors in the e-beam metrology space. Now, you saw this graph before. Repetition is the mother of all knowledge, so 30%, keep that in mind. Herman showed you a few of the levers. I'd like to be complete. So design to cost, very important, give us feedback, sourcing in low-cost geographies, that's why we're here. Not only look at the cost of goods of the parts you ship, but also packaging. We tend to overdo it when it comes to packaging. If you have better suggestions, please. We'd like to ship more and more by boat, not only for cost, but also for ESG purposes. Commercial optimization, right? If we order 1 by 1, while we need 10, suggest to us, why don't you order by 10? Because then you don't have to readjust your machines, and you can just push this material out in a more economic fashion. Alternative manufacturing technologies is a big thing. More and more of our suppliers are suggesting additive technologies, 3D printing. It slashes the lead time, and in some cases it slashes the cost. So this is really a disruptive thing that honestly, maybe our European suppliers are a little bit ahead compared to our Asian suppliers. So please start to take a look at those technologies as well. Cleaning, right? Manufacture clean such that we don't have to clean afterwards. If you have suggestions, maybe to compartmentalize, this can be a little less clean, this needs to be clean, please give it to us. Simplify supply chain, very important. I think Leonard from our HMI team is also going to talk about this. You can add value to us if you deliver parts to us at a higher buy level, right? It helps from an operational perspective, it helps from a logistical perspective. So take more ownership and suggest higher level buys compared to all of these parts where we get all kinds of complications, and we use the power and the capability that you have more. Enter your volume price. We've started to negotiate on connectors, on couplings, and make sure that you benefit in your buying space from the agreements that we have made. So contact your sub teams to see if there's something you use a lot of. Does ASML have a price established with that end tier? It's very important. Unprescribing parts, very important. Our engineering community tends to prescribe a lot. If you have, which we are pushing back on, right? Because we have to be cost effective. We need comparable material also out of Asia. If you have recommendations, please give them to us. We've already cleared out aluminum types. We've cleared out steel types. We've cleared out connectors, piping already. But if there's stuff that's really annoying, right? Why do I have to ship this from Europe and build it here in Asia? Please connect to us, and we will work with our D&E teams to unprescribe or to make sure that that material gets qualified as well. Last but not least, ESG, but certainly cost, right? If you don't have to build it new, you more or less just repair. It's very important also to hit cost, and that's something with when we're building up the new supply chain in Asia, that's something that we see as a package deal, right? We don't only want to buy new from you, you also have to take responsibility for the repair process. And that was my last slide.
谢谢 Edward。接下来我们将倾听来自客户的声音。我们很荣幸的邀请到艾斯摩尔的重要客户之一美光科技来到现场，让我们欢迎来自美光的嘉宾。
In our next segment, for this year's Voice of Customer, we are honored to invite our valuable customer, Micron. May we put our hands together to welcome Patrick and David on stage.
Welcome. Welcome. There's Patrick. There's David.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're honored that, as you know, that last year we had TSMC as a voice of the customer. We're very honored to have our esteemed customer Micron also, being able to address you and to make sure that whatever Micron is requiring from us, we're also transparently relaying that to you. A quick introduction for the two gentlemen. On the left side, now right side, is David. Right? David is a senior director at Micron Central Teams. They have an organization centrally that optimizes, creates efficiency, and drives cost for all of the factories. So that's a very important role. He's a veteran in the semiconductor industry and basically has been his entire life spending in manufacturing and factory. So an authority when it comes to, driving efficiency, quality, agility. And we're very happy to have you here, David.
Thank you.
Patrick. Patrick is one of my brothers in sourcing and procurement in the Micron organization, also a veteran in procurement, specializes, of course, in capital. That's why we are lucky to have him deal with ASML and drives together with us cost efficiency to make sure that Micron hits the wafers per day and hits the cost per wafer. A very important parameter. Both gentlemen have traveled the world and have a lot of international experience.
Thank you.
So very happy to have you here. And I'm going to hand over to you to address us.
Yeah,
thank you.
All right. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you for that excellent introduction. Good to see all of you here today at ASML Supplier Day Asia 2025. David and I are going to talk to you a bit about enabling customer success with Micron. We are at an unprecedented time in our industry, in the semiconductor industry. And this unprecedented time calls for an unprecedented response. ASML has answered that call. Just to give you some flavor, so 700 plus suppliers, millions of parts, 2 kilometers of wiring, 50 submodules, all to create one ASML scanner. And I've been told that the integration takes place across approximately 40 different countries. So truly, ASML is answering the call in terms of what is required in our industry today. So I'm going to talk to you a bit today. I'm going to give you an introduction to Micron and talk to you about how Micron partners with its supplier base, talk about semiconductor manufacturing challenges, and talking about how Micron enables customer success. All right, but before I get started, I do need to mention a piece of our safe harbor statement. So during this meeting, we may make projections or other forward-looking statements regarding future events or the future financial performance of the company and the industry. We want to remind you that these statements are projections and that actual events or results may differ from what we share during the presentation today. Thank you. So who is Micron? Micron was founded on October 5th, 1978. It is headquartered in the United States in Boise, Idaho. Our FY25 revenue was recently $37.4 billion. That was a record for Micron. It put us at number 170 on the Fortune 500 2025 list. We have 60,000 patents and growing, so we have a significant base of intellectual property. And we're in 30 plus major cities with Micron offices, 13 manufacturing sites and customer fabs, and we currently have over 53,000 team members, and we're continuing to expand. So Micron delivers a broad portfolio of memory and storage solutions for our customers. In memory, we offer high bandwidth memory and graphics memory, GDDR solutions, low-power DRAM and DRAM, multi-chip packages of both DRAM and NAND. And in storage, we have a significant portfolio of solid-state drives, or SSDs, and we also offer flash storage for both NAND and NOR. So this is a view of Micron's most recent fiscal quarter results. So this is FQ4 of FY25. We came in at $11.3 billion, which is a record for Micron. Very proud of that. It was 22% growth quarter over quarter and 46% growth year over year. If you look at Micron's revenue, about 20% comes from NAND and about 79% comes from DRAM. By business unit, it breaks down as $4.5 billion in cloud memory, $3.8 billion in mobile and client, and both core data center and automotive and embedded come in at about a little under $2 billion each. This gave us a 45.7% gross margin and a 35% operating margin. So Micron has guided forward-looking feedback of 1.2 million in sequential revenue for next quarter, first part of FY26. So we continue to see growth in the semiconductor industry. We continue to see revenue growth. Micron is the only memory supplier in the United States, and we believe that that uniquely positions us to capture much of the AI demand going forward. All right, this is a look at our global manufacturing footprint. So Micron is expanding manufacturing and R&D worldwide. Right now, Micron is located in the United States, India, Malaysia, Japan, China, Taiwan, and Singapore. In the United States, Micron is building a new fabrication facility in Idaho right now, and they have a second one planned. We're also planning a mega fab complex in New York. And here in Asia, Micron is also expanding its clean room footprint in Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore. All of this is being done to capture the fantastic opportunity which exists in the semiconductor industry today, and we absolutely want our supplier base to come along with us on the journey to capture all that demand as well. All right. Core values drive Micron's success. Micron's mission, be a global leader in memory and storage solutions. Micron's vision, to transform how the world uses information to enrich our lives for all of us. The values. Micron puts 5 things as its core values. These 5 values are used for our strategic decision-making, our projects, our tactical decision-making. These go into everything that we do, minute over minute, day over day. People, innovation, customer focus, Micron tenacity, and collaboration. This is how we work and who we are. So this is a look at the global semiconductor revenue forecast. And the picture is bright and up and to the right when you look at the global forecast. So according to SEMI, McKinsey & Company, and Tech Insights, they all project revenue for the semiconductor industry above $1 trillion by 2030. So question then is, well, what's driving this significant growth in semiconductor industry? Key drivers, in 2025, we're seeing significant AI momentum already, normalization of memory prices. In 2026, we see sustained AI infrastructure growth, so continued AI infrastructure growth. In 27, you've got the rise of edge AI, agentic AI, automotive demand, industrial Internet of Things. In 28, we see increased growth in HBM, GPUs, AI inference dominance. And when you move all the way out to 29 and 30, we see 3D packaging, chiplet architecture, AI at the edge, and of course, the build out of the eventual 6G architecture. So again, the picture in the revenue growth in this industry looks bright, and we are absolutely ready to partner with our suppliers to meet all the challenges of meeting this growth as we go forward. All right, so I want to talk now a bit about partnership and how Micron partners with its supplier base. So partnership is critical to create innovative solutions and gain successes in business. I want to give an example of success via partnership between ASML and Micron that happened recently. So Micron told ASML, we need an equipment service model designed to support Micron-specific business strategy, meaning that maximizes output, helps our capacity, allows us to get more wafers out the door. We need ASML to manage scanner availability performance to Micron's metrics. So we need ASML to use MA percentage uptime on its scanner fleet to manage availability, not ATP, not SDU. We need both companies to speak the same language in how we manage our scanner fleet. We need proactive part replacement. We need longer lifetimes, cable swaps to maximize uptime, and we need improved part stocking. So ASML took this feedback and then went back internally and worked with their team to innovate a solution to deliver what Micron needs for its customer needs. And what they came back with was they created a new service model which is fit to Micron's specific strategy to deliver higher scanner MA percentage availability, which the service model enables improved capacity and it aligns tool performance metrics to Micron's internal metrics. So they specifically listened to what we needed for our customer and delivered. It also improves part stocking and proactive part replacement, again, to enable higher machine availability. This is an example of a success that you only can get when you partner well and collaborate well with your valued suppliers. So that is exactly what Micron is looking to do with all of its suppliers going forward. So partnership, we're asking for suppliers to help us enable cost competitiveness. So let's drive cost out together. Micron identifies 4 specific areas which are significant cost drivers: capital expense, operational expense, scale, and yield. So capital expense, which of course I work in capital procurement, we're looking for suppliers to help us lower the cost of ownership year over year. Cash flow management, we're looking for help with flexible payment terms and deferred payment. As you know, Micron spends an incredible amount of capital every year on new machine technology. So we need help to smooth that across quarters, smooth that across years to manage our capital efficiency. R&D technology, we're looking for suppliers to invest in Micron with first-of-a-kind evaluations in our R&D centers. In terms of operational expense, we're looking for help to drive equipment service contract costs down, drive billable costs down, reduce the cost year over year. Same with spare parts, drive costs down, and extend lifetime of spare parts. So fewer part swaps also means less cost for Micron. Utilities consumption, as I showed you, there's significant expansion in the industry going forward, and this will drive a significant amount of utilities costs. We're looking for our suppliers to make tools that use less water and less power per tool. Scale, we need suppliers to build processes that scale along with us as we grow. TIQ, that stands for Tool Install Qual Readiness. We need suppliers to help speed up their install times. The faster we can get wafers out of your tool, the faster we can lower our cost. Same with tool productivity, cycle time, raw process time, supplier-dependent uptime. The sooner we can get your tool, the better productivity we can get of your tool, the more wafers we can get out of it, and the faster we can reduce cost. Yield, looking for suppliers' help to reduce yield gaps. So improve part-to-part matching, homogeneity. Also, detection gaps. Look for improved outgoing quality out control. Machine maturity. This is a critical piece. We're looking for suppliers to help us shift left. So when you bring a new tool into our fab, we want that tool to come up to a mature level as soon as possible. The sooner that tool reaches maturity, the faster that we scale up on our yield curve, especially on a new product release. So the sooner we start driving cost out, and the sooner that we're more competitive versus our competition earlier. So absolutely looking to help speed up tool maturity. We are also looking to partner with our suppliers, asking them to help build flexible supply chains. So specifically, 4 areas: sourcing, resilience, agility, and speed. We are asking our suppliers to concentrate on. In terms of sourcing, we're looking for multi-sourcing critical components. Let's not run out of critical components. Near-shore to low-cost regions and opportunities where you have to reduce cost. A global location strategy, so when you put your supply chains in place, please consider the global location. Natural disasters, tariffs, geopolitical impacts, plan for that. Resilience, we're looking for suppliers to reduce equipment lead time and ensure BCPs, business continuity plans, prevent impact to Micron's business. In terms of agility, we're looking for flexibility to pull in equipment delivery and install times. Micron makes significant frequent changes, I'm sure the ASML team knows, to our output plan. And we need flexibility to pull in tool delivery times and speed up install times to be able to hit our very aggressive ramp and demand plans. So looking for your flexibility there. Also, asking you to build scalability into your supply chain to enable your company to scale with Micron as we expand our business. In terms of speed, again, I already mentioned faster tool install qual support. We're also looking for suppliers to further digitize their supply chain platforms. AI integration. Anywhere that a supplier can add autonomous AI decision-making, AI management of parts inventory, or AI management of logistics to speed up or make more efficient delivery, we're asking you to move those AI resources into your supply chain. And I believe Dave is going to speak to you next about semiconductor manufacturing challenges.
Thank you. 大家好，我是大卫。Thank you. I want to peel back the curtain a little bit and give you a glimpse into some of our challenges in the manufacturing environment. And we think that this is very valuable for you to see where you might be able to make a very positive impact to what we see as what's required to ultimately satisfy the customer needs and requirements. So we manufacture a lot of really small parts in memory, whether it's DRAM, HBM, or NAND. And as you know, making small things is really difficult to do. And to give some context to the size of things, the human hair is 80,000 nanometers. You need a microscope to be able to see things like red blood cells or bacteria. But the transistor size now is down to 5 nanometers. And then the tolerance for that is on now angstrom level, double-digit angstrom level. And to give some context to a single atom, it's 1 angstrom. And so we continue to shrink, and we continue to expect greater capability and precision from the wafer and from the suppliers as well. And if you think about Moore's law, which says double transistors per unit area every 2 years, the tolerances, the specs, the criticality, the challenges continue to get more difficult year after year after year. And if you reflect on this image here from IMEC using EUV lithography, one of ASML's tools, it's amazing where we've come over the last number of generations, yeah? And fundamentally, though, in our world, it's still a transistor, it's still a capacitor connected by a bit line, triggered by a word line. The foundational practices for what we manufacture still remains the same. And our success really boils down to those 3 key things in the lower right. It's accuracy, it's precision, and it's repeatability. So we've shared and we're proud of our position as a technology leader in the memory manufacturing space. And we have been for a number of years now. And to keep up with that Moore's law cadence, we're introducing new technologies every couple of years. And so what you show here is an image of a yield curve or a ramp-up curve of yield. And in concert with that, we have what we call concurrent ramps, or things happening at the same time. And the next ramp is the capacity ramp. And so when you have a mature product, mature technology, you want to manufacture devices and satisfy customer demand, so you ramp up capacity to be able to leverage what you have in terms of technology. But all of this is dependent upon a very strong and robust tool base. The tool has to be mature. And it has to be mature way in advance of the capacity, way in advance of the yield curve, such that you can drive very rapid cycles of learning during the ramp phase. And so when you're driving a capacity, you have a very resilient, predictable capacity that you can depend upon. So these are the things that are so important. We call this industrialization. Whether it's hardware, whether it's software, whether it's systems, whether it's parts and part availability, these kinds of things are important for us as we ramp up the yield curve, as we ramp up the capacity curve in our facilities. And when you synchronize what I just showed there to ASML's product roadmap, and this is the immersion roadmap for ASML, you can see that there's a new tool model every 2 years. The leading edge tool refreshes every couple of years. And so every couple of years, we expect a machine that can perform better. Maybe it's overlay, maybe it's imaging. Maybe it's productivity, it can perform faster. But it becomes more difficult to run and to operate. Tighter controls, tighter specs. And this cycle repeats itself every couple of years, and you can see here on the NPI roadmap. And so it's important for the suppliers and the incoming suppliers here in this room to really focus on the things in the lower right. We are designing for performance, you're designing for cost, you're looking at lifetime of the parts throughout the entire lifetime of the scanner itself, and most importantly, you're designing for quality. And so I'll share some of these concepts with you all to give some an idea of what we do in manufacturing at Micron that might be beneficial for you that you can leverage. And it's things like failure mode effect analysis, FMEAs, to identify and prevent failures in the field. When you scale with repeatability, and so you scale with narrow distribution of parts and specifications. So let's take one small step into the manufacturing world, and let's talk about what we experience on a day in and day out basis. And we have to start off with this notion of theory of constraints. And this applies to any kind of manufacturing environment. It's not just semiconductors, it's not just wafer manufacturing, but it's everywhere, including our factories as well. And you can read the theory of constraints here, but the whole idea is to identify the bottleneck, work collectively together to reduce the constraint as a bottleneck. And in our factories, photo is the bottleneck. And within photo, the scanner is the bottleneck. And people in this room are the ones that manufacture that tool. And so we work hand in hand with ASML. We talked about this new agreement that Patrick had just brought up to reduce downtime, increase tool efficiencies, increase quality of the wafers, increase quality of the tools, increase quality of the parts going into the machines on a day in and day out basis to improve the quality and to reduce variation of what we see coming off the machines. But there's a challenge today, and I'm sure maybe you've seen the same challenges yourselves in your own factories, is that these tools can go down. And you may be waiting for a part or a procedure or a service member or something to help recover that tool. But the impact is that now you have WIP built up in front of that machine, and you're starving downstream, and in this case, you're starving a very expensive EUV tool, which is a sin in our factories. And the reality of the situation is that we see a lot of ambiguity. Ambiguity means we see a lot of unknowns. What's going to happen? Is the part available? Will it arrive on time? When it arrives, is it going to work? Will it be DOA, or so-called dead on arrival? Is it going to function as we expect? Is it going to work well with its partner parts that are within the machine? These are things that we're always questioning when we have an event like this, which happens, unfortunately, on a regular basis. And so what we're looking to do is build something called predictability, which is the opposite of ambiguity. And we need to work together, and I think it starts here today with the Supplier Day, to understand how can we build predictability in all of our manufacturing supply chain ecosystem. And so as a result of this, you can expect confidence in planning and forecast. We can meet a customer demand signal as it's presented. Ultimately, costs are best managed by having a very predictable manufacturing environment. In the end, what we're looking to do is to be able to take a customer demand signal, manufacture wafers, send them downstream to assembly and test, customer integration, and final delivery to the customer. And the suppliers and the incoming suppliers play a pivotal role to ensure that the tools that we use out of the bottlenecks, that are the constraints in our factories, are up and restored on time quickly. And so that's what we see today in our factories. But it's not just that, but it's also the ASML factory too, where you're also building new machines for expansions or new startups or new factories to ensure that you have high quality parts arriving on time, if not early, to support the lead time that we see coming from ASML. Okay, so with this backdrop, let's talk a little bit about how do we all work together to enable customer success. And I think the key aspect here is to start with our quality ambition. So you have the ASML quality ambition on the left, which talking about being recognized as a quality leader, not just by customers, but also internally as the employees. And on the right, you have the Micron quality mission statement. And it talks about leading and inspiring world-class quality. And it's pervasive throughout our entire manufacturing environment, whether it's an SOP, a document, how we interact, how we work, how do we design, all these kinds of aspects. And I think it's important for you to think about what is your quality statement? What is your quality ambition? Is it synchronized with what you see here on the slide? And if it's not, what needs to change to be able to do so? Because this is what your customer expects, and this is what your customer expects as well, okay? What we like to say in our environment is quality enables technology, quality enables productivity, and I'll explain. High quality tool, high uptime, rapid cycles of learning on a predictable platform during the development phase of a new technology. Or high volume manufacturing, predictable uptime, parts are available, systems are available, so you have a dependable capacity to ramp and sustain high volume production. These are the foundational practices of what we see today in terms of driving up quality to enable both technology and productivity. But the unfortunate case is that when we look through our pass downs, and these are recent statements that we see in our pass down documents that we're sharing from shift to shift, we see a number of really challenging moments that erode the things that we're striving for in terms of cycles of learning and capacity. Whether it's, hey, we're delayed on this tool because part has contamination, or maybe the part is a DOA, it arrived, it does not work, or we have a part that just did not meet the lifetime, and now we have an unplanned down event, unscheduled, and we have to arrange the factory around this unscheduled event for this tool. There are a lot of examples like this, and we categorize these things in these 6 areas like hardware, software, procedures, et cetera. But ultimately, we quantify this as cost of poor quality. And the cost of poor quality is maybe it's a rework of a wafer, rework of a process, rework of a module. Maybe it's scrap, and the product didn't come out as expected, and then downtime of a tool. Maybe it's returns or customer complaints from the product that we manufacture and on a tool that had some damaged parts in it. But ultimately, it's about losing the trust of your customer and eroding that customer trust. And overall increased cost, whether it's cost for the customer, cost for ASML, or cost for you, because we have to generate more work, we have to build more parts to backfill the supply that's damaged. And so one of the most important areas that I think it's important to stress here today is what we see as the priority area of focus for quality, and that's DOA. And again, DOA stands for dead on arrival. A part comes, it's put into a machine, and it doesn't work. Or a part comes, and we open the package, and it's missing. Or a part comes, it's received, and it's damaged. And so the DOA trend over the course of time, and this is Micron data, over the course of many years, you can see the DOA trend just has not improved. And it goes through cycles, and it's through a number of tool models. And so this is a specific area that I wanted to call out that we really need to work on together. And when you look at the Pareto of the DOA, if you look beyond just the top 5 or so, there's a very, very, very long tail. So it's not just one part, it's not just one module, but it's everything, everywhere, all the time, all at once. So I think it's important to reflect when you have these DOAs, not just look at that single part itself, but what type of disruptive or foundational change has to take place to improve the quality condition of the factory so that we can drop down on the DOA rates and systematically improve on all of these occurrences that we see in the factory. Some examples, I think this was on someone else's slide, I think Edward's slide, logistics and handling opportunities. These are just some examples that we've extracted recently and some of the things that we've experienced. Again, whether it's, hey, there's a part and it's damaged, or it arrived and it's, there's a cabling that's bent, or you have the wrong part, God forbid, in a box, or you have a box that's shipped overseas and it's empty, right? Or you open a package and it's missing some components within that you expect. There's just way too many logistics and handling opportunities that we see. And we like to call these things low-tech or non-technical DOAs. That is an important part of what we see as an end customer that's limiting the opportunity and the value that we can create. And so the ultimate sin in all of this today as a customer, we are predicting ambiguity. And what this means is that when a tool is down, I ask ASML, hey, I can't expect that first part to arrive and work. Please ship 2 parts. Or, hey, we've had a high DOA rate for this. Ship a 3rd part just to make sure it's going to work. And that drives up costs, drives up logistics, drives up a lot of work for all of us because we see this cost of poor quality in our factories. So I don't come here to make you feel guilty. I don't come here to make you feel bad. I don't come here to give you a hard time. Maybe so. But the intention here really is how do we work together, okay? Build trust, improve quality, and ensure customer success, all right? So I come bringing some thoughts and ideas that might be helpful for you that we've seen work well in our factories that are proven in high-volume manufacturing. And so why not consider these things, bring these things back and discuss with your teams to see how you might be able to incorporate these. And the first thing is to play soccer, okay? Play soccer. And if you think about soccer and the whole idea that you want to prevent a goal, you have tiers of defense, whether it's forwards, halfbacks, midfielders, defensemen, goalie. But the whole idea is you want to prevent a goal to be scored. And so just like in the game of soccer, in your own factories, enable early detection and enable prevention, and you do that with a tiered approach that starts with quality mindset. What's your quality ambition? Is everyone on board, up and down throughout the entire organization? Designing in quality so you prevent from the beginning, just from the design itself. And as we talked about, tolerances are getting even more tight and more tight. So create margin for the part that you have. Detect early, and so your manufacturing process, build in points of inspection so you're guaranteeing that what you're making is good and not wait until the very end and you have a big rework loop or scrap, yeah? And then finally, outgoing quality control, ensuring that you've got best known methods applied to what's necessary for the outgoing inspection before you package and you deliver on its merry way. The second thing I want to talk about is variation control. We do this tremendously in our factories, and there's a lot of value in this. And if you think about if you are a gear manufacturer and you think about the importance of these gears working together in sync, fitting well together, and maybe you have a bunch of different type of measurements, whether it's size, pitch, color, weight, etc. We want very narrow distribution so that the interoperations is great. And so you have narrow distribution, stability and performance, driving narrow, predictable outcome on target. The opposite of this might be something like this, where you have gears that are much different, design, colors, shapes, pitches, maybe you're missing teeth, etc. But it's in spec, and the part's in spec. And according to the spec document, it works. But when you put these things together, the ultimate outcome is a very wide range of possibilities off target. Wide range of spec, wide range of parts, wide range of measurements, expect wide range of outcomes that drives up unpredictability. And when you think about the millions of parts, the 2 kilometers of cabling, the dozens upon dozens of modules in the scanner, there's a lot that needs to work well together. And so from node to node, tool to tool, it continues to even get much more complex. And so if you don't have that strong foundation today, then you'll be playing catch up, node to node and tool to tool. And so we think it's important that you apply statistical process control in your manufacturing environments, SPC. And SPC is the foundational way for you to drive down variation in your factories, create homogeneity in parts, create narrow distributions, create narrow expectations on the parts that you manufacture. So the last thing I want to bring up is regarding the mass amounts of data that we collect. Mass amounts of data maybe on the wafer, maybe from the scanner itself, maybe it's data that you measure at an incoming supplier on the parts that you manufacture. But how do we harness all that data and connect it end to end? And it's important that we create these data pipelines to do so. So I asked the suppliers here today, create transparency on these parts so that we can connect the data true end-to-end, and we can draw these connections, and we can leverage AI, whether it's building models, LLMs, to identify where those connect points make some meaningful result in the end, and we can feed that back, whether it's predictive analysts to identify when we should be taking tools down for PM, maybe it's enhanced process control, maybe it's excursion avoidance to see where those parts that might not work but are in spec will make an impact to the customer. So these things I think will be very valuable. As we connect, we feed that back to ASML, we feed it back to suppliers, so that you know how you can make improvements in your own areas as well. So one such example here is on wafer tables. This is an illustration. We have a measured parameter. We'll keep it kind of anonymous here for the moment, but we saw focus spots that had a very strong correlation to a very specific parameter that was not delivered initially. But after digging and digging and digging and asking, we uncovered that there was a relationship between the specific measured parameter that was just in spec and the focus spots, which resulted in yield. So this is one such example where we can create this transparency, draw these connections, be much more proactive in this, feed this back to the suppliers as, hey, this is how we should be operating and building our parts. And so I do want to close on this section to talk about shifting left again on the quality focus, and shift left by designing in quality early, develop the partnerships true end-to-end between the sub-supplier ASML and us as a customer, and as you create the supply chain resilience, that you're looking for homogeneity on the parts that you're manufacturing in the end. And homogeneity is important because the more you can make things the same, the more we can expect the tools will behave the same, the more we can expect the product that we manufacture coming from the tools to be the same. And that's the key on homogeneity. And then lastly, creating predictability, covered this to ensure that we have a predictable work fleet of machines that we can depend on for volume manufacturing and also for developments. And important to ensure that you've got very strong logistics and handlings, foundational practices really improved so we can eliminate DOAs moving forward.
Okay, so David and I have talked to you today about the amazing opportunity in front of the semiconductor industry today in terms of incredible growth, incredible potential revenue capture for all of our companies and all of us as semiconductor professionals. But this will not come without a significant number of challenges, and it will not come without significantly higher expectations from our customers, and specifically much higher requirements from our customers. But we are confident that by partnering closely with our valued suppliers, with all of you, that we will be able to enable customer success together. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Patrick and David. We would now like to invite the audience for any questions.
因为时间有限，我们就把机会留给现场的贵宾，请把握。
If there's any questions, please raise your hand. We will hand over the mic for you to pose the questions. Anybody?
That's mine.
Can I ask one? So, yeah, so we've been working quite a bit between ASML and Micron, and I think one of the things I was wondering, you talked about the enormous global footprint that Micron has, and I think even with the fabs that ASML works with, I mean, there's many, many locations actually where we collaborate. Can you explain a little bit how this is organized? How is this orchestrated? Because as we go through these fast ramps, as we go through these fast learning curves, I would say, with new products, with new, on your end, new products, new equipment from ASML side, requires enormous synchronization across the chain. So can you elaborate a little bit how you do that and what you need for that?
Yeah, I can give you some feedback on that. So first of all, you know, I don't want to say it's all been by design inside of Micron. We're a company that grew by acquisition, right? So many of our facilities are located in different spots because of where we purchased them and where they were located. Although, as you know, versus our competition, Micron has bigger geographic global dispersion in terms of our manufacturing sites. So what that means, though, is internal to Micron, we have to be very, very, very good at transferring technology between sites. transferring processes between sites, transferring technology between sites, managing metrics between sites, and not seeing variation between sites. That to me is one of the key pieces that you need as you expand globally and you move across globally is you need very, very strong process control to ensure you don't have slips in process across really a more complex geographic footprint or location. And to be fair, Micron has been forced to get good at that over the last several years.
Well, I was going to say that there's 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week, and that's every opportunity to get some work done, right? But jokes aside, I think what's important to realize is that when someone's asleep, someone else is awake. And why not leverage that workforce that's around the clock to accelerate what you're trying to accomplish? And so the short story is distribute work environment, site to site, region to region. Not duplicating effort, but distributing the workload. But what's important is how do you synergize the activity across? And I view it as a chocolate chip cookie, okay? A chocolate chip cookie has a lot of chocolate chips in it, right? But it's all together within the cookie, okay? The antithesis of that is like a bike wheel where you have a hub and many spokes, where the hub is maybe one person and you're reaching out. And it's important how you collaborate, how you work together like a chocolate chip cookie to be able to make progress 24/7. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Herman, David, and Patrick. Can we have another questions? Anybody would like to? All right, please introduce yourself before the question.
Hey, this is Rene from Amex. I have one question for you guys, but also maybe for the ASML guys. So we know that AI now is this big thing, right? And what I hear is, well, we use AI and then we use it in a way to increase quality and yield. And I would like to understand a little bit better, and maybe can allude on that a little bit, how you use that. Are you building your own models? Are you training models? Are you using large language model like Mistral? Or how does that practically look like?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you.
And maybe ASML can also talk more specifically to what they're doing on this. But if you look at that picture of the scanners and the wafers going in, it's just an image. But just to be a little bit more transparent, I mean, it's thousands of wafers a day on a single tool, thousands of wafers. And you multiply that throughout your entire fleet, that's a mass amount of data. A mass amount of data. And I think, you know, the true gold mine is how do you harness that data and you connect it? And it is through building LLMs, drawing the connections to what you care about in terms of maybe tool uptime, maybe it's yield, maybe it's, you know, product performance. But I don't think it just stops there, right? It starts with everything upstream to the actual component itself and tying it all the way to the end result. And so that was my appeal to the data connectivity pieces. How do we connect all of this full ecosystem true end to end?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about it from ASML side. So I think David showed an example of wafer tables, right, where he showed there was an excursion at some point that they could detect at Micron. So it was only because we actually record all the different steps of what we do with each individual wafer table. We store all these images of metrology data. All the different individual manufacturing steps, we log who is doing it, what equipment is doing it, and all of that. So it starts with having that data available, and I think that's the data pipeline that David also alluded to. And then you have methods how you access that data. And today, almost everything we say is related to AI, but I will say, well, it's to some extent also the revolution of a technology that has been around for some time. I mean, 15 years ago, we would call it machine learning. I mean, the last 5 to 8 years, maybe it was called deep learning. Now we call it AI, which is yet an even more sophisticated model, right? So, but it starts with having the data available and then connecting inputs to outputs. And whether it's quality, whether it's understanding where your products reside in your manufacturing for what amount of time, right? How you can optimize your inventory. All of these things, well, it starts with having the data, and then you can apply certain instruments to it. And one of these instruments could be AI. And there's all kind of companies and people that can help you with that.
All right, thank you, Hamon and David. 谢谢。
还有贵宾想提问的吗？
So are we good for today, for the session? All right, then once again, thank you, David and Patrick.
Thank you
for
very much.
Insightful conversation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so before we break for lunch, David and Patrick, we'd like to invite you for a photo session at the photo booth. So our colleague will guide you to the location.
Okay.
And Hamon, Edward, Michiel, Torsten, Tony, Leonard, Mr. Kim, and also Elvin and Bruce, please also proceed to the photo booth for the photo session. All right? Okay. And then for the rest of the audience, thank you for your participation in the morning. We have come to the end of the morning session. The most interesting part of the day now starts with the lunch. All right? So on your name tag, a little bit of logistics. On the name tag, you can actually see the table that you are being assigned for lunch. The lunch is going to be held at the ballroom on our left. Kindly proceed to the ballroom, and you can be seated on the table that's on your tag. So we would like to see everybody back in the ballroom at 1 p.m. sharp. All right? Enjoy your lunch.
感谢贵宾的参与，我们上午场的活动就在此告一个段落。Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a very good lunchtime and now it's ready for the upcoming afternoon session. In the morning, we had ASML management team to share the perspective of market outlook and ASML sourcing strategy, and we also heard a valuable voice from our important customer, Micron. In the afternoon, we will still present you a very rich and critical content. So let's stay tuned for the upcoming program.
好，各位下午好。不好意思，刚才是打扰大家吃饭时间，影响了大家的胃口。希望那个午餐还 OK。好，今天早上我们为大家分享了一系列挺有趣的议程。那我也希望大家也有感受到今天的活动其实是我们很精心去策划的。那今天下午我们将带来更重要的一些讯息，由我们的工厂的负责人。还有不同的领导继续为大家呈现更精彩的节目，那我们拭目以待。让我们接下来欢迎 Michiel Claassen，Head of EMMC 上台，为大家分享如何一起建立有韧性且创新的供应链策略。
Yeah, so no more waiting. Let's welcome Head of SSMP EMMC Cluster, Michiel Claassen, come to the stage to share the strategy for building a resilient and innovative supply chain.
Yes.
Welcome.
So welcome back from your lunch. I hope you had some nice time to talk to each other and to your co-colleagues. This is always a bit of a tricky part of the day. You heard a lot this morning already about the important things from ASML, but also from our customers. But this is always after lunch, so some of us will suffer a bit from a lunch dip. And I will try to make it as engaging as possible to keep you all awake. And before we start talking about a resilient and innovative supply chain, I will also tell you a bit about myself. I'm already quite some years within ASML, not so long as, for example, Herman, but it has been already 14 years, and the 14 years have flown by. Before I came to ASML, I worked for Philips in several roles within the procurement and also been a black belt in consumer lifestyle. And when I came to ASML, I did something which I never did before. And it was a very humbling and sobering experience. I went from being a manager of procurement in a big business unit to an account lead, where I had to do everything myself. I lost an assistant, a lot of people that were helping me, and I had to learn how ASML is actually working as a company, which was a great experience that I still use in my current day-to-day life within ASML. And it gave me a good insight on how a company works. So it's always a good start to work and learn also how to use people to actually progress the company to the next phase. And this also brings me to the topic of a resilient supply base, because this is something that we have to do together and also bring to our customers and make sure that they can also bring to their customers what is required. We'll talk today about the voice of the supplier. What is it that you told us? Because we like to listen also to you. We are in this together. We will talk more about what ASML expects from you. How can we continue into the future and continue our success in a more and more complex economic environment? And what does it mean for shaping our supply chain for 2030 and beyond? Because all of us want to continue this great success. So, talking about the voice of the customer, we did a survey to all of you to understand better how do you look at ASML as a customer and what do you feel is important in the cooperation that we have together. So we used for that the NPS, where we scored 36 on a scale of 200, with an average score on how you perceive us with 8.3, which is by itself a very nice score. So thank you for that. It shows that there's a lot of things that we do very well. But if you can look at some of the lower scores, there is also enough for improvement. And we also need to work very hard to actually stay on this level and further go to the right. Now, we do that via a trust equation. And some of you have seen it. It's something that you see on multiple walls if you walk around ASML. And the trust equation is the capability of supplying or making what is required for your customers, the reliability in doing this on time against cost, against quality, cycle time, and sustainability, and being transparent about it. Where are the problems in there? Where can we help each other? Where can we expect that we have to work harder to get to the end result? And that is divided by self-interest. Now, if these are in balance, you're doing the right things together. If these are off balance, the self-interest is higher than the other ones, we'll get into trouble. And if you're too nice or you don't look at your self-interest, there's always a skewed situation. So if you look at all of those specific elements, which you can see here, you see that on capability and reliability, we're actually quite well scoring. But on the transparency and the self-interest, it's not bad, but you see that it's more skewed to the left side, so there's more work that we have to do over there. And it also has become different in the current circumstances. We are in sort of a flattish situation in the semiconductor market, as you have seen before. There's a lot to do about geopolitics, where you can supply to, where not. There's a tariff discussion ongoing, so balancing this transparency and the self-interest is also becoming more complex and has become more complex. And this is an area where we have to spend time on, because this is also very important for our future together. So, looking at the most common feedback that you shared with all of us, this was about forecast and planning. You need realistic and timely forecasts and plans. And we have seen recently that this has become a bit more difficult. You see a start plan coming your way. There's a connection to the POs and the forecast that we send, but you have seen some gaps over there because we're also trying to empty out the inventories like Eduard already mentioned. Transparency and communication. You need from us transparent and clear communication because it's critical to build that trust and partnership. You want to know what is coming your way, what are we struggling with, what are our customers struggling with, how does certain geopolitical events are happening, what are we doing with that, and what do we need from you to be able to be successful together. Cost and operational efficiency. There is more and more cost pressure. You've seen the targets. We have to go towards the 30% to be able to be competitive to our competition, which is there in more and more terrains. But also if you look at our EUV tools where the cost per wafer are increasing over and over and where Moore's law is coming under pressure, we need to work very hard on this. But also the technical support responsiveness and how can you in an efficient way react on it is one of the things that you fed back to us. Another one is the collaboration support. We need to build strong collaborative relationships and help each other in making sure that we navigate the market challenges and are able to supply to our customers in time our QLTCS. So we very much welcome your ideas. And over the past decade, you have done this a lot. They have been about quality, about cost, cycle time, yield, but also about automation, artificial intelligence.
how to offshore certain activities, how to outsource certain activities. But we have seen also here that there's more work needed. You can potentially remember last year's Supplier Day where we also talked about these topics and where we said, send us your ideas, we'll take care of them and we'll make sure that we work together to get these solutions into the market. Now, there's still some work that we need to do, and yet that's what you can see on the right side. Here we need to work more closer together and also make sure that we follow the right escalation paths. In my case, and I think that's also the same for my colleagues everywhere around the world, we see sometimes that it's staying too long at a too low level. And these people are working very hard with your people to make sure that we get those ideas on the table. But sometimes people higher up in the organizations, at your side and our side, can actually help accelerate these good ideas into valuable solutions which will both help us and our customers. And therefore we would like to ask you, talk to your account leads, talk to the QSMs, the LSMs, but if you feel that we can go faster, make sure that you talk to the people in the regions, talk to Bruce, talk to Elvin, but also talk to the supplier account leads that you have around the world, and if needed, talk to the cluster heads, and together we'll make sure that all of these great ideas that you have will be materializing in final end solutions. We also listened to your feedback on several other items. As you know, our planning has been quite challenging, I would say. We have a huge amount of signals going to you on a day-to-day basis, and you can here see some examples. So in 2023, the average number of, I would say that the planning signals were about 85,000, which is a huge amount. And if you look over the total cycle time of that, you see that very often the moment where we first asked you, we have to get the module at a certain time, at the end it was also the same time. So we worked very hard with our colleagues from planning and development to find ways to reduce these cycles. And we have been quite successful so far. We've been able to reduce these cycles from 85,000 a year towards 33,000 a year, but we have a target of 17,000. So we continue to work on this to make sure that you get a more stable planning signal so that you also have the time to react on the changes which are really important. We also listen to a lot of the cost of good ideas, and they are from everywhere in the world. So we have seen from all of our suppliers, also the ones in Asia, fantastic ideas on where we can actually reduce cost. It has been talking about transferring products from Western Europe or the US into Asia because you have facilities over there which can actually do the same work at the same quality, but at more optimal cost, better cycle times here in the areas. But we've also been handed over from all of you new suppliers that we have not seen. All of you know we use what we call prescribed suppliers. These are either in databases or on the TPD. But you have a very good view on what we can actually get in the Asian market. So you also know from your other customers which parts actually are doing the same than the ones that we always ask you to use. And we've also had some great examples over there. You've led the way towards 3D printing, which is a much better solution on many cases, on quality, on technology, on cost, that were never used before. So we very much thank you for that, and we would like to ask you to continue with doing this and make sure that we follow the right escalation path so that we can actually see where we can escalate it. And there's many, many more opportunities which will help us getting to our cost of goods targets, to reduce cycle time, and improve our quality levels towards our customers at our own internal factories. So what do we expect from you looking at all of this? And we already talked about this today. This is about our well-known QLTCS, which we use to actually define what is required. So we need reliable litho tools that can produce chips 24/7. You heard the story about Micron, how much they sometimes struggle with our tools and how big the impact is on them in the complete cycle, at the start of a new tool, but also in volume production, and how they suffer from that and what is the impact also for them, but also for their customers. We need to shorten the order lead times. In some of the cases, it is just simply too long. If you look at the cycle time of a lead time of an EXE tool, you know, there's so much capital stuck in there that it has an impact on our business model. But on the other hand, is the competitive market. If you look at a DUV dry tool, you know, our customers basically say, this is a commoditized tool, we want you to supply it in 3 months, and if you can't supply it, there's competition, we'll just buy it somewhere else. So we need to focus on getting these lead times shorter to make sure that we can actually navigate the market cyclicity, but also make sure that our customers get the tools that they require for their fabs on time. Technology. We together make great technology, but we also need to make sure that we can actually bring them into high volume manufacturing. And as the technology evolves, this gets more and more difficult. And this also has a big impact on cost. Already talked a bit to it. The affordability of litho products needs to be there to keep the chips also affordable for the customers of our customers, which actually basically end up in the products that we use or buy. And sustainability. Christoph already alluded to it, and Herman as well. This is becoming more and more important. We have been ignoring it for a very long time, but the time has come that we really have to step up on these kind of things, and we cannot shy away from that anymore because it will impact us a lot. Now, if you look at where we stand, you can clearly see that on technology, we are proficient and competitive. But if you look at the other domains, quality, logistics, cost, and sustainability, you can see there's a long way to go still. We are at the level of lagging disadvantage and sometimes even a weak distractor like sustainability, where I think we have to do most of the work. This can all be done if we work together. It is basically hard work, and all of us have the capabilities and the intelligence and the right kind of people to make sure that we are also successful here. And we actually push it from the lagging disadvantage to the proficient competitive, and then actually to excellence differentiating, because this is where our customers are choosing us for, because we are, and we need to stay the differentiating factor in their fabs. So we have to bring this to the right to make sure that we move to those levels. And it's very critical to get to these levels, specifically on quality, because if we get the quality under control, it does something for cycle time and it does something for cost. Logistics helps us to actually move this in time to the customers, but also it will help all of us. The supply which is lagging on the cycle time and on logistics is actually impacting all of you, because we will push out all of the demand that comes from you, because one of the co-colleagues of you is actually too late. So if we do a great job there together, we'll make sure that that cycle runs fast. On cost, we have to raise the competitive level. We have done quite some work. You'll see that later. Still quite some work to be done together to make sure that we get there and make it affordable for customers. And on sustainability, it is no longer a choice. And it is also something where we will make a differentiating factor on if we give business to the supply base. Companies which are very good at that have a bigger chance of getting more business because they help us out on this very important topic. We have to work in all of these areas. Quality issues affect our customer fabs. Logistics means that lead times are a problem for our customers and they cannot make cyclicity. If you look at Micron, their speed of the nodes is going faster than we can actually develop the technology, which also has an impact on their ability to supply their quality products to the customers. On cost, in DUV and apps, there is a very strong competition in all of these. And this competition is actually getting stronger and stronger, not only in the cost area, but also on the area of technology. I've been in YieldStar for a while, and what you see over there is that our competition might not be as fast, but they're far less expensive. Now, if they also become as fast as we are, and they're still far less expensive, they have a competitive edge over us, which will have a big impact on us. On sustainability, our repair backlog is continuing to grow, despite all the hard work that we've done together, and we need to find solutions, we need to step up, we need to bring more people over there to make sure that we actually solve this, because it's stacking up to the billions. And on sustainability, we have not enough suppliers, and Herman showed this, that are giving us commitments on greenhouse gas neutrality, which is a very important target, which is requested by our customers, and we want to achieve that by 2030 for 1, 2, and 3, meaning also the complete supply chain, and more work needs to be done over there. Now, in the current market circumstances, where you see that the market is stabilized, the big growth that we've seen a couple of years ago has been gone for a while. We all wanted to come back, but we can only be successful over there if we make sure that these areas that you can see over here are actually in control. This year, we already missed 4 starts year to date in DUV, meaning that we can ship that tool late to the customer, which was dire to get it because he wants to start up also the production process, which means that he can't. He has delayed, which comes at a big cost. It is a 4 times higher number than we had last year, so we have to get in control. the number of material escalations is going to the roof. We actually see them increasing month over month. That means that we have more escalations to manage, which is costing a lot of time at our end, but also your end, to make sure that we still can get the tool out and we don't get more delays on starts. Cost is not improving, quality is not improving, which is actually very worrisome. Already this year, we had 17,000 supplier cost quality issues that were easily preventable. After all of the years that we've been working together, we still miss out on these basics. And this has a detrimental impact, as you can see, on our customers, which are getting fed up with this. It's just happening too often. Technology becomes more complicated, and this is why it is very, very important that we get these in control. And we're going to get very tough on this, because the time that we were just talking about it has passed by. It has been taking too long, and we really need to step up together to make this work. It's partial on our end, but it's a lot also your end. So we really need your help there to prevent any quality issues hitting our factories, but also the ones that slip through and are creating dead-on arrivals at our customers when they want to start up the tool, or when they have early failures, meaning that they have to swap the part with all the impact that they suffer from. Roughly every hour standstill is about 250,000 euros at our customers of revenue loss that they cannot make up for. And that means that at this point in time, dead-on arrivals, I think at this point in time, we have one a day impacting any of our customer fabs with that big impact. And we have to stop this. This is a competitive edge from us in the past, and we're losing that competitive edge, meaning that our customers will find other solutions, which has an impact on all of us here in the room. Now, I already mentioned the repair backlog. We have a very, very, very big warehouse in Weert where we keep all of this. You see a snapshot at the right top, and it's huge. It's really shocking if you see how much material is over there. It's just waiting to go back to you. It's waiting to be repaired and brought back to our customers, either as a service part or as a new build even. We see some improvement on the number of parts, so they are going down, which is a good sign, but the value is going up. Currently, this year, we have 1.4 billion waiting there for a repair, waiting to be used again at our customers. This is also a revenue model for you. You can actually make money out of this, because we want to bring this back, and a bit more information around it later on. Quality. Herman already showed this. You could also see at the top right part there a picture, and the 1%. If you translate that, it means that 1% less efficiency for a high-end logic fab that we have these days, which have an investment of about 38 billion euros. 1% less efficiency is costing 138 million euros. That's a huge impact to our customers, and also a huge benefit if they can actually scale it up and bring the availability of these tools to 98%. There's a huge amount of money to be taken, and if we get there, there's more of these needed, which is also turning into sales on your side. And this is why it is very, very important that we do solve quality. For me, I'm also the sponsor for quality SSP. I've been quite shocked this year on how often we miss the ball on our end, but also on your end. So a material which is very inexpensive, sometimes not even thousands of euros, but sometimes just a couple of euros or tens of euros, can have an impact of millions of euros down on scanners at ASML. We have had some cases where the damage of materials being a quality issue and stopped in integration have costed us millions of delays, replanning, making people work overtime, swapping the parts at our end. But this is not even the worst. The impact on our customers who make the chips is billions of euros. Can you imagine something which is only 10 euro, 100 euro, or 1,000 euro, costing 100 billion euros at the other end? If any of you would have this when you have your new car or your new house, or that piece of equipment that you're dying for because it's going to help you grow the business, is giving you that continuous trouble, you would be very angry. You would not accept it. You would go back and say, I want a new one. And this happens on a day-to-day basis to our customers, which are actually defining our success. If they would not be there, none of us would be here. And this is why it's so important that we have to help them out. We need to supply reliable quality, and they have to be able to trust us to do this. So no more dead-on arrivals because of a stupid thing, no more empty boxes, no more failing parts. We really have to step up our game over there. Here you find some examples. These are really, really, really simple things. If you would know and unfortunately we have seen some examples with Boeing. If you would see this on the plane, you have to step in. Would you still take the plane, or would you say, nah, rather not, I'll just pass on this time? It is very dangerous, but we see this on a day-to-day basis. It is rust, it is mixed up hoses, it is damaged connections, it is detached pins, it is loose nuts. All kind of things that you actually could find and prevent before it actually leaves your facility. And if you then look at what this means for us on a day-to-day basis, this is what's happening. These are just the basic things. You would never accept this if it would happen to you personally. If this would happen to your car on a day-to-day basis, you would just trade it. You would just demand a new one. This is not what you paid for. You paid for something which is reliable quality, and we're not giving it to our customers. And we have to really do something about this. It's 16,000 plus parts on 800 tools that we supply. Now, you can help extra over here. So besides making sure that no bad quality leaves your facility that you could have prevented, there's also something else. So if you look at quality, we recognize basically 3 areas of quality problems. Vendor cost, that's you. It's inconclusive. Basically, something happened where you could say, well, you know, it might have been me, but there's also something else. We don't accept it. It's probably both of us, right? And there's a technical part. The TPD was not in order, or the part was not manufacturable. Now, the last one, you could also ask the question, why did this happen? When you were actually in the NPI, and when you were helping us make this product and develop this product, were you tough enough on us to say, hey guys, you know, you're giving me this product, but if I look at the TPD, this is not manufacturable, or look, the TPD is not complete. So these are the areas where you can do something about. You can do something about it in design. Stop us when you believe that you cannot get quality out. Stop us when you believe that you cannot do cycle time. Stop us when you believe this is not a cost-worthy product. Be tough. Also make sure there that you escalate it to the right people in ASML. You can do something in manufacturing. And you can do something in handling, making sure that the parts that end up with us are also carried in such a way or packed in such a way that they cannot break down. We will come back to you. We'll be tough on supplier quality, but we'll also ask your help on the other 2 parts. We will pilot this next year with some of you to start with in the OEM area, but also the build-to-print area. We'll send some of the ones which have a big impact, and we'll ask you, if you would look at this, how can you prevent it? How can you make sure that this never ever happens again? What do we need to do? And we welcome your proposals. If it comes at a price, it's fine. We have people looking at those kind of things, and we have to work together on fixing those. However, if you look at the quality, which is vendor cost, we want you to do visual outgoing inspection. I want you to work on your incoming inspection to prevent batch issues. We want you to look in the incoming inspection if the parts that you get from your end-tier suppliers is also in line with the specification. I've seen examples of flex PCBs where we requested 70 micron, was also on the sheet of the supplier, but you accepted 7 micron, meaning that in an expensive wafer stage in NXE, which is over €1 million, the thing breaks down continuously in our facilities and integration, but also at our customers, which is creating a huge amount of damage. You could have seen this. If you would have looked at the incoming inspection, you would look at the spec sheet, you would have seen that this was 10 times off. We should really step up over there. We also want you to do inline inspection. If there are critical process steps that you have to look if those process steps are okay. You have to make sure that the right people are working on those to prevent it also over there. And we want you to do a visual outgoing inspection, and we want you to make a photo, because also at our end or in transportation, something can go wrong. If there's no photo, there's no evidence, and my position currently is, then it happened at the supplier. So let's make sure that we complete that process and make sure that all of the things that you saw before on the photos will never ever happen again anymore. That also means that you have to have detailed quality improvement plans, which are checked by us, and where we have to trust this will actually stop the bad quality from going out. And you have to do that at the beginning of the V-curve, which Herman also showed. You have to be tough on us as well. If you believe that this product will not bring the QLTC that we're asking, escalate it, tell us. Don't be afraid. It's in our common interest, also the common interest of our customers. We will go to our internal organization, say, stop it, this is not acceptable, and we'll talk in the business line how to fix this. We have to really do this together. Quality, that's me, that's all of you here. We really have to step up. This is the part where, in my view, we are the worst at. We're great at making technology, we're making progress on cycle time, we're making progress on cost, but quality is detrimental for our customers. The damage is huge and we have to be much better here. On logistics, we have to really look at this as well. There's two big areas where it is what we call A-time, which is the value-added time in our facilities to build the tool. The more complex it gets, the more time it takes. But if something goes wrong over there, it means that we don't have enough cabins to finalize the product, which means that the process is coming to a halt. We cannot supply to our customers. But we also have to look at B-time, which is also related to quality in a certain extent. B-time is disturbances and downtime, waiting, transportation, rework because of quality, waiting because of quality, over-processing because of quality, and speed losses because of quality of other issues. It has an impact on our response on market cyclicity and that of our customers. It means high working capital. It means very much longer learning curves. And it means, as I mentioned already, quality risk. So this is one of the important areas. And Torsten is working as my colleague on this particular topic, which is also very important. Cost. I'm not going to dwell too long on this. You play a major role in there, and you're also the one that can actually solve this the most. We're under tremendous pressure from some of our competition, which are currently not only supplying tools at a lower cost, but also comparable products and very often also at better quality. On EUV, we're starting to miss out on Moore's Law. The tool gets unaffordable, so the cost per wafer is too expensive. And that means that our customers have to find other methods that will go to, for example, multi-patterning in DUV, which has a big impact on our EUV portfolio, which you will see in the star plans again. Now, we have made some steps. On the right side, you see again the levers. We have to look at all of them. All of them hold enough potential, enormous potential to get to the right quality targets. And partially we have been successful. So if you look, for example, at Geostar, a lot of hard work was done. We have made great steps. The same on NXT 870B. But there's still a lot of work to be done. We have a huge amount of reductions identified. But for example, if you look at NXE, we have the biggest problem over there. Because for a significant part of that, we don't have any more ideas to fix this. And there we need your continuous help like you've done in the past to make sure that we get there. So continue doing this good work and don't forget the service parts. Also in service parts, we are in many cases more expensive than we would like. Building a circular supply chain. The repair backlog, 1.4 billion. There's 3,000 open repair orders of over more than a year. And the average repair time is 170 days, which is in many cases longer actually than building a new tool, new part. And we have 30,000 repair orders open that are waiting to be closed. And if you look at it, how that looks graphically, there is currently 1.3 billion, 4 billion sitting in our warehouses. There's 0.4 billion underway to you for repairs. And there's another 0.4 billion where we look together what is the problem with this particular part and how can we repair it, which means that the total repair opportunity is 2.2 billion euros. We believe there's a net revenue for you in there of between 350 million to 700 million, which is a great opportunity, and we would like you to continue in this a bit slower market than we currently have, where you've seen the impact of. This is a way to also protect your revenue, to focus on these particular parts and be ready to do both in the future. On gas neutral supply chains. At this point in time, 8 of you are greenhouse gas neutral out of the total of 208 suppliers. A huge amount of work to be done. No commitment from 144, and as Herman stated, next year we want a commitment of all of you, and we'll only talk about the ones that have not done it so far. A lot of you are stuck, still in data collection, as you can see here, and then focusing only on their own emissions. And only 57 are actually looking at the supply chain or at their own product. We have teams that can help you here. So also there, Josine Noordman is here in the room. She leads that team. And she has a couple of specialists that can actually help you getting through this cycle. Don't go all at once because there's not that many specialists, but we can help you also do this. And it's very important because it is something which you find in the news. And it's not only about greenhouse gas, it's also about a lot of legislations that are there for forced labor, battery regulation, PFAS, a very important one. which is probably been forbidden end of 26 in Europe. It's no longer allowed to import it, produce it, or use it over there. And you can find them in your cooking pans, the Teflon, very dangerous for people and environment, so it's going to be stopped, so we have to find solutions over there. And here you can see some news clips from Bloomberg E-News talking about this, but also our customers are talking about it. They want this as well. So like greenhouse gas emissions, they're also talking about PFAS and all the other legislatory parts that we have to be compliant on. Now, what does it mean for 2030 and beyond? Of course, we have to fix the current situation in the years to come, but there's also a future further out, and you actually will see that later in the film of Marco Pieters, how our roadmaps are developing and how the new products look like that we're looking into, and it's much, much more than I knew before the Supplier Day in Veldhoven, so I think it's very exciting. There's a lot of opportunities for the future, but then we also have to be ready for the future. We want the value to go up. We want you to move up in the supply chain, not only do the simple parts, but also go to module build and take control over that, take ownership over that. We will further continue in the supplier engagements. We have a whole set of people waiting, and Herman talked about the good results we have achieved so far and how much you appreciate it. We have these people in all of the regions. They can help you, they can work with you to make it better on all of the QLTC aspects. Then supplier transfers. Suppliers which will not be capable or willing to actually follow us in the QLTCS roadmaps, like Christoph alluded to earlier on, specifically also in the domain of greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability, we will find other partners to continue this with. So we're going to transfer where needed to other regions, to other suppliers, to make sure that we can actually bring those great tools to our customers and make sure that they can do what they need to do for their customers. We're going to expand our global footprint further. This is why we're here. We've been giving a tremendous effort to Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, because we believe in the potential over there. Not only from a cost perspective, but also because there's a huge amount of very bright people, great companies, brilliant manufacturing technologies and brilliant designers that can actually help us further. And we also need to do that to free up the capacity in Western Europe and the US. We're continuing to work over there on the technology. Some of the technologies will have to stay over there, but we're going to make it a global footprint. So we welcome you to also make sure that you can follow us over there. A lot of you have done so far. A lot of you are working on this, and this will get a lot of attention from Eduard and the teams here locally, but also the teams here in Veldhoven in the US to make sure that we are successful here. Now, if you look at growing your portfolios, growing that value which you're talking about, we're talking here about this picture. If you look at the bottom, there's a huge amount of volume, a huge amount of SKUs, a huge amount of different parts that you can supply to us or across the market. But if you go up, the volume shrinks a bit, but your responsibility goes up because it's becoming even more important that your QLTCS is top-notch over there. And this is where an area where we also need your help. We cannot do everything ourselves. You know, we are now 43,000 people big. And we, at a certain point in time, we will have to rely on you to help us out on this because otherwise it doesn't become scalable anymore. And what it means is that your technology has to scale up in a level. So if you look, for example, at the manufacturing technology, that's very important at the bottom because it's pumping out volumes, standardized parts. But if you go to the module level, it's also talking about product technology. It's talking about enhanced integration and test capabilities that you have to actually filter out all of the quality issues, making sure that the parts are doing what they need to do. It's about engineering intensity. You have to spend more time, you have to understand better what these tools are doing, what the connection is in the ASML machines, and what the failure modes are. And it's going to be a much more complex supply chain because it's not only the raw material that you put in the part, but you also have to make it into working modules. And we need you to scale up over there to help us out and get this eco-structure running. At the same time, it's also a horizontal approach where you can innovate and differentiate further in. So if you look at the bottom part, it's manufacturing technologies that will increase yield and cost related to that, because if your yield goes up, your cost will go down tremendously, and take out the quality issues. If you take out the quality issues by enhancing manufacturing technologies, it means that you have less rework, less waste, less overtime. You need less people to do the same. So the people that you have, you can actually put into newer technologies. And you see that scaling up in from assembly to submodules, so it's from integration and testing technologies to cost-effective qualifications and module qualification, quality control on the top level, where you basically suppliers with a completely qualified module, which is actually doing what we require. And there's a big step to be taken, and there's also a lot of additional value for you to take out of. It will help your engineering people to do more, but there's also more margin to be taken in there. Now, what does that mean throughout the life cycle? We don't want you to do one part, but we want you to be completing your life cycle. It is from design, where we think about, how does this new product going to work, what is required to do so, what does the customer need to make it work at their facilities, and what is the time to get to a design product. And then we have to do the introduction. This is the MPI, the proto pilot phase, where we go into industrialization. And once we've done that, we're in high volume. We start pumping out those modules at your end, we start pumping out those machines at our end to go to the customers to introduce over there and making sure that they can get all those great chips out. And then you go to the maturity level. Now, in all of these steps, you will see that on the left side, in the design side, the drive to learn about it, the R&D proximity, which is important compared to your pilot phasing, it's very highly technology dominant. But if you go along those chains, it changes. It changes from technology dominant in the design phase, slowly from introduction to growth to maturity, where the product becomes cost dominant. You have to make sure that it becomes sort of a commodity. It's a standard part, and you have to drive the cost down. Every year that you have it, it has to be more efficient. The costs need to go down. If you have a mature model, your mature product, your dependency on the R&D is far less. You can move it easier around the globe, and you also want to make sure that it continues to work, because if you have to do redesigns over there in the mature, your overly costs go up, and that means also that your risk is going up, which is something we want to prevent. So we welcome you very much to help us go from that phase and making sure that your added value that you can bring to us from the parts level all slowly goes up to the module level, so that we don't have to do it all ourselves, but we can actually do that together in the eco-structure. Now, closing off on this, that means that our joint business rely on our joint ability to innovate everywhere, in every part of the world. And this is also what we're currently doing. If you look at the approach to Southeast Asia, it means that our inspection tools, YieldStar, HMI, are integrated over here. We move the supply base over here. That gradually also means that we are going to do some of the MPIs over here. If you look at DUV, also there is that opportunity for the longer term, and therefore we need to build that innovative everywhere structure that we've been talking about. Now, that means on quality that we have to innovate our ways to improve quality. We have to be smart, and we can do this. There's a huge amount of smart people in this room, and all of your companies, you have bright and young people that have great ideas. They can use artificial intelligence to make sure that we get from A to B and keep this all going. We have to innovate our way to reduce the cycle time and prepare for the ramp. We have to make sure that we have the right flexibility over there, that we can scale up and scale down to make sure that it doesn't take 2 years or 1.5 years to get there. We have to be smart around this. We have to use the technology that we have to do this. We have to innovate our products so we can make sure that we can actually push forward this technology roadmap. But it also means that we have to find ways to continuously reduce costs. Not for a while, but from the beginning of the design phase all the way to the maturity, from new systems and for service parts, because they are all equally important to get our customers going and keep them going. And it means that we have a sustainable supply base which is circular. We have to make use of all the parts that come back. We have to repair them. We have to make them good again. We don't have to rely always on the new builds. And yes, we have to do something about it, because sometimes it's just simply easier to supply a new build. Making a repair work again is much more difficult, but it is the way forward. We cannot continue like this. If you look at the energy consumption, the water consumption, the growing population in the world, we have to be much smarter than we've ever done before. Now, closing off of this, I would like to thank you. We have had a great set of years, and we would like to continue this. A lot of you have been very long with us. Let's make sure that we can push forward this eco-structure, and let's make sure first and foremost that we support our customers with great QLTC. And please remember, these are the ones that make us successful and they pay our salaries. Thank you very much.
谢谢 Michiel。紧接着，我们将聆听来自林口工厂的声音，让我们欢迎林口工厂，同时也是 New Taipei Factory 的厂长 Tony Zhao 来为我们分享。谢谢。
I need a pointer probably.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Michiel. Next, we will hear the voice from our Linko factory. Please join me in welcoming Tony Zhao, head of ASML Linko factory. to the stage.
Thank you, and everyone, good afternoon. It's an honor to be part of the ASML team to welcome you on this very significant event. I just checked, this PowerPoint deck has 139 slides. And we're on 88. Good thing is we're halfway through. But for me, instead of pumping you with additional contents, I'd rather have to share with you some stories and perhaps have a dialogue. But it's a little bit difficult. Physically, I'm standing here and you're in the audience. So we may have to do this telepathically. I think it's important to share with you what we have done together in the last 3 years. So 3 years ago, 2023, that was the recovery time at the end of COVID. So everything was red. Supply chain was broken, and everything associated with a broken supply chain, you can imagine what has happened. And then 2024 was a recovery year, and this year you can see obviously the colors start to turn more favorable. So 2023, it was a very painful, agonizing period. I remember the time back then we were reviewing everything on spreadsheet. Everything was red. There's no other color, just red. Every supplier, every part was just red, dark red. I think that was just the time everybody was just out of solutions. And COVID was a big pressure cooker that locked everybody down, okay? So we walked through that period. 2023, things started to turn better. So the escalation numbers, decommitments, deliveries, things start to turn the color, except with still one red, which is quality. And this year, I'm a little bit more comfortable to present this because even quality start to turn the corner. But as I put this slide down, I look at these colors, I say, well, this is not dark red. It's yellowish. It's not dark green. It's yellowish green. And I think this is the very bare minimum that we can do. This is not something I would feel too happy about. We're just kind of crawling back to the minimum threshold on what we should do as a company. So you heard a lot about technology and cost this morning. After lunch, Michael started to put a little bit more emphasis on quality. And that's really my story, is hovering around quality. I think at the end of the day, we know we're moving to Asia, not just industrial footprint, but sourcing. D&E is moving into Asia. We're just really creating a large footprint for ASML to expand globally with emphasis of serving our key customers here. Being in Asia, we know the cost structure is lower than some of the other regions. And we know we have a lot of passion to continue to improve. So putting the costs down is something we have to do, but I'm pretty confident together collectively we can get somewhere. But a lot of times, if you think about cost, it's really the end product of whatever you do beforehand. And quality is a primary driver. Do it right first time, every time. And that's something that we don't have to worry about all the costs of non-quality. And I will, if you remember last year, if you were here, I had one slide to talk about the costs of time to our customers. And you heard a little bit this morning and also a little bit this afternoon. All right, this morning, I think it was Herman who said about the range of capital our customers purchases for mega fab, EUV fab to, the DUV fab to EUV fab. The total expenditure on the front end capital equipment can range from 16 billion to 38 billion, I recall, right? And coincidentally, last year I used something on the low end. So this year, if I were to readjust, I actually used 15 billion to make a speech. And typically, the equipment will be depreciated by 5 years. So you divide it by 5, divided by 12 months, and then you can go down to the hours. So if you look at 15 billion on capital equipment depreciated to a 5-year, on the day it's 8.2 million. Right, so if you look at a more expensive fab of 38 billion, it doubles that. And that's on the fixed cost, on the depreciation alone. Not counting the people running it, not counting the wafers, not counting the chemical gas and everything else. If you're interested to divide that into hours, that's $340,000 per hour, just on depreciation. So the fact that we're sitting here today drinking coffee, had a great lunch, and talk about the issues, it costs our customers a minimum 8.2 million a day. Right? That's a incredible number. It's difficult for me to absorb. So I always take that as an alarm. Whatever that we're doing, how is it really impacting the customer? So we're not out of the woods of quality yet. If you look at the upper left, this is the wafer stage on YieldStar 500. The X beam, Y beam detached between a piece of metal and piece of ceramic. Next to it, upper right, that's a valve control, something maybe simple. And then in the middle, there should be a pressure restrictor inlet, insert. Supplier was supposed to thread it through halfway so that the insert will sit in the middle. Instead, they drilled it all the way through. So that inlet, through vibration over time, will just fall through. We have to fix it. Lower left, a detection wedge, which is part of the YieldStar sensor. It's basically a piece of metal holding optic. And the metal part was not treated well after manufacturing and became oxidized. We caused 70-ish of those issues. Some of them were already at the customer side. And the lower right is a wafer stage scratched. We've seen 6 of those over the last year and a half. For you, it may be a picture. For us, it's a lot of emotions, a few cursing words, and a lot of angry sentiments. And this is what the impact of quality to us. And then we pick up the phone, start shouting at each other, right? And this is something that we really have to get out of. And from my own experience, I think ASML has always been riding on the success of technology, time to market for many years. Quality is a big word. It's a word that we talk about. It's a word we wish to do something about, but our supply chain altogether, we still have a lot to be improved. So some very positive stories to share with you. So I talked about the detection wedge. So when it became discolored, we did a total inventory count. There were about 70 pieces affected. Some of them are running already in the YieldStar at the customer site. And so we look for a nearby supplier, Gongjin. They came to the rescue. They very quickly put out about, I think, 10 first articles, went right through. And then we quickly discussed with the current supplier, the old supplier, which was in the US. We made a cutoff time, and very quickly we swung the whole thing our way. So we really solved this in a very quick fashion. And that's something that, again, emphasizes the cost of time. Our customer is really bleeding when we have problems like that, 8.2 million a day. Yeah. The second story is, this one is a good one, NTS. I met NTS from Singapore, I think either last year or the year before. I'm not sure if they're here today. Hello. And so I heard in the background that we want to transfer the MMSA from the 300 series YieldStar to Singapore. I said, okay, great. And it went through. So the 5 articles, or 6 articles, first articles, just flew below the radar. So when I thought about asking what the status is, they said, well, it's gone through. Now it's regular delivery.
And I say, why don't you put this kind of nice stories on the radar instead of under the radar? I'd rather get that story most of the time instead of all these issues on the radar. So again, this is, I don't actually recall in the last 10 years I ran into any first article process went that smoothly. Maybe there are many cases went through below the radar, I don't know. But by and large, let's please copy, paste, and duplicate as many of those experiences as we can. And the last one is something very fundamental that I work with Singapore VDL. I think we work over almost 20 years on various products, and we always wrestle with different quality issues. A lot of times, frustration or disagreements. So last year, at this same time, we came together and really had a transparent discussion to say, look, this is how we want to continue, or this is something that we really, really have to make a difference. And Chime is here today. At that moment, he said, quality is my responsibility. I will fix it. So I said, okay, great. Then between Linko and VDL in Singapore, this become a factory-to-factory dialogue. And I want to make sure this grassroots initiative is not coming from a unsatisfied, dissatisfied customer to a supplier, but this is done at a peer level, that they have their best practices, we have ours, we exchange ideas. We walk through some very excruciating years where we did not produce quality products. And how do we come to where we are today is something that we can certainly share. So now we're pretty much on our way to a very, very different new page of starting and really taking quality as part of our religion, if you will. So something very exciting to share with you, the new factory in New Taipei. It's going to be topping out by next week, reaching the highest point of the structure. So it's about 78,000 square meters of land. We will develop half of it first. We have a long lease of 70 years to enable ASML to develop the business for many years to come. So we will have about 15,000 square meters of clean room space, a lot of office space, and warehouse. In terms of content, you can look at everything above. That's what we do today. We will move everything, plus the YieldStar sensors. We will move from our US factory, and also on the XT. So we will start with XT1 model, dry system, and everything you see in the box. These are the 5 key modules. So the wafer stage, reticle stage, main body, which includes the metro frame, lens SC, and the illuminators will be all manufactured here. And the aspiration is to make modules that will not require integration, that we will just make the modules, test them, qualify it, or ship it to the customer site to put it together. So we call it direct module shipment. Now, you can imagine, without going through integration, what kind of possible risk we have to endure. But we're not going to put any risks in our customer side. So we have a lot of work to do to drive the module quality to a level that is so consistent that you can put them together without much of a doubt that it will work for the first time. I think this move is a very bold move that will force SML to drive quality up. You know, in the factory, when you integrate, it takes about 6 weeks. That's like insurance, right? Anything goes wrong, we contain in our factory, change a part, and all that. And that's not real quality. That's just keeping your laundry in your house. And to really mean something on quality, we have to make sure we build something, it can be right the first time at the customer side. So I hope that's something that will excite you. It's a tremendous challenge that we have to go through with this. And that's not something ASML does. That's something that you have to do. Remember the 80-20. The 80% cost we spend are on modules that we buy from you. So this is something collectively we have to do together to ensure we provide the utmost quality to our customers. So last year, this is the picture during this session that I've shown you. After 18 months, this is where we are. So we have done everything we can to accelerate. Because during the downturn years, that's a year that you really invest. You really do something with what you can do to invest for the next ramp up. So the basement now is dry. We're putting in all the cabling. The lower right picture, that's the clean room. So I set foot inside the clean room last month, actually together with Herman. And it felt big. It felt very big, which is nice. So by the end of next year, actually the same month next year when we are here, hopefully we have a chance to show you the finished product of that factory. Okay. So I will end my story sharing with this last slide. This is a vision the management team in Linko collectively have written together. I want it to be a vision written by all of us. And we break them down into safety, quality, and operational excellence. In quality, I think the four most important words is I own ASML quality. And this is something I really start taking that into the organization, want to make sure it becomes a religious belief. Because we're the last door before the system goes to the customer. And in recent years, I have to say, I came to a realization, and it's probably an embarrassing realization, given the amount of technology we put into our systems, the astronomical price tag we sell. You just saw it from McKeel. Pictures of pictures of pictures and pictures of non-quality. Loose screws, water leaks, cable connections. Some are very basic. And the embarrassment to myself was, well, given the pivotal role we are in such an advanced technology sector, we cannot fix those issues. What about companies that make baby strollers? Companies that make seatbelt or airbag units for automobiles? A baby stroller is what, $300, $500? A seatbelt unit or a airbag unit is probably $1,000 US dollars. I can bet you their workmanship is far better and more disciplined than we do, because they know a precious little infant sit in that baby stroller. They cannot have a missed screw, right? Airbag saves lives. Somebody sits behind the seatbelt. Landing gears of airplanes. These are things that cost far more less than SML. But their respect to quality, there's something meaningful behind it, that lives can be lost. Maybe our systems don't blow up, doesn't hurt people, and therefore we think of quality as an afterthought. I start questioning myself, what kind of mentality do I hold in order to represent what we do? So after that realization, I think that our team start to collect among ourselves. We want to go to a higher level. So to put our ambition into words, into actions, we're now working on the DUV reticle handler. We provide about 300 reticle handlers to Veltman factory to integrate. We're looking at a possibility to remove the Q gate at the end. Q gate is non-value add. 3 hours of our engineers' time to look at everything, touch the screws, touch the cables, clean up the particles, that's 3 hours. I said, well, let's see if we can really go through our PFMEA and structurally make sure all these problems do not need to be caught at the end. So when we finish the build, we just turn off the lights and leave. And that's the level of ambition we want to drive our organization. We have spent 1 year to go through a lot of processes to make sure the control plans, the structural fixes are there. And the magic moment, we're setting it at the end of this year to completely remove quality control. Now, we may be spending a little bit more time to make sure we have no loose ends on this. So I'm looking at end of this year or beginning of Q1. And this is not breaking down quality control into all the steps, because that makes no difference, right? The 3 hours you spend can be either at the end of your bill, or you can break them into minutes in different stages. We want to actually remove those, not catching the dirty laundries in the factory. Just make sure the dirty laundries don't happen. So that's really a higher level of ambition we want to get ourselves to. We're doing everything we can. And I hope this word of I own ASML quality, if I can enlist and include you into the word I, and you also radiate that level of aspiration into your organizations, then together, I think we can make a real difference in front of our customers, okay? So that's what I have to share. I think that's exactly on the right time. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year with a new factory, okay? Thanks a lot.
谢谢。接下来，我们很荣幸的邀请到台南工厂的厂长 Leonard Lin 来为我们分享来自 HMI 的观察与期待。
Thank you, Tony. Next, we would like to hear the voice from our Tainan factory. Please join me in welcoming Leonard Lin, head of ASML Tainan factory, to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leonard. So today I'm here to give you a brief business update on the e-beam business and also the challenge we will face together and opportunity we can catch together. So first, a little about the e-beam business. E-beam is a fast-growing business. E-beam is a fast-growing business, so we see actually a very high growth rate every year for the coming few years. And also, the new business driver is coming from multi-beam, which is different from the current technology. And ASML introduced multi-beam a few years ago. So we are really looking forward to see much more business growth in this area. But also in here, we also face a very intense challenges from our competitors. The competition is high in this business. So that's why we need to work together. And a little bit background about the value chain of the e-beam business in ASML. In ASML, although all the e-beam machine made in Tainan factory, but actually design come from everywhere around the world. So actually we have a San Jose design center. We also have the Netherlands build design the modules. And so all the technology will come together in Tainan factory and we sell to the machine around the world. So this is a bit about the value chain background of the e-beam business in ASML. So what does it mean to us? It means that we need to consider all the technology developed in different areas, and they need to all integrate in Tainan factory. So we really need to work with you together to find out all the issues when we are integrating the machine. And a lot of issues you cannot see in the beginning of the design because they might be okay in the module qualification, but in the end, in the system qualification, we might face different issues. And also, over the years, e-beam business, we are used to build the modules by ourselves. So we actually buy a lot of thousands of parts. We handle hundreds of suppliers, and we do everything by ourselves. But like I mentioned, in order to catch up the business we mentioned in the coming years, we can no longer do this anymore. We want to outsource more to our supplier, to you guys, to help us to catch the business together. And so today, there are a lot of parts we buy by ourselves, but we already, over the lunch, I talked to some supplier that we will buy the modules from you, and that we might buy even more in the coming years. So by doing that, then we can catch the business in a very short time. And also, because in the past, we are all doing this module by ourselves. So when we are outsourcing, we know there are a lot of design or document or the details of the manufacturing and the qualification process are not very clear for you. So actually, if you need help, you can contact us. We are able to show you how we make it today, and it's easier for you to catch up in the coming future. Also, to be more deeper on what will be the future need and the competency we need for eBeam business, I think to bring this information to you guys, you can help you to understand what will be the key competency you can develop in the coming years so we can win business together. There are 4 main areas which is very critical to eBeam business. The first one is the cleanness. Also, the future eBeam business will operate in a more high voltage and high vacuum. Also, the eBeam business requires a lot of high performance computing. First, I will start with the cleanness. I think a lot of you guys already know that cleanness is very important for eBeam business because basically eBeam is operating in a vacuum environment with very, very high voltage. So any small particle or residual gas will create arcing. The arcing will damage the whole system. So that's why the contamination control is very important for us. And today, we are looking for improve our contamination control spec from grade 2 to grade 1. It means you need to use different way to measure the contamination and do the different way on the contamination control. So we are looking forward to work with you on the parts clean and also how to build clean and maintain clean when they ship to Tainan factory. I think that's a very key area we would like to work with you. The second part is also the high vacuum and the high voltage. I will start with the high voltage. So we also buy a lot of critical materials from you guys. And when you are in your factory, you might not see some of the issue. But when they operate in very, very high voltage, we will have the issues in Tainan factory. For example, a lot of case happen on the ceramic. So how the ceramic perform during the very, very high voltage and the vacuum is very important to us. Also, the surface coating under the high voltage and the vacuum. So these are also the key areas we would like to work with you. The third one is also the high vacuum situation. I think I also talked to one of the suppliers today that we buy a lot of parts we are using our machine, which will operate in a high vacuum situation. And when you operate in the situation, you are very easy to have the leak or outgassing. But during your process, you might not able to see the issues. So these are the area we need to work together to find out a better way to qualify the parts before you ship to Tainan factory. I think there is a few critical, very clear case I see in the coming recently. First one is that if you see the picture below, there's one ceramic together with one copper. And if you know how it works in Tainan factory, you will know that the ceramic and copper can never touch together. But usually when we see the parts coming from the supplier, they all like somewhere disoriented and they touch the ceramic together. Maybe in your process, you don't see the issue, but when they come to the final assembly, this kind of issue can create a huge damage to the machine. Also, the high vacuum situation is also another case. I see sometimes that we report this component have outgassing, we ship back to supplier. And I see suppliers try very hard to verify the part is okay. They put the part inside the water to see if they leak. But it's not actually a tire. It's actually, we operate in the high vacuum. So the way you verify, it doesn't work that way. So these are the area like we would like to invite you to work with us to overcome the technical challenge so we can provide better quality to our customer. Another thing I would like to mention is that in order to address catch up the business opportunity, address our common challenge, Tainan factory is very eager to work with you. A lot of issues you cannot see in your side, or a lot of issues we cannot see in our side. So Tainan factory would like to invite you to visit Tainan factory if you don't know what happened and you'd like to know more. And we would also like to visit you if you have an issue in your place that you don't know how to solve. So I think by working together, that's really the way we can make our product better. Here I bring some real case that in the early design phase, our supplier faced the issue. And if you speak up, then we will work with you to know how to define a better spec and how to improve our design. But if we just receive the part, we don't know what to do, and we think you might have a quality issue, but I think it's more than just quality. Maybe you just don't understand what happened. For example, the dimensions. Sometimes actually we send out the wrong dimension to you. So when you do the assembly, you found out it doesn't work. But if you're just trying to make it work, then in the end, you will just create more problem. We will need your help to speak up, to tell us what's going wrong when you see the parts. And also, sometimes when we release the spec to you, for example, another key example is the roughness. This is also very key for the e-beam system because any small burr or sharp edge will create arcing. Arcing will damage the whole system. So this is also very important. But usually when you receive the spec, how to measure the spec, how to qualify the spec also requires some experience and technique. So if you have a doubt on how do you comply with the spec or how do you verify the spec, you're also welcome to contact us. And also the packaging. Because like I mentioned, the designs mainly happen in the Netherlands and the US, and we also do the final integration in Tainan. So when we are doing the design, we didn't consider enough on the packaging. But if you are the expert in the packaging and you see there's a risk during the packaging, then please also let us know. Because or we don't know where's the part that go wrong, but in the end, the part was broken. So in summary, I want to mention that e-beam is a business we have a very significant growth in the coming years, but we also have a lot of challenge in the coming year. In order to do that, also I mentioned the value chain is that we have a design around the world, and also we do the high volume manufacturing in Taiwan. So we really need to work with you during the NPI phase to make our product introduction a success. And the third is that in order to catch out the market opportunity, Tainan factory is going to move from our current component sourcing to high volume qualified buy. So we'd like to buy more high-value modules from you. Another one is that we also encourage you to develop your competency in the coming areas on cleaners, high voltage, high vacuum, and high power computing. These are the areas we will face challenge in the coming future. And if we are prepared, then we can better address our common challenge. Also, we see in the past years, we see a lot of issues happen in your side or happen in Tainan factory. It's because we don't understand each other. So we really encourage you to contact us if you want to visit us, or we can visit you if you see problem you don't understand and you don't know how to solve. And the last one, but also the very important one, is that if you see design issue in the design document or when you do the manufacturing for our modules, please speak up. I think by working together, we can define a better spec that can work for us and to catch our business opportunity. Thank you.
好，谢谢 Leonard。好，接下来我们志诚邀请韩国工厂厂长 Han Jun Kim 上台，为我们介绍工厂概况及未来战略。
Thank you, Leonard. And let's welcome Head of Korea Factory, Han Jun Kim, to the stage. Welcome, Mr. Kim.
Hello, everyone. My name is Han Jun Kim. I'm currently head of Korea Factory. Since this is your first time to present the Korea Factory to our valuable partners, I want to explain about what is our strategy and what is the Korea Factory looks like, and then also some our business outlook and what is our requirement for our partners. This is the CLS manufacturing strategy. CLS means the simul resource. We have two factories. One is the San Diego in USA, and one is the Pyeongtaek in Korea. As you know, it's currently market growth, but we have a challenge for geopolitical uncertainty and also supply chain development. Based on that, we have three guiding principles. First one, business continuity. Deliver to market demand, serve our customers, increase the market share, and also minimize the risk in supply chain. Second is capability. ensure capability and capacity to meet market demand, manufacturing and supply in place, and also in time to deliver. Lastly, cost, maintain cost competitiveness and drive continuous improvement. Because of three guiding principles, we have three strategies. First one, industrial footprint. Invest in both San Diego and Korea to meet our demand. Maintain MPI in San Diego and cross-link with DNE. That means Korea factory will produce multiple product mainly. Second one is a capacity. Maximize invest in San Diego and Korea, expanding clean and also industrial footprint. Further develop supply chain to support where we manufacture. Lastly, operational excellence. Drive variation out of factory, implemented PKM, and also increased efficiency. Next slide, I explained about the Simon Korea factory. Simon Korea factory has 23 years history. In 2002, Korea factory was established. First SOP is a KRF chamber manufacturing. At the time, the floor area only 2,600 square meters. In 2018, we expanded the utility room about 78 square meters for support the EV collector cleaning business. Because the collector cleaning business requires the CDA and also CO2 gas utility room is required. In 2021, we expanded the warehouse about 200 square meters to add RF chamber, also hybrid optics, and other pro kit. In 2023, we decided to launch a project for factory expansion because the San Diego factory already maxed out, and also we need more space in Korea factory to support the other customer in Asia. 2025, expansion plan was complete. We started to produce the all chambers, optics, SPPM, also system. System will be start to product middle of next year. Basically, floor area we expand to 14,000 square meters, which means more than 4 times from earlier factory. And also we will start EXE CVM module, which means additional EV business. Next 2 slides, I will explain about the laser to understanding what is our supplier looking for or focus. There are 2 platforms. On right side, we call the dual chamber system. You can see the 2 chamber and up and low. And also around the chamber, you can see there are many modules. Highlighted one, there's the optics module, also SSPPM module. Basically, highlighted module means manufacturing make this module. There is no other part which is not highlighted one. There is mostly by part. I think that area also supplier need to look. Right side, there is a single chamber system. You can see the only 1 chamber, and then there is 2 optics module and other SPPM module. If you look at the next level, right upper side, we call the chamber. There's a heart of laser. There's a few core part. You can see the blower, which is circulating the gas. And then there is also a heat exchanger, which is the control temperature. And also middle side, there is a electrode, which means discharging to make the light. And also we have the MFT module, which we clean up the dust inside of the chamber. Right to low side, there is a relay optics. I put the beam reverser. There's one of your simple optics part. We have many optics part. The main function is change the beam position and also beam size, also pulse stretcher. Left to right side, left offside is a metrology optics. I put the step. There's a busy part because there's a key for function. There's a PDM to measure the energy, and then there's a echelon or grating to measure the bandwidth and wavelengths, and also a galvatron with a sensor to calibrate absolute wavelengths. Left low side, there's SAPPM, solid state pulse power module. So main function is pulse compression and voltage amplification. So many LC circuit. So many inductor and capacitor, also reactor. So currently we have about 1,500 raw material to produce those modules. And also most of the supplier in USA, about 100. That is the currently opportunity for Asia supplier, which we are looking for. So hopefully we can have Asia supplier within few years. This slide showing the system and spare demand outlook. There's a 15 years outlook, last 5 years and next 10 years. Last 5 years, there's a good increase. It's a module level about the 24% increase. New system level about 61% increase. But there's a big dip. Last year, this year, maybe next year. But eventually will be increased. So module level about 37% and system level about 11%. So you can see the trend in the green. That is the new system, still drop in 2026. However, red dot line, 2006, basically is increased because our customer will be used more to produce more semiconductor chip. That means system utilization will be increased from next year. Then new system demand will be followed. So currently, Korea factory target to produce 50% spare module and 20% KrF laser from next year. To achieve our goal for next 5 years and 10 years, I need your support. There's a 4 items I highlight. First time right, zero repeat focus to learn. And the one-time delivery performance, more than 95% OTIF. Continuous improvement. Feedback loop is critical to improvement. Communication. Increased communication to address and prevent bottleneck. Access risk, work end-to-end to break problem. This is my last slide. Thank you.
好的，谢谢 Mr. Kim。好，各位，接下来我们即将观看来自 ASML CTO Marco Peters 的影片，他将为大家介绍 ASML 接下来的技术前景。
Thank you, Mr. King. Now we will watch the video from Marco Peters, who is Chief Technology Officer, to talk about ASML Technology Roadmap.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see all of you here. It's my honor to basically give you an update on our technology roadmap. And as you see, I call the presentation Innovate Everywhere. And you will see also why. We're at a point where if we look to our entire product portfolio, there are opportunities everywhere to innovate. Not only on the high end, on EUV and high-NA, but also there's a lot of stuff happening in applications and, for instance, also eyeline. And I'd like to share that with you today. And I'd like to do it in basically 3 parts. So starting off with the market trends. And I like to start actually with looking at the International Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas, not this year, but 2020. What we saw there is quite a lot of applications, and basically the conclusion was chips are going to be everywhere. And at that point in time, we were looking at the number of ICs per person per year was about 135 with a spending of about $55. Then fast forward, or backwards to January of this year, again, another trade show. And what we saw there is basically a lot of applications. Whether they are now really realistically going to happen, we don't know. But what we did see is that AI was coming and was coming closer to consumers. You see a couple of these examples again. They might happen, they might not happen. But you already see a shift in the trends from, let's say, chips everywhere to AI getting very closer and into our lives. Now, then I also try to look at my crystal ball for 2030. And I need to disappoint you, I don't have one. What we do see in terms of prediction is that the amount of ICs per person per year will actually go to about 180, and the spending will be going from 55 to 120. So we do see there a huge opportunity, and especially also driven with AI coming really close to our lives. And I think it was also said earlier today by Christoph, we see that AI is coming in everywhere. So we see it on devices, on sensors. They will be connected on compute and the edge, but all connected and fed by AI models. And that's also why we still stick to a prediction of a global semi-sales of about 1 trillion in 2030, where the majority of that sales will be coming from high performance compute. So how do we see that now back in our customers' roadmap? And I take here the one from TSMC. And what you see here is basically a trend over time where you look at the amount of transistors that fit into one chip, what they call monolithic integration. Where you saw, well, was a couple of million before, 7 billion earlier, and they have a path to about 200 billion of transistors on a single chip. But that's not everything, because what we also saw in the last couple of years is no longer about single chips. It's about integration. It's about 3D silicon stacking and advanced packaging techniques that allows our customers to basically stack these chips onto a package. And if you look at that strategy, you actually see that by also the end of this decade, there's another trillion, not a trillion in global sales, but a trillion on transistors on a package. Now, of course, this looks like a very opportunistic roadmap, but if you then look at what some data points that we have, and the latest one is actually from Apple beginning of the year, where they show their Apple M3 Ultra package that has already 184 billion transistors right there. So also we see here TSMC and their customers are on a very steep path to reach that 1 trillion transistors by the end of this decade. And of course, if people are doing great, there are others that can do more. So we have here an example from NVIDIA, their Grace Blackwell system, basically incorporating 72 GPUs in total, having a 130 trillion transistors today. Of course, not for the average application, but again, you see, if you need it to compute, it's there. Now, we mentioned AI probably a zillion times before today, but I'd like to show what the implications are that for our industry. A quote here from AMD, where you actually see that AI is driving the amount of parameters that we need to calculate is increasing by about 20x per year. It used to be about 2x per year, but we see with these novel models, we go about to a 20x per year. And of course, all these parameters need to be calculated. So that basically puts quite some stress or requirements on compute speed. So what we've done here in this graph is basically 2 things. We looked at now what's now the compute speed per package that you need in order to basically train the models that we have today in about 200 hours. And we compare that by looking at what the compute speed was traditionally. And you see also here that increase in the amount of parameters has a significant increase in the compute speed that we need. And it's actually on an exponential scale. Well, if you look at the vertical scale, this is not linear, it's exponential. So we actually see that those models, they require a huge amount of compute speed. Now, of course, that goes hand in hand with the power that you need to do that. And if we look at a model that we had, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, and you would look at the energy that is needed to train such a model over time, that's the pink line, you actually see by simply following Moore's law, you would see that basically that energy that's needed to do computation is basically about 0.6x every 2 years. So that's going down over time, as we also would anticipate. But now if we then throw in these new models that are basically increased parameters 20x per year, you actually see that the energy that you need to basically train these models is also going through the roof. And actually, if you would extend that without doing anything, you would see that at some point in time, call it mid of the next decade, it would basically consume the total world energy that we have here. So that's something that, of course, is not sustainable. So something needs to happen. Now, what is that, and what can we do on this? So we already saw that different models out there, ChatGPT 3, 4. I think there was some disturbance early in the year with Chinese models coming out that were way more efficient than what we have today. So that's one thing. Get to more efficient models that give the same kind of power, but with less compute speed. That's one on the models. But then, of course, that's basically in our domain, we can improve the chips. And there are 3 ways of doing that. So first of all, we can go to architectures which are more efficient to AI. Today, we see GPUs, high bandwidth memory, I'll come back to that later on. That's basically what we see today that's being used by AI. But there are a lot of ideas to make that more efficient and come with architectures that are really suited for the type of problems that need to be computed in AI. That's one. The other one, of course, is efficient chip technology. Keep on scaling transistors and energy efficiency. And that's what we have been doing for 40 years. And of course, we see there's still a path moving forward to keep on doing that. And the last point is also making more effective and efficient IC production equipment and processes. So by these 4 measures, you can actually basically close that gap in terms of demand and supply and the energy that AI models need. And this is all about compute speed that we see today. But it's not only compute speed, it's also about memory. And this is a slide from Micron, one of our customers, where they also show that with these advanced models, the need for memory is also going exponentially high. If you look to the latest ChatGPT 4, they see here it requires over 1 trillion of parameters and hence also memory. And what we see today in that solution space, I already mentioned it, it's called high bandwidth memory. On your left, you see a GPU with 6 cubes of memory around that. And within such a cube, you basically see the following. In the middle part, you see it's 12 DRAM chips stacked together on top of a base die. And by doing that, you have a huge bandwidth very close to the GPU. Now, you already see something happening. And please remember this when I get to the last part of my presentation. You see here, it's not only about making 12 or actually 13 dies, but also integrating them and stacking them together. And by doing that, you actually see that the amount of square millimeters on memory is actually 10x larger than on the GPU that sits next to it. So also memory, and if you see it also not only from Micron, but also from SK Hynix, you see also memory is benefiting big time from AI. Now let's go to our customer requirements. Of course, we have the roadmap from IMEC that basically shows 2D scaling will continue. Not as fast as it did before, but at least there's a path even to the end of next decade where the metal pitch is going down. But we also see more trends than just a shrink. We also see that customers are going to new type of transistors, FinFETs, nanosheets, CFETs, even 2D FETs. And another trend that we also have been seeing is customers are going for different interconnect architecture. Intel was the first to announce their backside power network. They're basically opening the backside of the wafer to put power lines there. And we see more and more trends moving forward where customers are using that technology as well to increase the density on the package. So already on this roadmap, you see that it's not just only 2D scaling. There's a lot happening as well on the transistor itself, but also on what I would call 3D innovation and 3D integration. Now let's first do the part that we have been doing, 2D scaling. You see here in purple the metal pitch from the IMEC slide, and you see it still goes down over time. In green, you see a line that we call edge placement error, and that's basically the tolerance that you need on those lines if you want to make sure that they actually work as part of a chip. And you see also that number, 7 nanometers, it was about beginning of the decade, needs to go down to about 3 nanometers in 2040. So you see here a challenge is not only making the lines smaller, but also making sure that the accuracy is there. And that's something that we typically do with what we call holistic litho, and is a combination of metrology control around the scanner. Now, if we look at this metal pitch line over time, you actually see that, let's say, beginning of this decade, you could do this with single expose EUV, 0.33 NA. By going down this line, you see at some point in time, you need to start using double expose EUV or high NA. And we're actually in the middle of this phase where now customers are doing double expose EUV in production and are exploring high NA. I'll come to some more examples later on in this. And if you follow that line at some point in time, also high NA, single expose runs out of steam, so you can start double expose high NA, or, and we're still debating on that, there is an opportunity to go for yet another NA, a hyper NA, that allows customers to go back on single expose. And why do we emphasize single expose? Well, this is the most simple way of producing a chip. You expose once, and you don't have any very complex processing around it. I said more details in my high NA part. So this part we see, and there's a continuous appetite to continue 2D scaling. But next to that, as I said, we also see 3D innovation integration happening. And it's not happening on just one segment of the market. We see it across all segments. We see it in NAND, in DRAM, and in logic, where customers are stacking chips or stacking wafers in order to get a better density or better performance of the device. And of course, the first opportunity that we have with that is making sure that customers can do it with the right overlay also after these bonding steps. So that's the first part that we have been addressing in the last couple of years with our customers. But of course, you can also see moving forward that is another opportunity. If all the segments of our industry are going to some form of stacking or bonding, this is something, of course, that we are looking at. And then, of course, as they are packaging, it's not that they're just stacking wafers or chips, but they're actually making complex packages. And to give a bit of a schematic view, you see here a typical AI package where you see on the right a CPU and GPU, typically being exposed on our immersion or EUV systems. Same for DRAM. But then you see also other components that are not just done on critical litho equipment. They're done, for instance, on I-line, on KrF. If you look, for instance, on the interposer, and we'll come back on that later on, you see that there's a large interposer, which is basically a bit of a base for all these other chips to be put on. And the size of it itself is already significantly larger than a typical field that we can expose with a scanner or stepper today. So also that is an area of innovation that we are addressing. You probably saw our announcement of our new I-line scanner last week, the XT260. But of course, you can imagine that these type of interposers will only become larger and larger over time. So these are all, let's say, the opportunities and trends that we see from our customers. But customers also, yes, they need the technology, but they need it at the right performance, at the right timing, at the right maturity, at the right cost. And a couple of quotes from our friends here. Micron, Intel, TSMC, but I could easily add another 10. They all focus on deliver this at the right cost of technology, have the right quality, have the right cost, and have the right lead time. And this is becoming more and more important overall. Now we talk about cost of technology because that's a parameter that our customers are very keen on. And I'd like to spend a minute on it to explain what it actually is. So when we talk, or we and our customers talk about cost of technology, it's basically the average selling price of a tool divided by the wafers per day. And they like to see this cost of technology going down over time. Now, of course, there are a couple of ways of doing it. The most obvious one I will not discuss because no one likes that. So what we try to do here is basically increase the amount of good wafers per day over time. And of course, that can be done by more source power, faster stages, etc., etc. And of course, you do it in a way where we share that value with customers in a way that both they benefit and we benefit from it. But it's not only, let's say, the capability of that system. You can imagine if we increase throughput by 10%, that's not 10%, or it's only 10% if we also do it at the right quality, the right lead time, the right uptime, and customer usage conditions. So we have to really consider it, do it in a way where they actually get the benefits of those throughput improvements in their fab. So we need a lot of innovation to bring this technology at the right time, at the right cost. It's not just about performance, it's also with these parameters, and that becomes more and more important as we see it today in our discussions with our customers. So now, how do we incorporate all of that in our product portfolio? And I will go through our whole portfolio in showing some of the results that we have today, but also talk about opportunities that we see in front of us and that we maybe have not been addressing yet, but we will be doing it shortly. As a recap, where do we now add value by innovation? And we have a very simple equation on this. For us, it's all about the amount of good printed transistors that we deliver to a customer divided by the overall cost of litho. And of course, good printed transistors, it means the right yield, the right resolution. So the smaller the resolution, better. That's why we did EUV, that's why we're doing high-NA. The right accuracy, making sure that we have the right overlay, for instance. And if we do it well, do it a lot and do it fast, productivity. And of course, that gets divided by system cost of a lifetime, the operational cost of the system, but also more and more the environmental cost. So you see also later on, we are very, very working hard to reduce, let's say, the overall energy consumption of our systems. So with that in mind, let's look at our portfolio. And I start close at home with applications. Now, what do we do in applications? A very simple slide. What I try to depict here on the top is basically the flow of a wafer through a customer fab and how we influence that from an application holistic litho point of view. So on the left, you start with a mask. A customer or one of their customers want to expose a certain pattern, and we can optimize that pattern for our litho tool. Then, of course, we expose that mask on a system. We use all kind of metrology to basically see what's on that wafer. We expose another layer. We measure again with metrology the overlay. And all these data points that we have, we use that to basically see how well was this accuracy, how good was that edge placement error. And that we actually use to feed back to the scanners for consecutive exposure. So we try to characterize what's on the wafer and use that as an input for next exposures. That's typically what we do with holistic litho. Now, a couple of examples on what we have been doing there and are doing there. The first one is on that mask preparation, computational litho. What we try to do there is basically make sure that whatever pattern the customer or one of their customers like Apple wants to put on a wafer, we optimize the mask. And that's a very computational heavy, model heavy part of the industry. And we have been using their AI already for the last 4 or 5 years, where we use AI and especially deep learning models to get to better accuracy in a fixed amount of time, or to speed up these models' runtime. So on various places in that process, by using AI, we could actually get to better results for our customers in a shorter time. But we're not stopping there. As you saw, we have been teaming up with Mistral. They have a huge knowledge on Gen AI. And we're basically now working together by combining what we have on OPC with Gen AI to see whether we can actually get faster to a result, because today is still a lot of engineering work to set up such a recipe and basically do verification. And we are now exploring with Mistral to see how can we use Gen AI to create agents around this process to really speed it up and get to more consistent and faster results for our customers. Secondly, on metrology. On YieldStar, that's our optical overlay metrology tool. The YieldStar 500 was delivered, was not an easy race. But actually we see this year it's paying off. We have been basically meeting customer requirements on a lot of our customers, despite very heated competition. But it came at a high cost and quite some quality issues. So it took us way longer than we intended to basically win these nodes at customers. But of course, in the end we did. The performance was there, but there was also a learning, because we spent so much time on getting this system to the right performance. It actually hampered our efforts for the next system. So also the system that comes beyond there, we could start it only later. So also here we need to learn that whatever we do, we have to do it with the right quality, because it's not only hampering this product, but also the next. And I'm talking about the next, what we call the 550. So there we actually had to reset our scope based on what customer timing was, but also on our own sustainability, because we said what we did on the 500, I cannot do it a second time. I will not have the appetite, but definitely customers will not allow me to do so. So we were very clear, focus on what are now the key requirements that we need from our customers, and we adjusted the scope accordingly. So what you see, for instance, a lot of the performance gain that we needed, we're not going to do it in hardware because we simply don't have the time to do it. So we're also doing here quite a lot of innovation by application methods and in another case also AI algorithms to basically get to that performance in an affordable way. Now, as I said, the holistic approach is a control loop. And this basically shows one of our exposure systems, and we have a lot of data inputs around it. It comes already from the computational side, but it also comes from all kinds of sensors inside the system. We call that scanner metrology. It comes from drift metrology, so registration wafers that we run on a regular basis around the system, but also a lot of metrology from customer wafers. So we have a lot of data sources, and we combine that in an engine that we call Litho Insight, and their customers can actually choose what merits function to optimize on. Is overlay more important than imaging, etc.? So that's basically our control sensor where customers, based on all the inputs, can steer the next set of corrections towards the scanner. As I said, this is not something new. We have been doing this for more than a decade. However, when we looked at 3D integration, and especially on wafer bonding, this was actually coming in very, very handy, because with wafer bonding coming into the industry for 3D NAND or DRAM or even logic, what customers do, and this is an example from DRAM that I show here, you see customers have two wafers patterned, one logic wafer with CMOS, one memory wafer with a memory array on it, and they like to bond these wafers and then processing it further. Now that all seems very simple, but the minute that you start bonding these wafers, there are huge stresses on these wafers, and these wafers, they get completely deformed like a Pringle chip. Now that's all nice, of course, but then after that, they still need to go into a scanner, and we need to expose another layers on top of that. That's only possible if you know how that Pringle looks like, and also can you actually follow that Pringle? Because if it's very extreme, of course, you cannot pattern on top of that. And this is where we use that control scheme that you saw on the previous slide. We actually use our metrology to fully characterize the wafers before that bond. And before that bond, you can keep both layers very closely connected to about a 5 nanometer overlay again. After bonding, the wafer deformation is large, and we use there over 5,000 metrology points per wafer in order to characterize it. And then, for the consecutive exposures at step 3, we actually could use the scanner such that it still could follow that deformation based on that holistic approach. So you see here a combination of how we utilize something that we developed on, let's say, the traditional 2D scaling that also enabled us and our customers to benefit for 3D integration. And then on inspection, multi-E-beam, a project that we have been working on for quite some time with HMI. And this is a data point that I'd like to share with you that we did together with Samsung. So with E-beam, typically E-beam is a very slow metrology technique. And on the right, you see here a single beam. It takes about 0.07% of a wafer in 4 hours to measure. Now we're going to multi-beam. Our eScan 1100 has 25 beams. We could speed it up significantly. And by using that together with Samsung, we could actually get similar defect fingerprints compared to their electrical test, but we could gain them 1 month earlier in the process. So here you can see that actually Samsung could learn from yield issues 1 month before it actually was hitting electrical tests. So you could imagine that this completely changed our learning curve. And we're not stopping here. We have a roadmap on E-beam where we are not stopping at the first generation. No, we have plans for at least 2 or 3 generations on top of that. And every generation we try to improve that throughput by about 10x compared to the previous one. Now, as I said, on the first generation, we were using 25 beams. The next one, that's actually, as we speak, being integrated in several places in the Netherlands. On the left, you see the beams. We're going from 25 to 2,700 beams, so a factor of 100 more in beams. And since also in this industry, cost and footprint are very important, we have developed a new platform. Footprint significantly smaller than the previous one and really optimized what we need to do on E-beam. So what you saw on the right was a short movie of the integration that took place in Eindhoven the last couple of months, where we did, together with our suppliers, assembled a new e-beam platform designed for cost, footprint, and energy usage. So you see here quite some innovation. This is one step, so we want to have this system available to customers next year, but there are at least 2 other generations after this one in terms of e-beam that we can think of today. Then moving to High-NA. As I said, in terms of exposure, single expose is very important for our customers. It's complexity reduction. You don't have to do multi-patterning, no difficult processing. With High-NA, because you have more contrast, you can use lower doses, so it means more wafers per hour. And also because of the resolution, you can think of different 2D designs compared to what customers are doing today with low-NA. Since you have less mask steps, there's less defects, shorter cycle times, and also less patterning fab space because you need less equipment. So these are basically the reasons why our customers are looking into High-NA, and also the reason why we're doing it. Now, some results on the system. The first one, our EXE5000. Very short imaging. We're imaging lines of 10 nanometer width with a uniformity of less than half a nanometer across the wafer, and we do it with a placement of less than half a nanometer. So both uniformity and placement all within half a nanometer. And I say it pretty rapidly, but it's almost impossible to imagine what that means. Then in terms of resolution, and just to show you what High-NA can do versus low-NA. You see on the top here pictures of contact holes, and you see that starting at the bottom, 0.33 NA EUV in HVM today is running out of steam at a pitch of 32. You see a lot of defects coming in, not workable. With High-NA, you can actually push that significantly down, we think, to 24, 21 nanometer pitch easily. So you already see that with High-NA, you can basically expose these very tight patterns to smaller pitches moving forward. So where are we on High-NA? Completed 8 shipments to our customers. 5 installs have been completed. Typically, when we install the system, you see it in the press. Intel, Samsung, SK Hynix, Samsung, they're not a secret, they're there. And of course, the other installations are ongoing. So what are we now really doing with our customers on High-NA? Because I think that's really important. And it's a very similar trajectory that we're going through compared to what we've done on EUV. You basically see 3 phases that we go through before customers adopt High-NA EUV. Today, phase 1 is where we're in. It's what we call the R&D phase. So customers are really looking at the image capability. So the plots that I just showed, that's what they're interested in. And they have been doing it with the High-NA lab, as we had it here on site, but also with their very first systems. So they're really evaluating what's now the capability of these systems. They're also developing their own processes, and they're looking at what's now the performance of the system in terms of uniformity and overlay. And that's the very first phase, and we're in the middle of that phase with all of our customers. Then we go to a second phase where they're doing a bit of a pre-production. So you go in, it's a production qualification. So they're looking at system maturity. Is that system now reliable enough for me to put in production? What's the uptime? What's the reliability? What are defect levels? As we learned on EUV, reticle defects, wafer defects are of key importance to our customers. What's now the overall cost? And it's not just the cost of our equipment, but also the cost of resist and processing, etc. And typically, they do that on 1 or 2 layers. And we have the discussion as we speak with customers, logic and DRAM, that are looking at what are now the first 1, 2 layers that we're going to pick for this pre-production step. And then, based on that, if that's successful, they go to HVM. And then it's all about overall equipment efficiency. It's all about cost, operational performance, stability, and this is also the moment in time where they go to more than 2 layers, as we also have seen on EUV. So we are going with our customers through these phases, and of course, that also determines the amount of systems that they take and that we're going to ship moving forward. Now, what's important is the maturity of the system and making sure that the system meets the performance specifications as we have committed to customers. And if we look to High-NA, there's a couple of things that are very important. One is the throughput. Now, today we're doing about 54 wafers per hour, and that's not where we need to be. So we need to go to about 175 with first systems. So we have plans in place to meet that. So that's the very first thing, show our capability and throughput to our customers. And then secondly, also show that the maturity is there, that they have a system that is up. And today it's not meeting at the level where we want to be, but we want to go to about 80% by the end of the year. And we need to follow that curve in order to get also the credibility and the trust from our customers that they can use these systems for the first production rounds on that 1 and 2 layer. So this is basically the key focus of the team right now, is making sure the system meets specs and meets uptime. Then we have another challenge for our own, is the overall cost of the platform. What you see here is basically the cost that we had beginning of the year and where we need to be in our target. And as you can see, we are not there yet. And it takes quite some time to basically meet our own cost target for the platform as we have stated it. So all the ideas that we have, all the ideas in the pipeline, we need to execute on that in order to have not only an affordable system to our customers, but also to ourselves. Then moving to low NA. On low NA, we've seen over time that the amount of wafers that customers can expose is increasing. Typically with new models that come out, we increase the throughput, and you see it also coming back in the wafers per day as customers see it. And of course, we will continue to do that because, as I said, it's about cost of technology. It's about having more good wafers out per unit of time. Now, our latest system, the 3800E, is now meeting the throughput specification, 220 wafers per hour at the right overlay. So also here you see overlay numbers of about 0.5 nanometer, a dedicated chuck. And that has been demonstrated on all of our customer sites. And also here, it's not only about the overlay when we install the system, it's also about stability over time. That's also part of the overall cost of technology. And because of that, we also are spending more and more efforts in terms of innovation on overlay stability. So we're looking at what are now, let's say, the distractors on a system level that basically can impact overlay over time. Wafer clamp wear, instability in translation, reticle contamination, all those aspects are basically hampering our customers. They're not necessarily coming from the scanner, but we are working together with our customers to tackle these items. So there's a lot of innovation happening on wafer clamps, on reticle clamps, in order to make sure that we keep that overlay stable over time. And it actually brings us to a roadmap for EUV, low and high NA, where we have plans for the next couple of products all the way to the beginning of next decade. So you see on low NA, 3800E today, we have the next 3 models, let's say, penciled out to further increase the throughput. So you see we go from about 220 wafers per hour all the way to levels above 330 wafers per hour on low NA. And similar on high NA, where we continue to drive overlay down and productivity up. And we don't stop there. Besides our product roadmap, we also have, of course, our research department. And early this year, they basically were able to demonstrate 1,000 watts, 1 kilowatt of power in their research lab. Now, to give you a bit of a historic view on this, on the left you see our power levels in the last, well, 15 years, where the first 5 years, I think on this scale you don't see anything. Today we are basically shipping tools of about 500 watts, but in research we already have capabilities to reach to 1,000 watts. So that's an important ingredient for the roadmap beyond what I showed today. The other one is also with our partners, Zeiss, also here. We have been taking the learnings from high NA EUV optics and see how we could actually use that also moving forward for low NA. And one of the things that came up with is basically coming to a PUB on low NA at a higher transmission, and also ideas to go to a flexible illuminator on high NA. And both of these innovations actually give us more transmission, more light on the wafer, reach more productivity. Now, if we look at these innovations, and we have the roadmap as we said, we can actually basically make the next chapter. Here in the dotted line, we think that by using this technology, we can go to 500 wafers per hour on low NA, and applying also the technology on high NA where applicable, we can go to over 300 wafers on high NA. So we have even more ideas than we currently have captured in our roadmap. Now, one way of doing that is by looking at what we think a high productivity platform. So our vision is that today we have 2 different platforms for EUV. With the innovations happening in the source, in optics, we can go to 1 common source, common stages, where only the optical part is different between the different products, and we want to capture that into 1 high productivity platform. That means that also we have 1 learning curve, same quality, we don't need to do everything 3 times. And the bottom of the slide, you also see 0.75 NA. So also the platform that we have in mind today that we're actually designing as we speak can accommodate a Hyper-NA system at the moment that we decide to do it. So you will see that the level of commonality that we have today, about 50%, actually can go all the way to 90% if we execute on this high productivity platform. Now here you see a bit of an animation on how we want to do it. See the 3 different product lines. Of course, there are dedicated items for the optics, but also there in the frames around it, we make sure that some of the key interfaces we like to have as much as common as possible to really make use of that commonality in those 3 product lines. And with that, actually, we can dream up a roadmap beyond 2033. So we depicted here what could be possible if we execute on this, and you actually see that we have a roadmap that can keep us busy for at least till the end of next decade, 2020-40. So you see here that, and again, also it is about driving up the productivity in a way where it's also cost efficient for us and our customers. And it's not only about wafers per hour, it's also about sustainability. And we think that by going through High-NA, maybe even Hyper-NA, you see that we can actually keep on this process simplification over time, and we actually reduce the chip complexity, and also we keep the overall energy uses relatively flat for the total patterning, which would be different if we would go to multi-patterning schemes because of all the complex patterning around that. Last but not least, Deep UV. As I said, we're going to innovate everywhere, so we're also going to innovate on Deep UV. And first, if we look at what's happening in Deep UV, 4 wavelengths, I-line, KRF, ARF, immersion. Actually lost same wavelength, but different metric. What we actually see is that those are also still growth areas. We still see growth in all those segments, and especially if we look to ARF dry and I-line, there we see quite some new applications or chip demand coming out of, let's say, what's happening also at AI. I showed you this package, and there was quite some components in there that were made on I-line systems, and that actually we see that as a growth market moving forward. But before we get there, first, our latest immersion system, the 2150, also here, record overlay DCO, measured at 0.7 nanometers. Also here we continue to drive overlay for those customers that still need it on immersion. On KRF, last year we introduced the 870B, increased throughput significantly, of course driving the cost down for our customers. And as I said earlier in this presentation, we talked about our XT260, our new I-line system. And what's the novelty here? We basically increased the exposure field. So by having the capability of printing a larger field, we are actually a significant, almost 4x faster than the competitive doing by a stepper on this particular technology. So this you see as a first product that we used in 3D integration. Now 3D integration, there's way more opportunities. Typically, if you look to the left of the slide here, this is what's happening in the front end of the fab, 2D scaling. We are printing on memory, we're printing DRAM chips, we're printing SRAM chips. That's what we're doing. But as I said, on HBM, remember I said there's 12 of these and they need to be bonded, they need to be stacked. That's actually happening in the mid-end. And there we see actually an opportunity to basically start developing our own die-to-wafer bonder. And of course, this is not a project that is yet publicly announced, but this is something I'd like to share with you. We have a couple of products on the drawing table for this market. One of them is a die-to-wafer bonder, where we think that by using our technology on stages, on alignment, on sensors, we can actually make a step that is significantly faster than what's out there today. And then on the far right and on the back end, 3D integration. There are customers talking about organic interposers, glass panels. So next to the 260 that we have with a larger field, we think that there's a need for even a litho system that can do larger fields. And actually, if you look to some of the announcements on the roadmap from TSMC and NVIDIA, they actually envision that at some point in time there needs to be an interposer that is just as big as a wafer. So that means you have basically one interposer per wafer. And also there, we have been looking on ways how to do it. So today, customers are doing this. They have a stepper that's printing middle part. We have a scanner from another company, and they basically make this pattern. And they do that with 40 waves per hour. We have an idea on the right, where we take a standard reticle, and we make a scanning reticle stage, and we basically expose this thing about 5 times faster than what the competition can do. Of course, it's an idea. It requires different optics. So which basically is a magnifying lens. But here we have an idea how to enter also that market with a system that is significantly better what's out there today. Also this system, we have not announced that externally, but this shows that also in eyeline, there is a lot of innovation happening. So as I said at the beginning of my talk, it's innovation everywhere. And hopefully that's also the message that you took from this. We see a huge opportunity. Of course, everyone talks about AI, but we can actually translate it into opportunities on EUV, on High-NA, on immersion, on KrF, on eyeline, and on holistic metrology and inspection. So with that, I'd like to conclude my update to you. And remember, please, we're going to innovate everywhere. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Marco. Okay, a very long presentation by our executives. So we would now like to move to one more session before we break for the afternoon. All right, we will start with the Q&A sessions. So we'd like to invite Hamon, Edward, Thorsten, and Michiel, Bruce on stage for the Q&A session. Let's give a hand of applause. Okay, first, we pretty much concluded all our presentation from the ASML team. So you feel free to raise any questions that you may have for our executives. Likewise, raise your hand. We will pass you the microphone, and then you may ask the questions. So may I kick off the first question? Anybody? Who's first? Okay, maybe then let me start with some of the pre-collected questions. Get the ball going. All right, so we have some pre-collected questions before the event. So this is the first question. What is ASML mid to long-term strategy for global footprint for manufacturing and the supply chain? Specifically about supplier transfer and ASML manufacturing in Asia, our strategy and timeline. A bit too long?
Yes, thank you. Does it work? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think we saw a lot of that actually today. So it's not only short-term, it's a mid and long-term strategy is actually pretty similar. And I think Michiel talked about it when he showed that as our products move to a certain life cycle, right? At some point, the rate of learning will go down, the amount of changes will go down, and cost will become more dominant. The cost will become a differentiator. And with that, also, low-cost areas become more attractive. As a result, Asia becomes more attractive, and of course, then you have the differentiation between the different parts of Asia. Now, that's only one thing, right? So as our products mature, this will happen, right? And I think we didn't show it today, but if you look at our total installed base today, we have about 7,000 systems out there. 95% of those systems, right, have been running since they have been installed, since the early 90s, right? So that means that there's a complete wave of systems coming which require parts which are still being built to some extent today. And all of that we plan to do in Asia. Now, that's only one part. The second part of it is we are extending our manufacturing facilities in Asia. And you heard Tony talk about that today and the other presenters as well, right? And we, of course, like to source those parts for those manufacturing facilities as close by as we can get them, which in this case is Asia again, right? So with that strengthening of our manufacturing footprint, which we started, and I think 15 years ago or so, right, which are strengthening now again, right? We plan on keeping doing that for the next few years to come. So I think in terms of mid and long-term strategy, it's pretty clear, right? So we have those two parts. It's both product lifecycle driven as well as driven by the manufacturing footprint that we are extending as we speak.
I'm not sure if this one works or we'll use this one. Yeah. This one works. Yeah. I was wondering if this one still worked. This one also works. So adding to that, for us, it's the most beneficial if we can do what we call A-to-A transfers. So from your facility somewhere else to one of your other facilities somewhere else. It's also like Micron explained. Yeah? They want to move it across their facilities depending on the demand that the customers have. So you want to bring it as close as possible to your customers. And this is also where you could play a role. So we're looking for a global footprint. It means if we find out that over time we don't need the design to be close, but we need to go to a country where the costs are lower, it helps if it's an A-to-A transfer. If not, then we have to go look for another supplier. So I think we need you to think with us on how to do that multi-directional. So if you are in Asia very strong, but you want to play a bigger role in the NPI phase because you have something to add, like I told in the vertical axis going upwards, it also helps you to think about, together with us, what would that mean if you would come closer to one of the other areas. Of course, you should not only do it for us, because there is a significant risk appetite to that, and you should also find ways to do that with other customers as well. But if you see where the business moved to from 14 years ago, where I started, where it was really centralized around certain areas, we've been transitioning to a global footprint ourselves and doing that still. I think it's also important we think about how we jointly create a supply chain which is actually fit for purpose.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the ground, from the floor? Anybody, please raise your hand. Okay, still waiting. All right. Then I will go to my next pre-collected question. Okay, this question comes from one ASML N-tier suppliers. So they are asking, what are ASML's suggestions for N-tier suppliers to engage with ASML and their tier 1 suppliers? Maybe get someone to, yep.
Yeah, I can take that one as well. We have a huge amount of suppliers in electronics and machine conditioning that are supplying parts to the first tiers or even sometimes to N-tier suppliers. We are very interested to get to know you, because when we can understand how that whole chain works, it also enables us to talk via our first tiers to the end tiers, and that means actually that we can strengthen that supply base. So make yourself known to us, either directly or via the first tiers, and we can jointly with the first tiers and maybe even other end tiers in the supply base make it stronger. In the electronics domain, but also in the machine conditioning domain and part of the MDEV domain, where Torsten is playing a major role into, but also part of the optical domain, where our colleague Sheila is playing a part in. You see there's a lot of interconnection between the first tiers and the end tiers. So we would like to know who you are. We would like to know your other colleagues as well, so that we can actually build that eco-structure stronger and see where we can actually optimize everything which we do for our customers with all the current tools and also what you saw from Marco earlier on.
Yeah, maybe to add what Michiel just summarized. For mechatronics and mechanics, there is obviously a lot of critical to quality parameters in the N-tier domain and also cost drivers. So for us, it is indeed very interesting to get to know you, and it preferably should be through the tier 1 suppliers. In order to really have discussions of what can we do better. So first, it should hit quality. It should help on lead time, individual cycle times as well, and last but not least, cost.
Okay, thank you, Torsten. So one more call for any questions from the floor. All right. Please introduce
Finally,
yourself.
yeah.
Hi guys. Is it on? Hello?
Yep.
Hi, this is Bortel from AMAX Engineering. So for my sourcing friends up here and for our colleagues out here on the floor, we hear a lot about cost right now. And for us as one of tier 1s, that is something that has been in very, very strong focus. And as we work on design to cost initiatives, as well as any other cost innovations, how's ASML's thinking in terms of not allowing the cost initiatives to potentially override the quality first mantra that we've always known you guys to have? Because I think when we see a lot of these things where cost is, I just heard from Thorsten that it's maybe the third one, but in many of our conversations, it certainly feels like it's at the top of the list these days, right? And so how are you guys thinking to ensure that that doesn't potentially override the probably, I would argue, the more important quality notion that we have?
Very good. Thank you for that question, because it's one that I get more often. And actually, if you think about it, it's pretty simple. The most efficient way and the most cost-effective way to deliver a product is to deliver one only once and when it works. So if we talk about cost, right, I do recognize that a lot of it has been around cost of goods, and it still is, and we've shown you also why today. But what you have to keep in mind is the cost is not only about cost of goods, it's about integral cost. So waste streams are a part of that. This is not only the waste stream in your place, it's also creating the cost in our place. It's an indirect organization. It's the cost you have, the missed opportunities you have. All of that go into an integral cost equation. So now when we consider cost or quality, and people often say it's quality versus cost, it's not like that, right? You focus on quality, you get cost, right? Absolutely. But in that context, of course, the different cost elements have to make sense. So you have cost of, you have your OPEX, you have your cost of goods, you have your waste streams, and so on. So good question, thank you for that. And if you feel that on any point in time, ASML or the people that you talk to at ASML have a too narrow focus on cost, right? Then you also have to let us know, right? Because the worst we can do is ending up paying the cost of goods twice, right? Because the first part doesn't work. Because that's effectively what will happen. Oh, thank you.
All right, any more questions from the floor? Okay, if not, I have one more from the pre-collected questions.
I was thinking coffee.
Oh, waiting for the coffee? Okay, last one, I promise.
We're ready for a break.
All right. Okay, this is from suppliers asking about, with respect to what Marco has shared, a lot of new products coming on the technology roadmap. So what is ASML recommendations for the supplier to catch these product opportunities early?
Yeah, so I can do that, and Michiel will pitch in because it was on his slide actually. And it's differentiation. It's differentiation. So make it easy for us to select you. That's what it is. And when I talk about differentiation, I mean it's not differentiation only in technology. Like was also one of the slides of Michiel. I mean, technology at some point is a given, should be a given. If the technology is not there, if you cannot make the product, right, all the rest becomes kind of a mute point, right? But it's really about the rest. So the differentiation in terms of quality, differentiation in terms of lead times, differentiation in terms of cost, differentiation in terms of also economies of scale, right? So if you talk about, hey, how do I get selected to actually be able to seize on some of these opportunities that are there on the roadmap, right, is going back to QLTCS performance. That is how we select our suppliers, and that's also how we plan on keeping on doing that. Particularly on some of these markets that Marco has been pointing out, where you will have some of these systems where any form of non-quality or non-cost competitiveness simply will void our right to play. So these products will simply not be successful. So focus on QLTCS performance. Make sure you differentiate in that space, right? And then I think the future is going to be bright for all of us.
Yes, and indeed chipping in. I think the other thing there is that, and I've also said it, we cannot do everything ourselves. So I think that would also be a very bad thing if we would have to invent everything ourselves. I think you have a unique position in the supply chain because you see so many of your other customers. They have sometimes even more difficult technology or simpler technology, which is very easy usable for us. And they also have different quality standards because they sometimes come from a market where a bad quality is simply not acceptable because of the risk of life. So I think if you combine that view on other parts that we don't see, I think you can add, even from the component level upwards to the module level where you take full responsibility, I think you can actually add something to our QLTCS. So if you have the QLTCS in order, but you bring new technologies, different views from other markets that we cannot see from our perspective, I think you make a very strong case of being that supplier also for future technologies.
And I think, is it working, yeah? I think one maybe a human factor to that, right? If you have all those parameters, QLTCS, of course, you know, ASML might feel very far away, but you have a supplier account team, right? You have your interface. So work as a team, present yourself to be the best in all of these parameters, QLTCS, because that will make your supplier account team a much better representative inside of ASML to help you position yourself for all these future opportunities. So that's, I think, particularly from the Asia side, because yeah, we're far away, Dutch company, but use your supplier account team to help you present yourself and help together drive all of these parameters. I think team sport is important here.
Maybe I also add on, right, regarding those product roadmap. So a lot of our D&E hub, right, are still in the Veldhoven side, right, HMI in the San Jose side. Even we are moving some of the D&E to Asia, right? So that also means we want our supplier Asia side to also have some engineering capability close to our core D&E, right? So that's on the technology front, right? We also want our Asia supplier U to more engage in on the NPI phase as well, just to add on to what has been mentioned.
Okay, with that, I think we'll end our Q&A sessions. Can we please give a hand of applause to our executives? Thank you. Okay, good. QLTC. So just to share, right? Today we are doing very well in the L section. We are pretty much on time on the agenda. So we shall now break for the afternoon tea. There's teas and snacks outside as well. Kindly please be back by 3:50 for the last session of today.
现在是下午茶时间，我们将停留到下午3点50。
Okay. Good afternoon once again. Stella, shall we get started?
Okay, hi everyone. I hope you enjoy the tea time and get refreshed again. Now we are approaching to the very exciting program, Supplier Panel Discussion. This year we have 2 topics to be discussed, supplier engagement and cost.
好，大家谢谢你的合作，都很准时回到座位上。那希望大家享用了下午茶，又恢复了精神。那现在我们即将进入今天最令人期待的环节 ，Supplier Panel Discussion。今年我们将讨论2个主题：强化供应商的合作关系和成本。紧接着，让我们一起欢迎 Chris Penniman 上台，为大家主持第1个主题。
Let's welcome Chris Penniman come to the stage for the first section talk. Welcome.
Please.
So we're at the last couple sessions of the day, so I really appreciate you sticking with it. So my name is Christopher Penniman. I am the Regional Category Manager and Cluster Lead for MLP. MLP is Metrology, Light Sources, and Positioning Systems, but I only have 30 minutes, so I won't explain what that means other than it's mostly to do with light and measurement. So I'm very honored today to have the privilege of hosting our supplier engagement panel. Our supplier engagement panel and the supplier engagement itself is very critical. As Herman mentioned earlier this morning, this is one of the key areas that we have to be able to engage with suppliers on QLTCS. And it's through that engagement that we're going to drive that forward. So for today, the supplier engagement panel is going to focus on giving a chance for our new suppliers to come to the stage and reflect on what it takes to be an onboarded supplier for ASML, a bit about how that affects their business expectations, and most importantly, how that impacts cost, competitiveness, and quality mindset through the entire organization. So with that, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. YK Choi, President of KEOC, David Lai, President of Chenful Precision, Yusuke Tomita, Sales Manager for Sumitomo, and finally, L.H. Wong, Vice President, Marketing Department for Plexus Malaysia. So thank you, gentlemen, very much for joining. It seems that the event staff have prepared us something to help with the facilitation of this discussion panel. So first of all, cheers to them and cheers to you. Appreciate it. So I think first off, we give each of these panelists a few minutes to, or 1 or 2 minutes very quickly, to give a bit of an introduction on themselves as well as their company. YK, would you please kick us off?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is YK Choi from KOC, Korea. I am a CEO. I'm very happy to have a chance to introduce my company KOC to you today. KOC is a 44-year-old, very small but strong company. Tomorrow is exactly the 44th anniversary. This company is producing and assembling optical components and modules. My business can be divided into commercial and defense, around 50% for each. 220 people working, around 20% out of a total employee working on R&D center. We made about $27 in sales last year. This is a short story about our company KOC. Finally, I want to say that all my staff in Korea and myself, we are very proud to be a supplier of ASML. Thank you.
Thank you, YK. David?
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I'm David Lai. I'm the Chengfu Precision president of Chengfu Precision. Yeah, Chengfu Precision is a product. We focus on the integration of the module and the key components. Yeah. So in this moment, I think we start from the aerospace. And so actually we have a lot of experience, maybe more than 35 years, yeah, in aerospace and some defense industry. Of course, we maybe 10 years ago, yeah, start from the semiconductor industry equipment, yeah. So we focus on the especially like the large size, yeah, some kind of the large chamber and some vacuum chamber, yeah. So. We are very happy and very pleasure to have got this chance in here because we cooperate with ASML maybe from the 2020. Yeah, so we are very happy and we are very pleasure to have got a good chance. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Tomita-san? Thank you,
Hello, everyone. My name is Yusuke Tomita, sales from the Sumitomo Osaka Cement. Sumitomo Osaka Cement is a little bit long name, and usually the shortened it SOC is initial from our company name. And most of you feel strange why cement people is here. But yeah, actually our company manufactures the cement. Hopefully the supplier the cement to ASML Taipei new campus. But today I'm here as a supplier of the e-chuck, electrostatic chuck. And we manufacture the e-chuck for the 20 years. And used all over the world. And strength point of our e-chuck is the high gripping, clamping force, and durability and stable quality Yes. In Japan, there are many Sumitomo companies, Sumitomo Bank, Sumitomo Chemical, Sumitomo Electronics, but we are the only company, the word cement in our company name. So I'm happy you take this opportunity to remember our company name. Again, thanks so much, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Tomida-san. LH?
Afternoon, everyone. My name is H.R. Wong from Plexus. So once again, thank you for the invite and congratulations to ASML. I think this is a very successful Supplier Day. A quick brief background about Plexus. We are an EMS company, right, headquartered out of Neenah, Wisconsin. We've been around since 1979, right, serving various customers, right, in the highly regulated and complex, manufacturing environment. For Plexus today, we serve 3 main market segments, right? Roughly about 40% of it in the industrial and semi-cap sphere, right? Another 40% on the healthcare, and another 20% on the aerospace and defense. So very happy to be on over here and provide some sharing on our experience.
Excellent. Well, thank you all very much for the introductions. So I think to kick off the discussion panel, what I think is a good way to move forward is a bit of a reflection on the onboarding process. I think for all the suppliers in the room, I don't think anybody would ever say that we're a very easy customer to work with, and the process to become one of our suppliers is very, very challenging. But with that, I'd like to take a look at maybe the good, the bad, the challenging. Please don't hesitate to give us the truthful answer. LH, would you like to start?
All right, sure. Well, if you do a reflection, when we started to onboard with ASML a year and a half ago, we always knew that the learning curve would be steep. Right? ASML is a technology leader in the semi-cap space. But one thing that really stood out for us, I think, is the operational maturity, right? And that covers 2 areas. One is a very comprehensive framework, right, in terms of the onboarding process, the detailed documentation, as well as guidance provided to our suppliers, right, that details out the quality expectations, technology, as well as technology flow down specification, as well as traceability. I think that helped a lot, right, for us to execute well on the NPI, as well as going through the, getting the products first time right. The other thing I do want to thank, the team is that I see a lot of very professional engagement by the ASML team, right? That includes the supply chain, the sourcing, the SQE, as well as the design and engineering team, right? They stepped in whenever we need support, right? Quick email or phone call, and we are sure that within the next 24 to 48 hours, someone would be here to help us get through the challenges. So I think the operational maturity really stood out. If you talk about bad, I don't think there's anything bad. I think it's probably some of the opportunities we can work on, right? Maybe I can think of 2 areas. One is, during our MPI phase, we thought that we were going to work on a set of drawings or BOMs, but then the change management is really rapid. Right? It comes in every other week, and before we even settle down on one process, the changes keep coming. So that's one area. The other thing is also, I think, it was spoke about earlier in the conversation about prescribed suppliers, right? Mikhail talked about it. I think we do see that, the design concept and prescribed suppliers parts are quite significant. And a lot of it is Europe-centric. And I think that's fully understandable, right? But it also, there would be further opportunities, right? We do see that, where we can partner with ASML, right? If you can unprescribe the parts, right? Accelerate the regional localization, as well as providing the productivity and savings, right? Early on.
Well, thank you very much, LH. I think it's good to hear about collaboration. It's good to know that there are some challenges. David, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I think we official onboarding is maybe the stuff from the make to buy projects. Yeah, so I discuss, I talk about our make to buy project because the first one, I think we have, I saw the ASML have a very solid the program control and some kind of maybe the cross-function supporting. So from the, I think from the procurement, the SCM, the supply chain, and the D&E, also the internal, maybe the Thailand facility supporting. I saw the larger supporting for us. See that they have some same goal, just make sure the program is successful. Yeah, I think it is a very good project. Yeah, and if talk about the maybe it's bad. Yeah, maybe I think it's challenging. Yeah, yeah. The challenge, the first one is for us because this for Chenfu is a new application, so maybe we need to hire more different skills in the people. That's the first one. Then also the schedule is very tight. I think we found the schedule maybe delivery the first ship maybe within the 6 months. So including the clean room building. Yeah. So this is very, very tight in the schedule. So how to control the schedule, this is our challenge. But if for this program the process, I think that maybe ASML side maybe can come just have some document issue. Yeah, because this SOP and some the document since even the bond list. In the beginning, I think it's just internal use, not open to the customer or just open to the supplier. So maybe some document not so well done. Yeah. So if this can improve, I think it is very good. In this project, even us and ASML, I think it is very learning, very good learning curve. Yeah. So that's all.
Thank you very much. I think that's good to see that there is a lot of good, but there are also some challenges. So maybe we can look at some of the areas that ASML could potentially improve upon in the onboarding process. Tomita-san, do you have any ideas on that?
Improvement.
Yes.
One thing I could suggest, request, is for supplier net, is for the supplier portal site. Our company is a typical Japanese company, I think. So the few people to understand the English and speak. So it was difficult to register our onboarding member to the supplier net. So due to the English barrier. So the hopefully we could change the language from the English to the Japanese on the browser. So it's going to be very helpful for us and also helpful for me because I need to teach them internally. So.
Yeah, hopefully that's something we could maybe look at in the future, ability to change language. YK, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think my answer almost same as Tomita-san, but might have a stupid answer, but I try. Yes, the onboarding process is really detailed. There's not only because of very strict procedure, but also, what can I say, so many different types of documentation we have to review in time. So it was really difficult. And in that sense, we had many difficulties during the process of onboarding. But I tell the good things. There is, what can I say, we learned too much. And still we are learning. But as one improvement for me, based on my experience, already Tomita-san said that because of difficulties in language or communication, I suggest like a supplier buddy system. I think you can think of like mentor-mentee system. I mean that connecting new suppliers, new potential suppliers with the existing experienced suppliers. I know it is not easy to connect between new suppliers and existing suppliers because of different culture, different industries. But anyhow, it is very helpful to the potential suppliers in many ways. Then I think I want to suggest the onboarding process. We can make it about the connection, not just about the compliances. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, YK. It's good to know that everybody is not alone in the difficulty of becoming an onboarded supplier, and it's good to hear that there are some suggestions on how we can improve. But maybe we take a little bit of a look to see how maybe the business expectations have changed now that you've become an onboarded supplier for ASML. I think before working with ASML, you might have some ideas, but now that you've become onboarded and moving on, maybe a chance to reflect on how that business expectation has changed a little bit. David, do you have some comment on this? I see the look on your face, so I think you're ready.
I think so for aspiration, I think not so change so much, yeah. Because before we cooperate with ASML be a supplier, I think we, of course, we look forward to be a supplier for ASML, yeah. That's and we try to make some more communication and there's more business chance with ASML. So I know but during this cooperation process, I find very interesting things. Yeah, it's one is in ASML almost the supplier is a single source, almost. Yeah, that's a very good for supplier, but also very challenging to supplier. Yeah, because you need to make sure you can deliver the just measure about the early, just the quality and the cost. Yeah, even the QA TCS. Yeah, everything you need to fulfill. So this.
So there's a lot more expectations on it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. LH, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, probably I can build upon what David mentioned. I do agree. I wouldn't say it's a change of expectations, but I think it elevated our game, right, with the rest of the customers. I do see that even, I'll give you an example, right? Plexus for us, safety is paramount, right? It is a very important aspect in our way of work. But, in the collaboration with ASML, we found that, there are a lot of areas that, we are able to exchange notes, blind spots that ASML has pointed out to us. So I felt that the collaboration has been really successful, right? And if you look at the supply quality team, right, they really continue to challenge us, right? Living up to their motto, right? Continue to challenge us, provide a lot of collaboration and care, right, to make us successful. And, in my role as the market sector lead, right, I've also once joked with my team, my sales team, and said that, instead of trying to, show a lot of quality and regulatory requirements to a new potential prospects, we can just tell them, right, we passed the ASML test, right? That's a good enough testament for us. So I think there's a lot of best practice sharing that we have learned. I think we have learned from ASML, but vice versa. I think we learn from each other along the past year, right? And it's a lot of best practices that we have deployed across the other sectors or other, customers within the market segment.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. It's good to see that there's a lot of cross-collaboration between both sides. So I think to bookend this discussion, we talk about something that's also very critical and mentioned a lot today, which is going to be on cost competitiveness and also quality up. So with that, maybe we look at a little bit about how that resonates within your organization, especially after becoming an onboarded supplier to ASML. YK, would you like to start?
Okay, thank you. It's a very difficult question for me. I'm thinking that even today, I heard about the focusing on cost and quality from the ASML people. Yes, I know exactly. ASML focuses on the cost and quality. And I think everybody knows that how to reduce cost theoretically. But most important is to take action. You know, for us as a small company, I'm thinking differently. You know, usually everybody say the cutting cost or corners, but for me, instead of that, I say cutting waste first. So the company KOC is trying to remove anything that doesn't add value. So we check and survey constantly every detailed process to eliminate extra steps, reworks, and any inefficiency. Because of that, KOC became a little cost competitive company. And we think every small waste, if we can remove it, there could be good chance to improve our cost structure. So before cutting cost or corners, we should cut waste first. This is coming from not just the wording difference, it's coming from mindset difference. You know that very well about starting point. Cutting cost start with limit. But cutting waste start with the improvement. So KOC, for the time being, will do focus on cutting waste. But at the same time, we are planning to prepare very specific, very detailed cost roadmap, especially for key product of ASML. Before starting mass production, we'll carefully prepare and ready for implementation. Every year, we have a certain level of a target to reduce cost. Today, I learned too much about the intention, about your strategy of ASML, how much is important. I surely recognize that. So based on that, KOC will do our best to reduce cost, but before that, cutting waste first. So let me propose you, if possible, please cutting waste first. Thank you.
Thank you, YK. I think that's a very good observation, is cutting waste. Tomita-san, do you have anything you'd like to say on that?
Now our company is on the stage of the discussing of the specification of the mass product. So the thinking about the first prototype, we do not have the much time to think about the cost reduction due to the request delivery date was tight. So from now on, we would like to work together with the ASML team to establish the good cycle. I mean, thankfully, we have the weekly meeting with the engineering team. So using the opportunity, we would like to our engineering and quality level up, and I hope that it result in our yields up. And also the yields up bring us the cost reduction. So that good cycle.
Yeah, I think so. I think those are two very good points. We have cutting waste, we have collaboration with ASML from the beginning. David, would you like to add one more point?
In my personal career, I think I've started from the design engineering. So in this morning, I saw some presentation in. So I need to echo from the ASML the circle. The circle. There's a different circle. I think not only the different circle, even the cost and the quality. Yeah. So I think the early engagement to discussing with the D&E team, this is very important because most of the cost is from the design, not from the manufacturer, and even the quality. Yeah. So I think first and even the ASML, the early engagement to design step, this is very important. The second one, I think for supply side, I think most important is how to keep improvement the internal process, because the process always have another solution. So we need to keep the mindset how to create the new process and more stable and more cost efficiency. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. So I think those are all three very good points. We have waste, collaboration, consistent improvement. LH, would you like to close it out?
Yeah, sure. I think, all three gentlemen provided very good points. And I think, I echoed similar sentiments. If you look at what Herman mentioned, right, quality and costs are both important. Actually, for Plexus, both quality and costs are the same side of the coin, right? And then basically, our approach is going to be, three key pillars on how we're going to optimize costs and bring value to our customers. One, I think YK mentioned about it, right? Operational efficiency, right? We do continue to drive operational efficiency in our side, right? Through lean, continuous improvement, zero defect drive, as well as people engagement. Having that would actually help us reduce the cycle time, reduce the scrap rate, improve time to market, as well as improving the yield, and that brings consistency in our cost model. Second portion, I think I would like to add on is more towards regional localization of components that we continue to work with our customers, and that's not bringing to a localize it to a best cost supplier, right? It is going to be a targeted approach. We look at suppliers who are willing to partner with us, with ASML, right? Investing not just on the quality aspect, but we are also looking into suppliers who are willing to invest in the inventory holding costs, right? As well as technology roadmap, right? Not just focusing on what's needed this year or next year. Are we looking further out, right? What does the industry or ASML need 3 years down the road or 5 years down the road? Are we willing to invest the technology as well as the capacity to support the value engineering? And of course, the third pillar that we always emphasize is going to be, on collaboration as well as value engineering with our customers, right? As we engage on MPI, there are a lot of, DFM opportunities, alternate approach to manufacturing where it can, we'll try to standardize the parts, right? Scale and improve upon it. And that helps, keep costs optimized year over year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists for running through the onboarding process, what we could improve, how it has impacted their business, as well as how cost and quality resonate through their organization. So thank you all very much for listening, and thank you to our panelists. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Chris, and thank you all the good suppliers. 好，谢谢大家。然后接下来我们将进入第二个主题，就是 cost 成本。这个主题将会由 Bruce 自己来带领大家深度的探讨。That was a very interesting discussion led by Chris and our suppliers. Now we'll move on to the second topic, cost. Please join me in welcoming Bruce back on the stage to lead this discussion. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Okay, so this is the section before the supplier wall and also before the drink and buy, right? So I think this panel is about integral costs, right? I think as Herman mentioned, so ASML, we look at the cost from very integral perspective. We want the cost, the price, come with very good quality that can run at our production. We have production head here. We want that cost, that price, come with flexible logistic, right? The market cycle, that's the market rule, plus minus 20%, the market cycle. We want the cost, the price, come with the ESG, the good ESG as a good citizen of the world. We also want that to come with the technology. We want the speed to the engineering solution. So that's the integral cost, right? So for this panel, right, we will have 3 very good suppliers, and they have worked with ASML for a longer period of time. We want to invite them to the stage. So we will have 3 suppliers. So we will have Casey Gu, right, VP and General Manager from Benchmark Malaysia. Let's welcome Casey Gu on the stage. Okay. So the second, we will invite Jin Chen, who is the CEO and Chairman from Thailand, Taiwan. Jin Chen. Yeah. And the third, we will have Mr. Chang Hu Lee, VP and Board Member from Hansol Iwans, Korea. Yeah, Mr. Lee, please. Okay, so I personally a little bit nervous, right? This is coming to a very end. So last year I hosted this event, right? And we provided the champagne, but our supplier didn't like it because I asked 1 champagne for 5% extra saving. They don't like it, right? That's why they don't want to participate anymore. So we prepared, this is the Taiwan bubble tea. 珍珠奶茶. So in Taiwan, we call the pearl tea, right? The bubble tea. And there is Taiwan tradition, we say, if you drink a little bit more of the bubble tea, you get rich. You get more fortune, okay? So maybe we can drink to this bubble tea. How about that? A little bit? Okay. Cheers. Cheers. Okay, so I think that's just to get started, right? How about every person, 2-3 minutes, right? Introduce yourself, your company, and your engagement with ASML so far. How about from Mr. Casey Gu? Yeah. So you push up, you can talk. Yeah. Yeah. And you will take like 2-3 seconds. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Casey. So for your information, just want to give a little bit of introduction about Benchmark, right? Benchmark is a leading provider of engineering, designs, and manufacturing service. We have a global presence in 6 countries. And at present, we have 25 sites. And in order to support ASML, right, so we have our Almelo from the Netherlands. We have our Minnesota teams from USA. And we have Tijuana from Mexico. And we have Benchmark Penang, Malaysia, from Malaysia that's supporting ASML now. So Benchmark Malaysia, right? So we currently have 4 plants, And our fifth plants will be going live in the next year's, mid of next year's, in order to support the growth of the semi-cap. So our business models in Benchmark Malaysia is vertical integrations. So we do have our own SMT lines. We are doing machinings, CNC machinings. We are doing sheet metals, and we are doing system level integrations. Other than that, we also have our presence of our engineering service in Penang as well. So today, we are supporting the YS500's U-Star 500's product family, the modules as we talk about Mecha 7s, 6.5, 6, and we also supporting the MAR and the WP. Other than that, we also supporting the factory on the HMI. At present, we are building the EP5, EP6, and eScans. In the interim, now we are in the transition from US to Malaysia's on the IMCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gu, how about?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jim. I'm very honored to be representing our company, Thailand Technology, and also very honored to be part of the ASML Supplier. Our company actually main business in network equipment. Our products goes on trains, electrical grids, surveillance borders, and of course, network suppliers. But we have also ventured our business into automotive and semiconductor equipment makers. And we specialize in high complexity, high mix PCBAs and rack assembly. Our main business service to ASML is in life cycle management, PCBA, and also rack assembly.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a great honor to invite us. Thank you. And hello, everyone. My name is Chang Lee, and I'm a VP, and I'm the head of ASML business, and I'm a board member of a company. Hansol, I was very focused on only the semiconductor area, and our customer ASML and other US tool maker, and our industry, the focusing on the new part assembly, development, and production, and also our recycling business as cleaning, coating, and assembly. So over the past 4 years, we've been collaborating with ASML. We are currently operating under 3 business models. The first is the reuse for EV system and the high precision machine component and reclaim for Simon-related product. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So now we come to the first question, right? So I think in the morning section, right, our CEO, Christophe Fouquet, talked about the market rules, right? So he hit upon the market cycle, good quality, cost, and ESG, right? And also later, we see Edward Stipal and Mahil Klassen, we talk about our 10 cost levels, right? So those 10 domains, like ASML, work with suppliers like you to drive down the cost while can still maintain your margin, right? And look at your financial report, public company, so far so good, okay? So I think my first question is about, so maybe you can share a little bit about your best practice, right? So how did you, as a senior leader, right, you work with your team, work with ASML, can achieve, right, very good result on the cost reduction, right, the total cost reduction, integral part, while can still keep your company profitability margin going. Share us some good practice that can inspire us. Thank you. Maybe from Mr. Lee. Yep.
I'm not familiar with the speaking with the front of many great audience. I just prepared the material. And actually, Hansol will believe while technology and quality are the foundation, but real value comes from the cost and the speed. So from the early stage of development, we set a 30% cost reduction target, and then analyzed all the cost factors that optimize the process, component, the labor, also space around the goal. So I have prepared some example. It's like for reuse business, when you start the tin cleaning the business, SRBB process, our main focus was to deliver value through the cost competitiveness. So initially, the draining process took almost 14 hours. It was heating, draining, and the cleaning, and then the assemble with the replacement parts. So Hansol set quite ambitious target to reduce it to 8 hours. But the biggest technical challenge was minimizing oxidation, but we need to tin waste were completely removed from the buckets. So by trial and error, by optimizing our process recipe and control every parameter, and then finally we succeed in maintaining high cleaning quality while cutting the process time by over 40%. So as a result, we guess we achieved cost reduction of roughly over 30% and compared to the previous cost. So this was one of the first successful example of ASML and Hansol achieving cost innovation. Also, in the second tin draining project, the former process is to disassemble all the entire assemble. So we think that the former process took a long time, although there are many manual failure points. So we took a different approach. We developed non-disassembly process and design in-house custom equipment that allowed direct reuse tin product assembly. So this reduced the manual handling step and shortened process time significantly and remove human error factor. So nowadays also we continuously reduce the current process time to increase the tool capacity and to increase the move rate. But in all stages, we have continuously align and validate and discuss our development direction with Valtoben, DNE, San Diego DNE, R&R team, and Taiwan sourcing team, and Korean teams. There's a lot of stakeholders, so it was good, and the guidance was good. So through this close collaboration, we enhanced the overall technical and quality maturity, the product, so while reducing costs. So I think that it was a good experience that this achievement clearly reflects our strong partnership collaboration between ASML and Hansol Taiwan. Thank you.
So Mr. Lee, thank you for your sharing. So maybe we follow by Jin. Yeah. A few seconds to push up and push up and a few seconds. Yeah.
So actually, ASML assemblies are very complex, and complexity really require a common framework for discussion between ASML and Thailand. And I think the cost workshop project was really helpful for us to build a common platform for the two teams to discuss in more detail, followed by the 7 steps, what each team need to do throughout the cost reduction process. And in the cost workshop, what we found was, we've been working with ASML team for 8 years now, and having a teamwork collaboration where we felt we were not alone, but rather we have a team that we can work with to discuss where Thailand is not competitive, and having ASML to actually provide a cost engineer to help us fine-tune our process. I thought that was really helpful for us to improve our capability. And secondly was transparency. ASML team was very transparent to share its end-tier volume pricing agreements with us, and that allowed us to reach out to the European suppliers where originally we were not able to because we're in Asia. So mostly we're dealing with their Asian distributors, and that allowed us to receive the same pricing from ASML. So I thought those two were really helpful for us during the cost exercise.
Thank you, Jim. So the cost workshop, cost engineering is our expert to consult, to help you. I think that's very good practice. And also the end-tier pricing. Yeah, thank you for that. How about Casey Gu?
One of the measures, the key initiative, right? So I would say is strong collaborations between our both technical teams. So this strong working relationship, right? So enable us for the open discussions, faster problem solving, and also is a proactive idea sharings. So in the last 24 months, right, actually Benchmark participated in 2 face-to-face cost down workshop with ASML. So by end of each workshop, right, so actually the team came out the cost down roadmaps. And that also helps to align the both sides towards common goals. So, and I would like to take this opportunity to be thanks ASMLs because for your openness and willingness, right, to listen to all our cost down proposals, such as we are talking about redesigns the modules. We also talking about assessing and approving our equivalents for those critical and costly OEM components. And also supporting us on the qualifications and on all those, especially on the build-to-prints, by bringing in from all those high-cost region in the Europe and the USA to the Asia region as well. So as a result of that, right? So since we kickstart the cost saving projects on the U-Star 500s, right? Since November 2023, we already realized close to 17% saving, actual savings. And we do have another 10% of the saving is already in the pipeline, which will be realized in the next few quarters. So with that, right, so that's the journey will never end here because the strong collaboration between the two parties, right? So we will be explore the opportunities and how to further drive down the cost for the U-Star. And another good news I will share over here is a HMI. So we just transferred the HMIs from US for a year plus. As of today, we already realized close to 24% saving on that. So that is all the hard work between the cooperation between the technical teams for the both sides because your willingness to listen to our proposals and to support our redesign and so on, that really brings a lot of savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gu, right? I like your feedback, right? Our team also mentioned so your engineering team is actually very deep, right? You come with good ideas on alternative components, right? Our ASML could actually change and use it, and that achieve a better cost for us and for you. Thank you. So I would like to turn to the next question, right? So I think ASML is actually late, right? We are not the first into the Asia supply chain, right? So we know there is already our other peer company, right? Since this is public information. So we have Applied Materials, we have Land, we also have KOA, right? They have their supply chain, right, in the Asia side already, right? So as I say in the opening, right, ASML, our culture, right? We want to learn. We want to learn from the best practice so we can improve, right? So maybe because you have all these customers, right? You also have customers more in the industrial or more medical domain. So maybe if you can share some of the practice, right? Your experience, you work with your other peers, right? Or industry segment. You think, hey, ASML, why ASML did that? It's actually pretty not smart, or we call stupid, right? So that's okay. So can you give us some example or some we can do better? Yeah, thank you. How about we go the other way around? We go from Mr. Koo.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So for me, I spotted actually 2 opportunities. Okay, first of it will be, I would like to talk about will be prescribed part, right? So if you look at it today's, right, based on my experience on the U-Star and the HMI, so based on the bill of materials, for ASML, actually close to 40 to 50% of the bill of material is all prescribed. So especially when we talk about we want to be grinding down the costs and so on, because prescribed price there something is missing, documentations, drawing and so on. So in order for us, right, in order to go beyond and drive down the cost, we have to be doing reverse engineering. Without reverse engineering and so on, right? So there's no way for us to be localized. So that is one of the challenges. Because if we compare to all our other customers, so their prescribed part, right, is only very small fraction. It's like 5 to 10% max. So that is a very difference because I have myself is we talk about for front end wafer fab, right? I have 4 customers. out of the other three, right? So their percentage is very low. It's 5 to 10%. So the other opportunity I can spot here is the speed of the transfer. Because for one of the things, ASML, because of the LD change, so when we first kickstart, right, the transitions. But along the way, when we're moving on the transitions, there one LD coming in. After that, we fix one, another LD is coming in. So that makes our initial, when we first kickstart, right, we establish our timeline and Gantt chart. We want to be execute. We want to be delivered because to us, speed is important. But the problem is the LD is keep coming in, and that actually causing us, we keep on delay our projects. Eventually, we still make it, but the whole thing actually might be 4 months down the road from our initial timeline and so on. But versus other customers, right? Normally what they did is when they decided on the transition, when they kickstart, right, they freeze all the revisions, all the bill of materials. So they pretty much say, okay, this is a timeline, you all agree, we just execute and we deliver the product. So if any changes, right, it will be after we qualify our product for the facility and so on, then they will roll out the new revisions. So that actually the major differences between ASML and my other customers.
Thank you, Mr. Gu, about the non-prescribed should be more, right? We should give more space to our suppliers so you can identify cheaper local alternative. I also like your comment on our transfer speed, right? And also how to control our engineering change along that journey. Thank you. How about Jing?
Okay.
Yep.
So I feel that every department that we visit at ASML, cost is already an integral part of the discussion now. But what I did find that is compared to our other customer in design phase, right now there's not enough time to talk about cost in terms of comparison between different system architecture or the trade-off between cost of material versus availability of material during the cost design stage. So I think if we can leave right now in the technical area is where we spend most of our time talking with the technical team. If there can be a little bit more buffer time scheduling available for discussion of cost, I think that will make the project even more successful. Yeah.
So thank you, Jin. You mentioned about ASML could a little bit more collaborating with you on the design phase, right? Design for cost. More listen to your advice on, like, there's other way, there's other component that can make it cheaper, right? Very inspiring. Thank you. So about Mr. Lee? Yeah.
Hansol as I said, Hansol works for many years with the U.S. semiconductor tool equipment companies. So we have quite a lot of experience for that. And then actually, one of our businesses, we are supporting recycle module assembly and focusing cleaning and coating, advanced coating and assembly, and then we provide that. So during high volume manufacturing, certain reuse part show functional failure, and which could have a very negative effect to the production suddenly. But original vendor, the part, the lead time is too long. It's like over 4 months. So Hansol immediately developed and a new localizer replacement part and to support the customer within 1 month, and then ensuring a very decrease in downtime. And very successfully we handle about that problem. So since then we succeeded, and then we got a chance, we will expand to developing and producing the entire assembly and module. So achieving also both cost and to decrease the lead time and improvement. So I think that nowadays we are to enter the second, the teen-related product. And I think that currently we faced a little bit similar situation for this product. I think that ASML develop is very sequentially and or give a word. It's like a develop, reuse, and then repair, and then partial location one by one. So actually, recently we are entered the high volume manufacturing second product, and then after we developed the reuse process, and then in a high volume stage, there's it's aged part, so the yield is very low. I think between 30 and 50%. Then talk about the D&E and the source team about the repair process. So it'll be a little bit late to handle this kind of process or to increase the yield rate. So I think we suggest developing them at the same time from the start, and then to make the process faster and more cost efficient. I think that doing so can shorten the total development timeline and increase yield rate quickly, and improving labor efficiency and enable larger volume production, which improve both cost leverage. And also in our side, we can negotiate power with a hands-on supplier, because the demand will grow. Some of the demand is grow. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I like your feedback, right? So you say ASML, when we do the NPI product or during the ramp, we should already consider how that will be reused, how that will be repaired, even by non-OEM somewhere in Asia, close to where the parts, the machine will be used in parallel. That's very, very good feedback, Mr. Lee. So I think we still have 3 minutes, right? I will ask the question not on the list, right? That's more exciting, right? So I call this a birthday, right? Birthday wish. I know there's no one birthday today, right? But I think there's people birthday on November. So maybe just do a freestyle, right? If you have birthday wish, is there anything you want ASML to do for you? Freestyle, anyone, make your wish. A limited number, we still have 3 minutes. First come, first serve.
More bubble tea. Nah, just kidding.
Can you say louder, a little bit louder?
More bubble tea, please. Nah, just kidding. Yeah.
More bubble tea, that's easy, that's easier.
Actually, our wish is we see new buildings being built up when we visit the Eindhoven area. And so I understand there's probably a lot of sustainability being sought out during the architecture of those buildings. And this is just one example. If ASML could share some of its best practices in terms of sustainability to the supplier, I think that would be my wish for the birthday. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jin.
Okay, so this month, right, is for my birthday, right? So my wish for ASML would be keep pushing boundary, not just in the technology, but in how we care for our peoples, our planets, and our futures. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a fun question. And actually, thanks to ASML great collaboration, I just got promoted the VP this month. So
we need to...
Thank you. So maybe my birthday wish should be another promotion.
So Daniel, your CEO is not here, right? But maybe he's online.
Yeah.
He heard it.
Because,
yes, keep going. Keep going.
Bubble tea, the more rich, and to make that happen, I think I need the set a more ambition and bigger challenge. Right now, we are working at ASML on reuse and part localization for the team clean and related product. So, and my wish is to move forward to the full new build localization for this product with over 30% cost reduction, like you said. So, if ASML could give me that kind of chance, maybe my next promotion will become soon, faster.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Right, thank you. Mr. Lee from Hansong Taiwan, thank you. Mr. Chen from Tailing, Taiwan, thank you. Yeah. Also, Mr. Gu from Benchmark Malaysia, thank you. Yeah.
好的，谢谢 Bruce 以及所有的嘉宾。这确实是一场非常有深度的讨论。Bruce， 我也有生日愿望，可以实现吗？可以吗？好，私下聊。好，那现在我们将进入今天最后一个议题，2025年 Supplier Award。
Now we're approaching to the final session of today's Supplier Award. Let's welcome our host, Bruce, again.
Okay, so I need to down and up. Okay.
Anything I can help you?
Yeah, it's okay. Let's give them some time.
Yep.
They can clean up the table. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. So this is the end, almost the end of the event, right? So I think in the morning, right, Herman mentioned about we are moving more sourcing, right, more activity to our Asia side here, right, in Asia. But the supply chain, right, in the end will still be very global, right? So ASML every year in the Supplier Day, we have a Global Supplier Award. So that's 6 categories. It's the quality, logistic, technology, cost, sustainability, and also collaboration. And this year, so we have 3 suppliers. They are global suppliers, but their Asia team contributed hugely to the result. So we have 3 supplier awards that we will want them to get on the stage to recognize them. I want to invite Edward Stiphout on the stage, right, to deliver those awards. So the first award, right, is about quality. So let's go to Zona, right? They have very strong team, Zona in China and also Zona in Thailand. I would like to invite the Zona team on the stage, and also Michael will represent their Asia team to receive this award. Yeah, please.
Zollner demonstrates an extraordinary drive for continuous improvement and best-in-class quality, even as KPIs such as material quality performance, root cause analysis cycle time, configuration as sourced, customer quality notification, those KPIs are already exceed targets.
Okay, so our next is about quality. Our next is about, sorry, 1 second. So our next award is about quality. So the winner go to NTS. They have their team in China and also in Singapore. So let's welcome Nick on the stage to receive the award. Thank you.
NTS Group has embraced ASML footprint expansion in Asia by reducing costs through internal transfer of the YieldStar wafer stage to Singapore and localizing its supply chain.
And the third is about sustainability. ESG, right? It's very, very important. ASML, we want to be a good citizen to the world with you together. So the winner go to the Benchmark Malaysia. Let's welcome Casey Gu on the stage.
Benchmark Electronics has committed to a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission related to ASML activities by 2025, while also developing an engaging format to involve employees in the reduction efforts.
Okay, still 2 more messages before we have the drink and bite, okay? So you like today? This event, so far so good? Okay, so so we have. I want to thank you, right, our program team, right, who make all this happen, right. So we have 2 MC, right. It's Ellen Cha and also Stella, right. They are actually very professional. You also did part-time in the wedding, or they are actually very, very professional. So Ellen is actually our sourcing lead in Singapore, right, for the EMMC supplier. And also Stella is our PLM project leader for EOStar, right? Thank you. And we have Yolanda Xie and her team. They put all this together. For those people, please get this on the stage. Okay, thank you. I think the second message is about the next year, right? I want to invite my buddy, Alvin Lee, on the stage. So the next year, Supplier Day, Asia event, we will do this in Singapore, November 2025. So I pass on the 2026. Right, sorry.
Right.
I'm too nervous. We should take a photo. We should take a photo. Over there. Okay. So I will pass on the microphone to you. You will be the host for the next year, 2026.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Bruce and the team, you set a very high standard. It's going to be difficult for me to be better than you. I'll try to match, right? Again, thank you so much for a very successful year this year. I look forward next year, 2026, to see you in Singapore, right? So again, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, the team. Again, welcome applause, please, for the team again. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I see you in sunny Singapore next year in 2026 Asia Supplier Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you, Bruce. And thank you all the speakers and participation for today.
Thank you for all your participation. It's our pleasure to have you here. I hope you enjoyed today's program. Well, before closure, several things to remind. Please look at the screen. Your feedback will be very important for us to improve ourselves. So please help to take time to complete the survey before leaving. We appreciate it. And also, if you park the car here, don't forget to take the parking voucher outside the counter to waive out the parking fee. That's one reminder, we still offer some vibes and drink outside. Feel free to stay and chat. That's all from us. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
好，再次非常感谢大家今天的参与，我们很高兴能与各位一起交流、学习与分享。希望你们会喜欢今天的活动。